Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Scion Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What if Deku had animal mutation quirk? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku stirs awake to the sound of the waves outside and spends a few moments mourning the loss of sleep as he curls under the covers. The early morning spring chill sweeps the smell of seaweed and salt into the cat house, tickling his nose. Finally, he gives in, blinking his eyes open. He's woken up with the sun today, surrounded by ball of heat and fur, including one that's right behind his head purring like a jet engine and making his eyeballs feel like his skull is vibrating. The warm, furry arm laying over the side of his neck slides and big toe beans flex against his throat as he lifts his head, propping himself up on his elbow. He raises a hand to rub his eyes and attempts to push messy green curls out of his face, noting the texture as grimy, tacky, and in desperate need of a wash, only for them to sink right back to where they were on his forehead. His back pops as he moves to sit up, careful not to disturb any of the cats around him. The biggest furball behind him, Colby, presses his paws, that are half the size of Izuku's hands, against his back as he also gets up, stretching and not half as careful as Izuku is when he stands and winds his way around the other cats with more grace than a cat that size has any right to have. Izuku stretches his arms before moving to follow, cherry-picking his foot placements so he doesn't step on anyone. The air nips at his skin even through his jacket, sending shivers skittering up and down his spine. He rubs his arms in a half-hearted effort to retain some of the rapidly dissipating warmth from his covers. He peeks outside to see the sky just barely starting to fade into halos of light gray and blue, the orange on the horizon peaks over the mountains of garbage. It's a little earlier than he usually wakes, not by much, but enough that he can take his time. Normally the sun is already starting to crest between the junk mounds when he pokes his head out in the morning. Since he's got an extra half hour or so, he can do some of the chores before he heads out instead of when he gets home tonight. He goes to the corner, narrowly missing stepping on Colby's tail, and searches the plastic bucket to find the wire brush before sitting down again, crisscrossing his legs. The heaping gray cat plops himself in his lap like a giant furry pillow the size of his torso, claiming his usual spot. The motor-like purrs increased as the brush drags through his tangled fur. He's glad Colby likes to be brushed. He's not sure he'd even be able to catch him and brush out the matting that comes with being a stray if Colby didn't cooperate. The spoiled lion of a cat lounges across his lap while the others wake up and stretch, some wandering outside already and a few coming over to nudge Izuku or meow at him for pets and scratches. When he's done with Colby, he moves on to Millie, the second fluffiest cat in the clouder, expertly twisting his torso so he could reach around Colby, who refuses to move, as usual. The black cat with white across her shoulders, neck, and mouth, meows at Colby and moves closer to Izuku, seating herself right beside his thigh. Izuku snorts when she pushes Colby's face out of the way with her paw and refuses to let him turn his head in any way that would detract Izuku's attention from her. After brushing the cats that stick around instead of immediately leaving to start their days, his stomach twists sharply with the warning cramps that mean painful growls are not far behind. With a sigh, Izuku finally commits a crime and shifts, more like shimmies, Colby from his lap. The stormy cat gives him the stink eye to end all stink eyes, scandalized that Izuku would dare do such a thing, and stalks out like a proud rich woman scorned. Izuku doesn't pay any mind to him. He does this every time he's shooed from his throne, and if Izuku were to stay put, he'd be back in a few minutes to reclaim his spot like nothing happened. He stands, dusting his hands off, and tries his best to brush the fur off his lap before gathering it up to throw outside. Immediately upon stepping outside he wants to go back in. The towers of junk create a gentle whistle as the sea breeze slides between them. It makes him glad the cat house is enclosed, or it would be much colder. Still, it's not as bad as winter. He only needed 2 quilts to sleep last night instead of the 4 the household huddles under during the snowy months. By now, though, the sun is finally shining, even if it does nothing about the chill and won't until it's had a few hours to soak into the earth. He resists the urge to crawl back into bed as he yawns, stretching one final time to release his muscles, reaching his arms above his head, and feeling the tension in his back melt away with the delightful strain, giving him a little head rush. He likes slow mornings like this, with time to wake up properly, but it's time to get going. He ducks back into the house, now devoid of cats as they've all wandered off, and makes short work of his clothes, stacking them in the corner with his blankets while checking his mental schedule. Yesterday was a scrap day, so today is a cat day and tomorrow he'll do another scrap day because he's going to need more money. Maybe he can search the beach for another microwave oven? That got him a decent amount of cash last time and they're not that difficult to carry. It might look suspicious if he brings big items like that to the recyclers too often though. They might think he's stealing them, like that person who was accused of exactly that last week. Izuku doesn't want to have to tell them he got it from here because not only is there a chance someone will come to verify it, but it could also end up with word getting out and then the beach will be crawling with other people, and before you know it, there'll be no more junk beach, no more cat house, and his but in a car headed back to the foster home, if he doesn't get arrested for illegally squatting here first. Don't get him wrong, it would be great for the environment if the beach was cleaned up, but not for Izuku. Izuku would avoid the place too if it wasn't for the fact that he can become adequately small and agile to make it less dangerous. He's always careful, especially around the rusty metals, and the paths he's built cleared are plenty safe. For furry felines, at least. It's safe for him and the Clouder because of the rolling hills of junk, and no one else is sufficiently insane, brave, or desperate enough to live out here, so he's left alone. Speaking of which, a shiver sweeps up his spine and Izuku quickly wishes to be a cat, fur sprouting all over him as he shrinks down. His muscles and bones contort and shift in just a few seconds to a shape that's become much more comfortable with use. It's second nature to be a cat now. Izuku stalks outside just as the others had, the sand pushing uncomfortably between his toes, but unlike the rest of the Clouder, he goes to the other side of their small clearing to a large patch of a black, powdery substance and lays down. He carefully rolls his fur in the dark, grimy mixture of different kinds of dirt and soot, making sure to get it all over, sparing no part of his body. His stomach is a little difficult to coat properly, as is his head, but after 10 minutes he stands in the dirt with a thick layer of it clinging to his fur, covering all traces of the green with black, making him look like any other dirty alley cat in the area. The mixture itches if he leaves it on for too long, but being a green cat on the street is a dead giveaway. For an animal with a quirk, which has unexpected consequences that he only needed to learn about the hard way once. At least something good came out of that experience. He double-checks himself in the reflection of the only window on the half-crushed car nearby to make sure all the forest green fur is hidden before nodding to himself and jumping up onto the roof. His steps are light, and the wooden board barely even creaks under his weight as he crosses the handmade path with grace only a cat could possess, all the way to the edge of the street above the beach. He hops down the concrete wall and looks both ways, flicking his ears for signs of speeding cars and loud music before quickly crossing. He doesn't want to get run over by the sudden appearance of any cars whipping around corners at velocities that would get them not just ticketed but arrested if it wasn't for speeding being the least of the local police's worries in this area. He trots along the sidewalk, his dirty paws leaving little footprints for a block before they're coated in enough dry dust and chalky dirt from the sidewalk to stop leaving tracks. Izuku dodges around someone and narrowly avoids a half-hearted kick in his direction. Ugh, stupid cat. Scram, filthy thing. She huffs, continuing her way to the hostess club, her heels clicking. He watches her walk away from a safe distance, making sure she's leaving and won't come back before he starts moving again. He carefully avoids the passers-by who give him dirty and disgusted looks, giving them a wide berth as he makes his way closer to the center district where all the shops are. 8 out of 10 times people leave him alone, but he's wary of every person because of those other two. His fur stands up as he feels the eyes of the street on him. His anxiety always rises when someone is looking at him, and he always knows when he's being looked at. He knows better than to ignore that tingly sensation on the back of his neck or the way his fur stands on end, and he can feel where the gaze is coming from. It never takes long to track it. Thankfully, it's usually a false alarm or not serious enough that he needs to act, but sometimes people will try to scare him off or outright attack him, even if he's not doing anything, so he tries to keep on his toes. Alleyways are comforting for that reason. There are only so many directions he has to worry about. He sticks to the shadows as much as he can, splitting his attention between avoiding things on the ground, watching where he's going, and keeping an eye on his surroundings. Most eyes only linger on him for a second as he zips by, just checking what the movement in the corner of their eye was before disregarding him. He's gotten pretty good at sneaking around unnoticed, but there are a few places between alleys and certain blocks that are wall-to-wall buildings, and you can't avoid hugging them or running along the side of the road to get to the next alley. Unfortunately, it's inevitable to pass at least one of these spots, no matter what route he takes for the day for whatever he's doing, be it food, the recycling center, or trying to head to a different district. Even though each one of those is in a different direction, if he's coming from the beach, the routes branch out like roots of a weed. He scampers past the rundown buildings and the roads with more potholes and patches than asphalt until the impending growl of his stomach finally comes with a familiar, painful stab. Just a little farther. He scampers past a hardware store and disappears into the alley beside it, checking that it's empty before running to the middle. He jumps up, using the bins next to the dumpster to climb until he can get on the cinderblock wall running between two buildings and take what he likes to call cat paths. These paths are too small for people but perfect for cats, and it cuts down the amount of walking he has to do. Plus, they're safer, and the fewer chances he takes every day, the better. The only people up and about at this hour are those getting ready to open the dilapidated shops and people who have yet to go to bed. Everyone else is fast asleep, savoring their precious few hours before they have to get up and conduct their dangerous, shady activities again. He pokes his head out into the alley at the end of the path and turns into it, continuing along the wall as far as he could before jumping down onto some empty DLVRY crates and crossing the alley. This is technically a low-income area, but honestly, it's become a place for low-ranking criminals to hang out where no one will look too closely at them or ask too many questions rather than for people who are actually struggling with poverty. Granted, most crime is a byproduct of poverty in the first place, so maybe it's inevitable for these places to become like this. Most around here can at least make ends meet, but there's just enough of a homeless population for it to still be classified as low income and not a criminal hotspot. Yet, this means there's fewer heroes that patrol the area, especially overground ones, and the cops are pretty much just here to stop bar fights and keep tabs on the overall criminal activity, making sure it remains a quiet area on the surface. In short, so long as no one starts shootouts in the middle of the day and no other high-profile criminals settle in, nobody will care. The bulk of crime happens at night and this place is no exception, but he's careful about how late he stays out. A few times a month he'll be out past sundown, but usually, he returns to the cat house before then. Cats are nocturnal creatures, so sometimes the instinct to stay out can be hard to fight, but when he gets home and changes back to human, the wave of tiredness always hits him like a brick. Just thinking about that makes his jaw stretch and creak as it pulls in a sharp-toothed, tongue-curling yawn. He licks his whiskers on the sides of his mouth as he hurries down the dark, slim passage to the back of the first stop on his route today. The passage is narrow enough that an adult would have to turn sideways and shimmy to pass through it, but his furry shoulders barely brush the walls as he strolls down, sniffing the air as he comes out of the back to the cramped space behind the shop. There's always a rat or a mouse or two back here because of the food waste dumpsters. Once he reaches a good spot, he crouches, beginning the long wait with his tail occasionally flicking and sharp eyes scanning the deep shadows for movement. After 10 minutes of his ears swiveling on his head at the slightest sounds, he hears it, a tiny, barely audible squeak. Izuku's shoulders wiggle as he hikes his dark fuzzy butt into the air, with eyes trained sharp in anticipation. The moment a little brown head pokes out and tries to run across the cold, dirty ground, his muscles tighten, and he pounces. Sharp, curled claws swiftly dig into the mouse's back until something crunches and the rodent falls limp. Less than a second, that wasn't too bad. It shouldn't suffer, unlike his first few had. He shakes the prickle of guilt away and opens his mouth, delicately taking the furry skin of the tiny rodent in his teeth. He brings the tiny corpse to the open back door protected by a screen, only to quickly step back when he sees a customer inside the little convenience store. He waits with his ear turned to the side for the bell chime and the murmur of pleasantries between the departing customer and the teller to cease before peeking his head around the corner and stepping into sight again. His neck dips to set the rodent down before raising again to let out a cracked, squeaky meow, immediately catching the part-timer's attention. Her eyes soften when they find him and Izuku meows again, batting at the mouse on the ground. The girl smiles and gets up, grabbing something from behind the counter before making her way over. She's new, only having worked here for a few weeks, but the owner had introduced them during her very first shift. He steps back so she can open the door and shoots the dead mouse a disgusted glance while she sets down a shallow tin, the expiration date on the side being for 3 days ago. Technically it's still edible, they just can't sell it. Good kitty. Keep those nasty things away from here. She looks like she's going to give him a chin scratch, but her brow twists a little, looking at his fur and immediately rethinking touching a dirty stray cat that just killed a rodent. There isn't much in this little can, but Izuku meows his itadakamasu as he dips his head to eat the leftover scraps from some kind of canned meat. It's hard to tell what kind between the cold gravy and the old smell. Expired food, and especially expired meat, doesn't taste the best, but pretty much anything is better than roadkill, and having meat at all is practically a delicacy. The day is off to a good start. He flinches at the unexpected touch on his back but keeps eating, letting the cashier pet him after all, through a LTX glove she must have had in her pocket. She usually gives him a little scratch on his head or chin and washes her hands before going back to work. He isn't particularly fond of being touched unexpectedly, but if he lets her scratch his head, she'll usually get him some water too unless she's interrupted by a customer. Today she seems to be in a better mood than usual, that, or she's finally getting used to him so she's getting bolder about touching him. He wouldn't say he likes being touched by strangers, but he doesn't not like it either. It makes his stomach tingle with anxiety having someone touch him, especially while he eats, but for some clean clear water from a tap instead of a road puddle or leaky hose, it's a small price to pay. Today he's in luck, nobody comes into the store, and when he finishes eating and looks up at the woman, she smiles and takes the tin, going inside. He paces for a minute outside until she comes back with the same tin. Gravy water doesn't taste the best, but the semi-cold liquid soothes his throat, quenching his morning thirst, even if it hits his stomach like a rock in a well. After he's done, the part-timer takes the tin back inside, marking the end of their transaction. She goes back to work, and he drags the dead mouse away from the door with his paw, not wanting it to be anywhere near his mouth again now that it's been sitting long enough for the blood to congeal into sticky clumps. He doesn't want to leave it by the door where it'll start smelling or someone could step on it. He only brings the rodents for proof that rewarding him for killing things around their buildings is worth it, anyways. Plus, the shops give him more food and treat him better if he cleans up after himself. The painful barbs in his belly fade, but it still growls at him as he heads off to search all the usual spots where there's easy pickings for food. If you can get there early enough. Dumpsters behind restaurants, trash cans, shops that will preemptively put food out on occasion to attract the strays and keep the rodents down, etc. Those ones taste the best and they're the most filling, but it's random and the food is usually gone as soon as it's put out, so Izuku never goes there first. He always goes to the most reliable spots first, instead of wasting time and energy on the iffier ones until after he's checked all the trusty places. Unfortunately, his luck doesn't hold. He searches the 6 other shops that will feed him in exchange for pest control and hangs out for a good half hour at each one, but he doesn't catch a single other thing. With nothing to show for his efforts, none of these places will just feed him either because the ones minding the shops are the owners who only see it as wasting profits, or they're part-timers who have sympathy for him but aren't allowed to feed the strays for no reason because the owners don't want the strays to stop hunting around the buildings. It's too late to go back for the mouse he killed at the first store and bring it to the others. He hasn't had to use that trick since winter, so he didn't think to. Stupid. Most of the shop owners are decent people, but they're not that nice. No prey, no pay. There are plenty of other strays around here that can kill rodents. Izuku is just the only one smart enough to seek a reward, and the shopkeepers get a kick out of having a smart cat around, but not too smart. He's careful not to show any abnormal intelligence, no matter how nice a person seems or how tempting it is to use it to his advantage. He learned that lesson well the first time. He doesn't need a reminder. He tries to behave more like a cat when he's out. Sometimes it comes easy, other times he doesn't quite get the hang of it, and some people are just a little too sharp to be fooled completely no matter how flawless his acting is. The best way to fool those people is to be reticent. Not too friendly, not too interactive, basically just ignore most of what they say and do, even if he is listening, and avoid looking at them, especially in the eyes. Don't ever look a person directly in the eyes because consciousness can be seen so easily through the eyes. If he has to look at someone's face, he'll look at their mouth, their nose, eyebrows, count their eyelashes, whatever. Just avoid the pupils. Carrot. Izuku's tail flicks idly beside him as he sits on the dumpster lid, looking out at the darkened street. The sun went down half an hour ago, and he was going to head home, but, while he may not come to hunt in this alley anymore, it's still a nice place to find food, and he just so happened to see a worker from the pizza place dump some boxes here as he was passing by, and what cat can resist lounging after eating their fill? It's rare that he gets to fill his belly and take a minute to be lazy afterwards. Forgive him for taking the opportunity. Honestly, this leftover pizza has saved his day. He thought he was going to have to dip into the food reserves tonight after his rotten luck all day. He looks down at his blackened paws laying in front of him, the pads covered in a thin layer of concrete dust, and resists the urge to lick them clean. His dirt cover is still caked on, so it wouldn't taste very good, even if there is a little splash of pizza sauce on his toe beans from stepping on the cardboard. Instead, he flicks his tail again and looks around with sleepy, slow-blinking eyes, enjoying the sensation of a full belly and a rare moment devoid of the buzz of anxiety under his skin. It's strange. He's not worried about coming back here, to this alley where it all started, and where one of the worst experiences of his life happened. He keeps an eye out, he's not stupid, but it's less from worry and more his normal vigilance. His ears still flick every which way, and he turns his head to investigate every unfamiliar sound, but thankfully they're few and far between tonight, which means his chest begins to rumble softly. A rare moment of purring when he's by himself. Sometimes he wishes he could control when that happens, but it's like trying to suppress a cough when you're choking. Not worth it, and pretty much impossible even at the best of times. Plus, purring calms him down when he's stressed. It makes him feel comfortable. Like a form of self-care, and care in general because it happens when the others at home are distressed too. A built-in, all-purpose calming mechanism. A glitter of amusement whisks through his eyes and his tail flicks quickly a few times in delight. Not even the loveliest moments can stay forever though, and as the minutes tick by the anxiety creeps its way back in, but he doesn't want to move yet, desperate to cling to every bit of momentary peace before he has to go back to having his nerves so taut, they could be used as guitar strings. He's fine. Everything's fine. It's not unusual to see a black cat with bright green eyes, and those rumors about him died out a long time ago. The locals, at least, believe he was trafficked and is long gone, taken to some zoo or sanctuary where the rare, quirked animals of the world are looked after. Either way, nobody talks about the green cat anymore, so he's safe, and more than grateful. He's okay to hang out here while his tummy settles. Nothing bad will happen to him in the few minutes he's just sitting here, and if something does happen, he can run away. His paws stretch and relax again and again, his claws adding more lines to the scuffed, dirty plastic lid. The alley still doesn't feel as safe as it once did, but despite that, his fondness for it hasn't faded. It still holds a special place in his heart. He wouldn't say it feels like home anymore, but it's a familiar place, like a friend's house, or a corner store near your home that's been there for as long as you can remember. He spends a good amount of time here, usually during the day, collecting food, people watching, or stalking around for information that'll help further the freshly stoked fire of his dream that had almost gone out. When he first came here, it took a while before he figured out his day-to-day as a cat and got a handle on his situation, enough to get time to think, to test, to regret some of those tests, to learn the dangers of his new world and how to navigate them, and finally become practiced at finding enough food every day, or near enough, that his head doesn't swim when he tries different transformations. With experimentation finally being an option, he's been able to figure out so much of his quirk. It's still nowhere near as much as he'd like, but he's tentative to try some of his ideas because he can't afford a hospital visit for testing quirk limits. He's hesitant to push his luck and has only been able to test some softer limitations. He's going to make his dream happen. He has an idea of how, of where to start, and he has a plan. It's all down to the execution now. He's shooting to be a hero. He'll aim carefully, and if the first shot misses, he'll try again, and when he runs out of ideas, he'll come up with new ones. It doesn't matter if it takes him a lifetime, he's going to be a hero. He's getting enough food nowadays that he's been able to train somewhat. He's not very good at it yet, but he's way better than he used to be, and he can feel the difference. The obstacle courses he set up on the beach may not be much, they were originally just cat paths to make getting to the cat house easier for the whole clouder, but it's better than nothing. He set up more complicated ones for his training and it's been amusing for some of the group as well, though they tend to fall more often than he does. Figuring out what he can do is tough, spending hours wherever he can spare them racking his brain for what to try next, but it'll be useful for hero work, especially since he's rushing to catch up with other people who've had their quirks their whole lives. His experience with his quirk is next to none compared to others, particularly people like Kaken who haven't stopped using their quirk since the day they got it, never mind pro heroes who have training. He knows how to be a cat, but that's all he really knows how to be. He knows how to transform into several other animals, like a jackrabbit, squirrel, crow, but he doesn't have a lot of experience with them for reasons. That aside, he knows which ones he can do without risk, and he has a good list in his head of ones that would be useful that he should be able to, but he can't really test out the bigger ones. Even if he could, he can't do it safely, and he's not in a position to take that risk. Izuku sighed heavily, straining his limbs, and stretching out, shaking off the train of thought that threatened to spiral into another long night of wondering what he's capable of, and if, when he'll get the chance to find out. An endless rabbit hole of problem-solving that he's devolved into far too often. A path that brings nothing but antsy feelings with nowhere to put them. For now, he'll just... Izuku's train of thought was brutally derailed by a shriek that sent him jumping literally 2 feet in the air and landing on the dumpster lid with an echoing thud. A moment later the shriek cut off like it had been stifled and his head whipped back behind him. His fur bristled like every strand was being pulled up by a magnet, and even with superior dark vision, it was still difficult to sort out what he was seeing. There were 2 people further down the alley, leaning against the wall. Oh! His eyes widened. There, he shouldn't be, he should give them some sigh. Horror dawned over him, and he froze, taking in the young woman's terror-stricken face. That's not CNSNS. His heart pounded in his ears like a subwoofer. What is he supposed to do? What are you supposed to do when this? He has to do something, get help or, what should he do? Help her. His subconscious screamed and like it slammed a big red button in his brain, his legs jolted, and he ran before his mind could totally catch up, some protective, territorial, or whatever instinct hijacking his whole body as he raced down the alley. He barely had time to think of what to do before he leapt off the ground onto some bins beside the two and jumped again, claws extended as he collided with the man's face. His front claws dug into warm skin with a piercing, confused scream from the man, sinking into his neck and cheek while his back claws sank into the fabric over his chest. He barely heard himself yowling and hissing over the man's startled shouts as he clawed and raked and batted, the flurry of movement all over the place, making it almost impossible to tell what he was actually hitting, but the man was shocked and terrified enough to stumble back onto the ground, tripping over those earlier pizza boxes Izuku had devoured and left where they lay in the damp alley. The man's back hit the ground and Izuku took the chance to spring off him, racing in a circle as he struggled to get his bearings on which way the end of the alley is, but his ear caught the sound of stumbling heels and his feet moved that direction before his eyes caught up and he could see where he's going. It wasn't 2 seconds before he had caught up with the woman who was too drunk to run in a straight line but was crying and wheezing nonetheless, the gills on the side of her neck struggling to filter air from the inflated water necklace she wore. "Follow me." Izuku meowed at her with urgency, forgetting that cats can't speak human, and ran in front of her. Thankfully she got the message, staggering after Izuku as he led her to another alley, one that was big enough for a human to pass through. The police station is too far from here and he doesn't know a fast way there that she can fit through. The shops are all closed already. Think, where can they find help? The cafe. The 24-hour cafe 2 blocks from here. There's always an officer or two there because they give free refills to night shifters. A low howl set Izuku's nerves crackling, the instinct of becoming something's prey overwhelmed his entire body and pushed him faster. He barely remembered to yowl again as he darted around a corner, making sure the woman could still follow even though it's dark and he doubts she has night vision like he does. Her quirk seems aquatic-based. Her crying had turned to desperate breathing, her heels slapped the ground in an uneven run and he's getting seriously worried about the wheezing sound of her gills. She might not be getting enough oxygen to keep this up. Almost there, just a little farther, just a little farther. Izuku's desperate assurances came out as a scramble of meows, scaring off anything else that had been in the alley, mice and bugs alike skittering out of their path into hiding. Then Izuku heard a sharp yelp and a loud smack into the ground. He skidded to a halt, almost falling on his side, and whipped his head around. The shimmery patches of scales on her arms and cheeks glinted like a neon sign in the dirty yellow light from the end of the alley, glistening red as they were scratched up and bleeding from her skidded fall. Her broken heel stuck like a sword from a stone in the sewer grate behind her. No. Izuku ran back, watching in terror as yellow eyes appeared at the end of the alley, glowing just like Izuku's do in the dark, and the eyes fixed on the woman a moment later. "You have to get up." Izuku yowled, pushing against her side with his head, desperate to get her up. Just leave her shoes and run, but he realized in one horrifying second as the man dropped to all fours and ran at them faster than before, that she isn't going to make it even if she gets up right now and runs as fast as she can. There's no time. He ran behind the woman, near her feet, facing the man, his back arched so high it almost hurt. All his fur stood up and the loudest, most threatening hiss he's ever mustered bled out of him. It came out deeper and a little more jagged than a normal cat, more like a big cat. A big, predatory cat not native to this region of the world. He's not sure how he did that, but he didn't have time to think about it as it made the yellow-eyed man with coyote features hesitate. Izuku gave another warning hiss as he saw the man's eyes flicker to the clatter of noise and pained yelp behind him, just before the woman screamed with piercing volume, like a tsunami siren, "Help me. Please." Izuku moved to block the man's path as he stepped forward and lashed out at his face now that it's nearer to the ground, giving him more fresh scratches as he swiped his eyes, startling the man into stumbling back again with a canine yelp of pain. If he were a real coyote this never would have worked, but because humans are still humans, they're skittish of unpredictable animals. It gives him this chance. The smell of blood wafted from his small sharp claws as his body shook with adrenaline, unknowingly adding to his feral look, but he kept jumping and batting and scratching, only one thought in his head: he will not let the man get past him. When he chased the man back far enough, Izuku risked a glance behind him while the man had his face covered with a paw-shaped hand, and saw the woman scrambling backwards on the ground, her terrified eyes glued to them and her twisted ankle dragging on the ground like it had no bones. Her cries had become hysterical, choking and sputtering while the fluid slowly leaked from her cracked water necklace, but she still tried to scream for help. The distraction cost him as his ear twitched with a footstep, and it was thanks to pure instinct that he jumped right as he felt the wind whoosh next to him and sweep underneath him as the man's foot aimed to kick him into the alley wall like a soccer ball. Izuku landed and didn't wait a second before pouncing on the upright man towering over them again, this time scrambling to climb the tall man. His shouts and the woman's continuous screaming pierced Izuku's tiny skull like railroad nails, but it only served to make his claws dig further and faster, which made the man flail and swing his arms, frantic to get Izuku off him. Ack! Get off, you demon cat! I'll kill you! A hand wrapped around Izuku's leg and yanked, and Izuku yelped, but so did the man as Izuku's claws tore free from his back, taking bits of flesh with him. An agonized howl tore from the man's maw as he threw Izuku away from him. Izuku landed on his feet and ran for it again, seeing the woman had made it to the street despite hobbling on her ankle. He ran for her again but made a desperate swerve towards the dumpster when a pair of black boots landed in front of him from nowhere. Izuku barreled into the side of the dumpster, a loud bang reverberating, but he didn't stop for a moment, darting behind it and jumping over broken cardboard and old fast food cups as fast as he could. A cacophony of noise broke out in the alley, shouting, voices, howls, and the telltale sounds of limbs striking bodies. Izuku could barely hear anything over his blood pounding in his ears, and the overwhelming smells of old, sticky mystery substances stuck to the garbage and walls. His mind raced. What if there were two of them? How would he protect that lady from two people? And she's hurt, she can barely walk. It didn't occur to him until he came out the other side that the newcomer was summoned by the shrieking tearing into the otherwise quiet night life, and Izuku whipped his luminous green eyes to the fight and froze, his kitty mouth dropping open. His eyes were glued in awe to Eraserhead, a little-known, notoriously difficult-to-find underground hero, who stands between him, the woman, and the coyote man who is wrapped like a mummy on the ground in Eraserhead's capture weapon, a weapon that Izuku has only ever found a handful of pictures of on the internet, all from Eraserhead's school days at UA more than a decade ago. The hero asked the woman if she was okay and called to alert the police via a tiny black hero-comm in his ear. Izuku didn't realize that he's still sitting near the dumpster, starstruck, as the hero helped the woman patch the water tank for her gills with a temporary seal while they wait for the paramedics to arrive, and she started telling the pro what happened, thanking him profusely while tears streamed down her face in much thicker globs than normal, part of her quirk, Izuku would guess. Izuku shook his head to snap out of reverie, but he was SCKED right back in. It's really Eraserhead. The Erasure hero. He's seen heroes before and still chases the fights to watch even now, but heroes rarely patrol this part of town, daylight heroes steer clear of it, heck even the cops assigned to the station nearby barely patrol. He was not expecting Eraserhead to look at him when the woman pointed him out as this cat who came out of nowhere and saved her. Raw anxiety struck through him like it had been shot straight into his veins and his tired limbs locked up and froze. He was not expecting Eraserhead to come towards him, much less pick him up. The sensation of his feet leaving the ground without his say-so made Izuku jolt, but instead of trying to struggle free, his claws dug into Eraserhead's black sleeve for dear life of their own volition. He felt like he was going to fall for 3 frantic seconds until there was something under him supporting his weight, and suddenly felt stable, encompassed in warmth that had no right to be so soothing to his crispy nerves. He couldn't help looking up, and another shot of panic bolted through him as he accidentally bonked his head on the hero's stubbled chin. He's freaking out, but of course his rat brain couldn't help taking note that Eraserhead is very good at holding cats. Despite the initial lifting and still being 5 feet off the ground, Izuku doesn't feel like he's going to fall like the other times he's been picked up in this form. He had no idea what to do though. He's never encountered anything like this. He wants to jump down but also doesn't, because the longer he sits here the warmer it gets, and he didn't notice before how cold he is, that he's shaking as the adrenaline slowly ebbs from his body, his claws unintentionally digging into Eraserhead's jumpsuit, and an ache settling into his muscles. He flinched when a hand gently touched his head. He's shaking. Is he okay? He jumped again at the woman's worried voice. She was so much closer now, eyes stained red and still crying, but looking at Izuku. He's frightened. Eraserhead answered shortly. Must have been a tough night for him. Should you be holding him? She asked. Eraserhead sighed and the fur on the back of Izuku's neck ruffled, but all over his body it was slowly settling. Normally I wouldn't, but he might be in shock. Cats can go into shock? The woman finally looked at Eraserhead instead of Izuku, and he felt just the slightest bit of tension leave his body, until Eraserhead started stroking his head, calmly. Yeah. The hero answered gruffly. How can you tell? She sniffled, her concerned glittery eyes looking down at Izuku again, her hand raised, but she didn't touch him, like she was afraid she would make it worse. He appreciates her holding back because it really would. His heart's beating too fast, he's breathing, and his ears and paws are cold. The fact he didn't run when I approached him means he might have been too weak to. No, he wasn't too weak, he was just running a lot and it was a scary experience. And then Eraserhead showed up and... Oh God, is he in shock? Is that what this is? Is this what shock feels like? He's really dirty. The woman looked at Eraserhead's hand, covered in black dust and grime. The hand brushed over his head a few more times before pale fingers slid through the fur around his neck. It took Izuku a minute to realize the man was searching for something. No collar. Probably a stray. Though they usually avoid people, not help them. Izuku is just thankful that in the darkness his fur is dark enough to still look black rather than green even if some of his dirt rubs off. However, his eyes are still a vivid dark green that certainly isn't natural, so he kept his eyes away from the woman's sight as best as he could and resolutely did not look up at the hero, no matter how desperate he was to observe everything around him. Thankfully, neither of them has assumed he's anything but a normal cat. Maybe he's just a friendly little guy. The woman softly smiled at Izuku, and his anxiety lessened a fraction. Thank you, kitty. My little hero. Eraserhead's fingers curled and Izuku unwillingly relaxed as he started scratching his head. Thankfully he didn't start purring, and he spoke too soon. Ah, I think he likes you. The woman cooed, and gently raised her hand in front of Izuku's nose. His nose twitched at the unusual dirty smells, her injured hands covered in the stink of the alley floor, but because he didn't react, she must have taken that as an okay and moved to scratch his chin. If he could blush in this form, his face would be on fire. This is so embarrassing. He tried to just mentally grit his teeth and keep reminding himself that he's a cat right now. This reaction is completely normal, and it's completely normal for people to want to pet a cat, especially one that's just saved their life. It's fine. It's all normal. It's even normal that he's finding the heat against his side from Eraserhead's chest, relaxing. Everything's normal. What's gonna happen to him now? I'll take him to a vet who owes me a favor after the police arrive, and they'll take him to a shelter in the morning. Izuku's blood ran cold, and his involuntary purrs immediately stopped. And oh no, he can't go to a shelter, That's too bad. I kind of want to keep him. Worse. The distant sound of sirens distracted the two and he saw his chance. He took advantage of the distraction and flipped out of Eraserhead's arms and took off down the alley. Logically he knows he can't outrun a pro hero, but what else is he supposed to do? Let himself get taken again? Become someone's pet or worse, go to that vet so they can find out he has a quirk and even find out he's a person not a cat and charge him with public quirk usage and get a criminal record and never be able to become a hero? Izuku flew down the alleyway and disappeared from the two adults' sight in a flash. Thankfully, the cops arrived shortly after and Eraserhead didn't chase him, in favor of talking to the officers and getting the villain dealt with. Izuku's heart was pounding so hard it hurt again. He felt a little dizzy and a bit sick to his stomach that had been sloshed around hard after being stuffed, but it's fine. It's all fine, so long as he doesn't end up in another shelter. He still has nightmares about that day. Waking up while someone tried to snatch him off the street. The only reason he even goes out anymore is because he started using dirt, and the soot and grease from old, junked cars on the beach to turn his fur too dark to tell that it isn't black. A black cat with green eyes is not as rare as a green cat, even if the green of his eyes is still unusually dark. He was tense and wary and hyper-aware of everything all the way home, being extra cautious and running even through exhaustion, and it didn't occur to him until he was safely back and tucked under a mound of cats what had just happened. He saved someone. Oh my god, he saved someone. She called him a hero. A cat suddenly became a boy again and he scooped up Frosting with a grin stretching across his entire face, and he couldn't help shouting, I saved someone. And I met Eraserhead. He recounted the entire story to his clouder who couldn't have cared less but let him ramble all the same, his chest heaving and buzzing with excitement as he gave the required pets and scratches to keep them from scattering in the face of his animated, noisy recounting. Oh my god, all the blood drained from his face near the end of his story. It had occurred to him earlier, but he had been too busy being scared out of his wits to internalize it until now. I saved someone, while using my quirk without a license. And it was witnessed by a pro hero. His throat bobbed as he swallowed, a tiny whimper escaping as he tried to comfort himself. Don't panic. Izuku jolted awake, smothering himself into a face full of fur and yanked his head back to rapidly take in his surroundings, and only when he recognized the cat house and no cage in front of him, did he drop his head down and try to steady his breaths again. It took a few minutes before he looked to see which cat fell asleep right in front of his face. The monocoloring is indicative, but he always feels the need to make sure it is one of his cats. Relief soothed over him to see it's Millie. Her fluffy black back and white neck tickling his nose. He's torn between shoving his face back into her fur and going back to sleep and reaching up to violently rub his itchy nose and grind the heels of his hands into his eyes as if he can scrub the nightmare from his brain if he pushes hard enough. In the end, he chose the latter and the cats around him wiggled and woke up when he moved to sit up, but most of them don't bother moving unless he bumps them. The only one that got up with him is Colby. The protective, stormy gray cat got up and followed as soon as he summoned up the energy to pull himself to his feet and wound around his ankles while he dug through the plastic bucket for a brush. Colby climbed into his lap as soon as Izuku sat back down and started purring up a storm even before the brush touched him. It reminds him of the first time he did this. He didn't know how the cats would react to him trying to brush them, but just like now, he had plopped down on his butt in the dim light of the sunrise, just enough to see, and pulled Colby closer to him. The cat complied and tried to climb into his lap but settled for just bracing his front paws on Izuku's ankle as he tentatively started brushing him. Colby had looked so confused at first, but soon the purring started and didn't stop. He's not sure who the familiar rhythmic motion soothed more, him or the cats, but it's a morning ritual at this point. Not one they do every day, but all the cats know it's a brushing day when he reaches for that bucket. Sometimes they try to groom him back, liking his legs and arms while he brushes. Colby purrs like a bus in his lap, making himself comfortable in his regal seat and blinking slowly in the rising light. Izuku spends the morning brushing the cats, and the only ones that make a fuss, as usual, are Kidders and Hunter, but that's more because neither enjoy being touched as much as the others and less because of the brush. Sometimes they'll consent to being brushed when they're feeling loving, but most of the time they prefer to groom him when he's a cat. He pulled tufts after tufts of fur out of the brush as he went, tossing the clumps aside to pick up after they're all done, and he didn't realize just how much cat fur there is until he was picking up clumps of it in his hands to throw out into the junkyard, and he had to make 2 return trips. He brushed out all the matting he could on the cats. Not all of it will come out, but they keep each other pretty clean, so it's not too bad, not as bad as it used to be before he got this brush, and now they have hardly any matting at all. If they weren't so thin and mangy and unfriendly to strangers, they probably wouldn't even look like strays. Plus, no collars. Last night was cold, so it's a rare treat for all of them to be here at once. Usually, most of them will wander out at dusk and dawn. Cats are diurnal after all. But even so, he's rarely alone here in the cat house. Even at their most active times, there's usually 1 or 2 of them here with him, and they seem to rotate sometimes. Almost like they know he doesn't want to be alone when he's at the cat house. The only time Izuku's alone is during the day when he wanders around for food and school and stuff. Izuku put the brush away and stared at the bucket. This bucket and the things inside were worth getting. He just wishes the process of acquiring them wasn't so traumatic. It was a hard lesson learned, and he pays more attention now to his activities and who sees him. He's already been kidnapped once, and once is more than enough, thank you. After his experience at that shelter, he vowed to never let that happen again. He makes himself dirty to disguise his color, and slowly the reputation for the green cat faded until no one talked about it anymore. People assumed the cat, aka he, was taken. And a new black cat with green eyes on the street isn't noteworthy. There are at least 2 other cats who look just like him around here, and only the most observant of people in this area even realized there were 3 of them now and not 2. Now he knows, when some shady person comes near him, especially at the end of the alley he usually hangs out at, he knows what's happening. Instead of getting taken again, the minute they get too close to him and aren't warned off by his hissing, he morphs into a dog and bites the sheet out of their arms or legs before running away. He's only had to do that twice, and he hasn't heard any rumors or anything spreading about it, so he assumes they either don't live in this area or were too startled to tell anyone they got attacked by a cat that became a dog. Course it was dark both times it happened anyway, so maybe they didn't even realize the cat and dog were the same. Izuku jumped when Colby meowed like it was a crime to not pay attention to him and rammed his head against Izuku's shin hard enough that his knee bent a little. Not enough to knock him down, but Colby is a big cat. If he really tried he probably could knock Izuku down. Izuku's not exactly the biggest teenager. Alright, Izuku reached down and hoisted the heavy giant cat into his arms, his head rushing as he straightened back up, 2 giant paws on his shoulders like wearing a hyper-realistic cat backpack on his front. One more cuddle, then I have to get ready for school, you big fluff. Izuku snuggled into his fur as Colby butted and rubbed his head against Izuku, purring hard enough to vibrate Izuku's ribs. Carrot. Izuku didn't expect to see Eraserhead ever again after that night. It was a 1,000,000 to 1 chance he saw him in the first place. This isn't the hero's operating area, at least from what little he knows of the underground hero. Information on underground heroes is tightly regulated after all. 3 days later though, he's being forced to consider these alleys might be part of a new patrol route, because he jumped out of his skin at the silhouette that somehow snuck up on him despite his vigilance. He's still on edge about that woman being attacked before, and dark figures creeping up on him in alleyways is never a good thing. He very nearly transformed ready to maul someone, or at least pretend he's a rabid enough animal to do that to a person. Thankfully he had the good sense to follow his 2-step process of hissing first and not immediately giving himself away as a quirked animal. The intruder crouched and a familiar gruff, flat voice drifted through the alley. "You again." Izuku froze with an entirely different sort of fear. He saw the hand lowering, which normally would have been enough to send him running if it had been reaching towards him, but his instincts are at war with whether or not to move, and his eyes locked onto little light brown squares piled in the center of a rough palm. His nose tickled with an appetizing smell. Izuku stared at the hero warily. Is he trying to trick him? Get him to go over there and then grab him so he can take him to a shelter? Or worse, does he know Izuku's not a real cat and intends to capture him and throw him in jail? No, that's ridiculous. There's no way Eraserhead can know he's not a real cat. A 5-minute interaction in the dark while Izuku was panicking before he took off like a bat out of hell is not enough time to determine whether or not he's a real cat, no matter how smart you are, and Eraser's quirk obviously doesn't work in a way that would tell him that, or Izuku would have been busted right away. Still, he should leave. But how? Can he get out of here without Eraserhead following him? There's no distraction this time, and nothing of more importance that requires the hero to let him go, and the nearest alley that won't let a person follow him is too short. The hero could beat him to the other side by going over the roof. Eraserhead sighed, "You're more skittish than you seemed. Smart cat. Here." He put a few of the treats on the ground, giving them a gentle little toss towards Izuku, but made no move to do anything else. "Don't worry, I'm not gonna take you to a shelter if you don't want to go." Izuku glanced at the squares, then back at Eraserhead, watching him with a calm, neutral face. Eraserhead sighed, "Maybe you have been out here for a while if you're this cautious." Izuku stared at him for a bit longer until his belly rumbled. The painful jabs moved his paws before he even registered what he was doing, and wolfed down the first of the tossed cat treats before it could even cross his mind that they might have been laced with sedatives or something, but on second thought, that doesn't make sense. You wouldn't need to lie to a cat, it's not like they can understand you, normally, and Mr. Eraserhead doesn't really seem like that kind of person. It wasn't long before he crept pretty close to the man, sniffing for any treats he may have missed, and found the last one in the man's palm. He hesitated but ultimately decided to snag it quickly. Treats aren't nearly enough to satiate his empty stomach, but it's enough to stop the hunger cramps for the moment. Even though he saw it coming out of the corner of his eye, he still flinched when Eraserhead's hand touched his back and lightly stroked his dirty fur. The movement is slow and measured while his other hand, now devoid of treats, stays firmly in Izuku's field of vision. It doesn't feel like it has any intent other than to just pet him. It's pretty easy to tell the hero is a cat person, and much quicker than Izuku should have, he began to relax. Not really registering exactly when the warmth began to seep into his chilled bones, just like last time. He unconsciously moved into the hero's space, getting as close to his body heat as he could. It's always harder to fight instinct when he's cold and hungry, and it's been a long time since he's felt even remotely safe in another person's company, as a cat or otherwise. When Eraserhead sat down with crossed legs, Izuku curled up in his lap, desperate for the heat and the unbelievable sense of comfort that comes from a person's palm gliding over his fur, petting and occasionally scratching itches he didn't even know he had until they were gone. It's warm and comfortable, and the feeling of being surrounded he desperately needs after his nightmare. Even days later, the ache of terror in his chest is still there. Only now, under the light touch of gentle stroking down his back, is it starting to subside the tiniest bit. For once he doesn't mind the rumbling of his chest. He'll freak out later about what the hell this is and why he's immediately made himself at home on Eraserhead's lap, while the hero is on duty, just because he's petting Izuku, but not right now. That's for later. Right now is only for warmth, well-placed scratches, and a flood of relief dipping him in exhaustion like he's a fresh-made caramel apple the moment he doesn't have to think or be alone anymore. His entire body melted into a puddle of fur as he laid in the nest of a human heater. He doesn't have the energy to overthink how weird this is as his eyes pull themselves closed like heavy curtains. He doesn't care if it's weird. It's nice. And if he's secretly glad that cats can't shed tears because of emotion, no one will know. It's been so long since he's had this comfort from another person. He knows that's not what the hero is trying to do, but it's okay to pretend, right? If it's just for a moment. If he closes his eyes, he can pretend the fingers are his mom's. Soft and kind, grooming his dirty, blackened fur. You're more cuddly than most strays. Did you belong to someone, little guy? The hero's voice stopped Izuku from drifting off, gruff and impassive, but he gets the feeling that's just how the hero speaks because he doesn't sound put off in the slightest by having a dirty, presumably stray cat laying on him like a personal space heater just because he sat down and pet him. Izuku will find time to be embarrassed about this later as well, he always does. Right now, though there's no chance of stopping it, he has to concentrate on at least trying to keep the purring volume lower than a jet engine. He's starting to understand why Colby demands his attention so often. Just a few minutes of unexpected TLC and he feels so much better that he doesn't even care that the hunger pains are coming back. He can count on one hand how many times in his life he's been this calm and relaxed. The looming cloud of grief and dread that's persisted over him has finally cleared away. Even so, he doesn't want to get up yet. He knows he should, that he's probably bothering the hero, keeping him from doing what he needs to, but he just can't get himself to move. Surely Mr. Eraserhead would get up if he needed to, right? A hero isn't going to disregard his duty to protect and save people just because a stray cat has decided to doze on their lap, right? Unfortunately, just as Izuku finished comforting himself and putting his worries in check, the glass window of short-lived peace shattered through a scream. He shot out of Eraserhead's lap like he'd been electrocuted, almost tripping over his own paws. The man was up without hesitation, and before Izuku could even look at him, he was sprinting out of the alley towards the sound. Izuku didn't think before following him. Eraserhead is much faster than him, and he briefly thought about becoming a dog, but he spotted one of the cinder block walls that he knows will cut off the need to go around the convenience store that's blocking the path from where the screaming is. If he shifts to something else, there's no guarantee his dirt will cover everything, not to mention he'll definitely give himself away and get in trouble for public quirk usage, and he'll get arrested and they'll call his guardian and find out he ran away and they'll make him go back, and what happened just now with Eraserhead will also be weird and he'll have to explain why he cozied up to a pro hero without even thinking, and it would all be a huge mess. He barely slowed down enough to jump onto the wall and came out the other side in just a few seconds. He made it first, but he didn't expect Eraserhead to go over the top of the store instead of around it. It felt like the world slowed down. He watched Eraserhead's hair float with a flash of red from his goggles and the scarf shoot out like a striking snake. He's positive he didn't blink, but it happened so fast Izuku didn't see what actually happened. The person was robbing the clerk at the back door of the convenience store 1 second, and the next they were a scarf burrito falling on the ground, their startled shout coming a second later. In less than a minute, Eraserhead clicked quirk cuffs on them, asked the clerk if they were okay, and had his phone out, calling for a police pickup. That was so fast. Izuku's seen a lot of hero fights and some are very short, but he's never seen a takedown that lasted less than a minute before. There's so much and yet so little he can analyze here. It was so swift and simple and so effective. A petty criminal didn't stand a chance against that amount of skill. They were even slower to realize what happened than Izuku. Izuku was so caught up in the fight that it takes several seconds to realize he knows this clerk. It's one of the part-timers who will sneak him fish treats sometimes when they're in a good mood. While the store clerk thanked Eraserhead and they waited for the police to arrive, Izuku takes his chance to slip away before he's noticed, brain whirring for a notebook to break down everything he saw and the flood of ideas of how Eraserhead's quirk is so useful and the genius of his support gear. His fighting style is utterly unique, being built around his scarf like it's an extension of his own body, like an artificial quirk, but not entirely reliant on it either. Unbeknownst to him, a pair of black eyes behind yellow goggles spotted a certain curious, skittish, brave little cat leaving after the action was over. Izuku got home and couldn't stop himself from scooping up frosting and rambling to the uninterested white cat at the speed of light. He actually got to watch Eraserhead fight. The other day it was too dark and he was too on edge, and the dumpster had blocked his view, but this time he actually got to see it. Heroes are incredible. That's gonna be him someday, and he wants to be just as good as Eraserhead. He was too excited to sleep much that night, but at least he didn't have nightmares. Carrot carrot. Izuku's determination took a shot of jet fuel after seeing that fight. He barely slept 6 hours a day for a week, spending every waking moment possible figuring out what he can do to prepare for the UE exam. Studying ahead where he can, coming up with ways to use his quirk to end fights as quickly as possible, which he always comes back to ambushing because you can't prepare to counter something you don't know is coming for you, or brainstorming support equipment that could be just as useful for him as Eraserhead's scarf. He doesn't want to outright copy Eraserhead's scarf, but it's so useful. As much as Izuku analyzes quirks and how they can be used as a hero, he doesn't seem to have the same gift for support equipment. The farthest he gets is identifying the problem that would need gear and what the gear would need to accomplish, but as far as what kind of gear that is, he draws a blank. The one thing he really needs to focus on though, is stockpiling. He's not going to have enough time to go hunting and scavenging every day as the exam gets closer, and even less time for it when he's actually taking the exam. His only solution was to take risks he normally wouldn't, eat a little bit less until the exam PRD, and just collect and store as much as he can. Being hungry when he goes to sleep makes it hard to stay asleep. It makes him think about when hunger wasn't a problem he thought he'd ever have, but he shut it down whenever it started. Sometimes annoying his cats so much they bapped him and ran off. Colby even sat on him when Izuku's constant movement annoyed him too much, and he spent half an hour with agitated tail swishes in his face and a 20-pound cat on his chest, but it made him feel better, so it was worth it. He's spending less time in the cat house though, and the Clouder is not happy about that, practically dogpiling him every time he comes back. Izuku dozed on his favorite dumpster lid, not quite asleep enough to dream, but not awake enough to just be remembering. It was that weird realm in between the two, reliving arguably the best or one of the worst days of his life, depending on his mood and if he's eaten in the last 15 hours. He remembers how his arms curled tighter around his legs, and burying his cold nose into his knees, careful to avoid the stinging scrapes. How the hair on his arms and legs stood on end, prickling as goosebumps ran up and down his grimy skin. The texture of it being interesting under his dirty fingernails and serving as a mild distraction from the tooth-chattering cold that he still uses sometimes these days. He's grateful he had his jacket. The once pale blue, now dirty and faded but still recognizable with a few holes where the fabric has worn thin, the gray strings that were once white as snow. His red shoes are still too big even with 2 pairs of socks, but they're better than the gray ones he found. Those pinched his feet and gave him blisters. He shuffled his feet closer, squeezing his back against the spot on the bricks that's warmed up from sitting here. The bricks cool down way too fast if he moves even just a little bit and exposes the alley wall to the chilly air. The wind swirled by, sending shivers up and down his arms and legs. It wouldn't be so cold if it wasn't for its icy bite. Izuku huddled closer to the cardboard box next to him, hiding him from the eyes of the street. His fingers and toes went numb a long time ago, but they're starting to ache, and he squeezed them tight together, burying them against his stomach, trying to restore whatever warmth he could. His shoulders are stuck to his ears while he stares at the street, as high as he can get them, and the crick in his neck from nearly having his chin to his sternum will surely give him hell for days. There aren't many people out anymore, just the stragglers of the nightlife, drunks, thieves, night shift workers, all trying to make their way home in the slim hours before dawn. His stomach grumbled as his gaze caught on the convenience store across the street. The fluorescent light hurts his eyes even from this distance, but his empty stomach twists with a sharp stab of pain, staring longingly through the storefront windows at the rows of shelves lined with bags and cans and wrapped pre-made meals. A loud growl clawed its way from his gut to the outside world as he unconsciously smacked his lips, swallowing the spit building in his mouth. His dry throat made it hurt to swallow, but the saliva made it impossible not to. He pried his eyes away from the store, fixing them on the frigid concrete in front of his feet. He's hungry, but he's been hungry before. He knows he can hold out until tomorrow at least before dumpster diving for leftovers will start to sound like a good idea. If he gets some water from the fountain in the park in the morning, he can hold on until tomorrow afternoon before he'll start to throw up. Or you could sneak into the house and get both before Fukudashi wakes up from his hangover. Izuku's stomach growled again on cue. Maybe it isn't such a bad idea. Winter is coming, and if he doesn't find someplace warm to hole up, he won't have a choice but to go back there. He sniffled, breathing into his sleeve, feeling the goosebumps on his skin tingle as the warm air is trapped in the fabric, but the heat fades far too quickly. He shifted, wrapping his arms around himself and rubbing them through his ratty jacket. The temperature drops more every few minutes, settling into his bones and bringing the cold wash of dread with it. He doesn't want to have to go back to the house, but if it gets any colder, he won't have a choice. Mr. Fukudashi didn't notice the last time he went back. He was even able to sneak into the kitchen and get some food before sneaking out again. He sniffled again and rubbed his red nose on his knees, eyes prickling and stinging. He doesn't want to go back. He knows what'll happen if he does. If he gets caught. A phantom pang ached through his ribs and arms. The bruises from last time faded days ago, but every time he gets caught going back, it's worse than the time before. Mr. Fukudashi doesn't care where he is or where he's been, as long as he does what he's told and doesn't say a word he isn't told to. Izuku's ankle still throbs when he thinks about the time they almost got caught by a hero. He's still not sure whether to be thankful or resent that Mr. Fukudashi is a good liar and the hero was more focused on catching the non-existent mugger Fukudashi sent them on a wild goose chase after than making sure Izuku was okay. He shuddered and sniffled harder, rubbing his arms again. He doesn't want to think about that. He jumped at a soft clang down the alley, head whipping to the side and eyes darting to the source. The panic shooting adrenaline through his muscles because the last time he was startled like this it was a shady back alley deal that he barely escaped unnoticed from. It could be that again or worse. A villain. Rapidly spiraling thoughts came to an abrupt halt as several pairs of reflective eyes stared back at him. A pair of slit jade green met his and his eyelids disappeared into his skull as he blinked. He's never seen a cat that big in his life. It looks like a medium-sized dog put on a cat costume. Maybe it's not a cat, it could be a young tiger that escaped from the zoo or something. His eyes trailed to the cat's dirty, stormy gray fur, noting at least 3 different shades of the color that, probably, aren't dirt, and the pockets of matting among the otherwise long and fuzzy fur. He can't help a prickle of envy as he looks at it, as he looks at the cats piled up over there curling around each other, half of them sleeping soundly while the rest lounge. I bet it's warm. His gaze drifted to an old tin can, still wobbling on the ground as 2 new cats strode up behind it, one of them looking at the can like the thing personally offended it but can't be bothered to make it pay any more than it already has, before they piled up with the others without hesitation, being welcomed into the fold simply by virtue of being another cat. The big, massive, gray cat is the only one that hasn't joined the pile now. It's just sitting there, proudly, staring at Izuku with the end of its tail flicking up and down in gentle, lazy motions. Like a metronome. It's mesmerizing in a way. With all that fur, Izuku wouldn't be surprised if the cat isn't cold at all, even with this brisk wind sweeping into the alley. Izuku's own green eyes moved back to the pile of cats and felt a pang strike through his chest. If only he had fur to keep him warm. If he was a cat, would they let him walk over and join the warm pile too? That would be nice. He could have an au naturel fur coat to keep him warm, and eyes that make the dark not so scary, and he wouldn't have to worry about finding somewhere to sleep where people won't chase him off and cops or heroes wouldn't find him and send him back to the foster house, or worse, back into the system for a new placement. The system is bad enough for normal kids, but when you add quirkless to anything, it's amazing how fast things get worse. It's like black magic. He physically aches with envy for the alley cats. Even if they don't have homes, they still have somewhere they're accepted. They don't have to belong, to huddle together for the night. They just need to be a familiar cat and that's enough. The tingling in his fingers and toes worsened and Izuku's head swam, his vision going wonky. He's felt dizzy from hunger before, but not this soon. He squeezed his eyes shut and buried his face in his knees, trying to chase away the tipping feeling, prickles racing all over his body like he rolled in hay. Closing his eyes helps a tiny bit as the dizziness fades, his stomach even feels a little better. With his face curled down like this, it's warmer too. His clothes feel like they cover him a little more, his jacket laying over him like a blanket. Wait. His jacket's not big enough for that? Izuku jumped as a low, dare he say satisfied meow echoed above him and his head snapped up just in time for the gray cat. Did it get bigger? Does it have a quirk? Is that why it's so big? Or is it just bigger up close? Came striding up next to him. Izuku's breath hitched as it plopped down right next to him, its front leg big enough to lay over him completely as the cat settled down on top of the jacket he's under. Confusion swarmed him like a fish caught in a net, staring at the pile of clothes around him, all of them much bigger than they should be, but all he can focus on is the unexpected heat from the furry feline that's somehow big enough to cover his entire body and has decided to grace him with their warming presence. He has the strangest sense that he's just been adopted by a big grumpy cat. A shiver raced down his spine and the small boy unconsciously snuggled closer to the living space heater as his eyes began to droop, his shaking body desperate to soak in the heat like a warm bath. Surrounded by still warm clothes that smell like something he can only describe as his own smell, underneath the dirt, sweat, and little hints of dried blood from his scrapes. His nose tickles and his first thought is the cat's fur, until his head that feels like it's being weighed down sank and his chin met his forearm. His fuzzy forearm. Wrestling his hazy mind singing a siren song of sleep, Izuku tried to pull it back from that drifting edge and looked down. It took a moment to register what he's looking at. The tiny paws under him that he knows are somehow his because he can feel them, and when he tried to wiggle them, they moved. The deep green, black outside of the direct light from the street, carried a dull shimmer almost like velvet, its shade identical to his hair. Izuku stared at the fuzzy arms in front of him uncomprehending, but the only coherent thought he could form was, fur is warm, before a deep rumbling vibration all along his back pulled his sore eyes closed. He couldn't tell if the purring was the big cat, himself, or both before he was carried away into the warm darkness. A soft thunk hit the ground and Izuku startled awake on his dumpster lid, no alley floor under him or buried in a warm pile of worn clothes, or the huge fuzzy Colby of so long ago laying on him. His slit eyes locked on the figure barely a meter from him and his jackrabbiting heart instantly calmed its attempts to escape the cage of his chest. If he could hyperventilate in this form, he might have. Gods, did he have to do that? He scared the CRP out of him. Sorry, buddy. Didn't mean to scare you. Eraser casually leaned his side against the edge of the dumpster, slow and non-intrusive in his approach to Izuku, like usual. Izuku resisted the urge to glance around. Spooky. If he wasn't positive that Eraserhead can't hear his thoughts, he would have thought the man has a secondary telepath quirk. He does have a subtle secondary quirk, but it's not telepathy. Izuku chirped a cat's equivalent of a sigh and let his head thunk back down, letting his booming, startled heart stop beating up his veins. He's long past thinking Eraserhead has any idea that he's not a real cat, or that he intends to snatch him off to a shelter. As confusing as it is, and as much as he doesn't understand it, the man just seems to like cats. Strays especially. Izuku has seen him feeding and petting others in the area a couple times, but somehow he always manages to find Izuku the most often, and almost always when he's just managed to relax. Which isn't easy for him. He flinched when small warm pressures gently glided down his upper back, but quickly relaxed. He's more than familiar enough to identify Eraserhead's fingers by now without even looking. He curled his paws under his cheek and closed his eyes, going back to, he wouldn't say pleasant dozing, but it wasn't terrible. Honestly, it's probably a good thing that his thoughts were interrupted before he fell asleep, but he's also a little unhappy because he was right on the brink of sleep. Wonderful, appealing, problem-solving and usually not painful sleep. Sleep fixes a lot of his problems. Hungry? Take a nap. Headache? Take a nap. Nightmare? Stay up for a little while then take a nap. Sad? Take a nap. Lonely? Take a nap. There's no end to the problems that sleep can solve. The slow, involuntary rumbling of his chest started as Mr. Eraserhead scratched behind his ears, and gradually used more of his palm to pet him until his entire hand settled in a comfortable rhythm on Izuku's back. This is starting to become a routine. He's been seeing Eraserhead every couple of days for weeks now. Maybe it's because he's been out more often and not spending nearly as much time at the cat house, but Eraser always has treats and a couple times he even had a little bag of chicken in his pocket for some reason. Izuku thinks he brings snacks with him on patrol, but usually it's those fruity-smelling pouches. Izuku won't complain. It's been very helpful for getting him through the night on his fasting days. He kind of felt a little bad, maybe, for taking up so much of the hero's time so recently. When he started petting Izuku, he didn't stop him or hiss or anything. Just because he felt bad. Not because it's nice or anything, he's not trying to be selfish or distract the hero. If Eraserhead wants to pet him, he lets him, he doesn't go demanding or seeking it out or anything, not like Colby does. Izuku's eyes scrunched and head emptied like magic as the hero's fingers somehow managed to scratch his entire head all at once. Carrot. There is no greater feeling than being blessed by a cat. It's official as far as Shuta's concerned, this skittish little guy has deemed him safe. The fact the juvenile jumped and then went straight back to dozing without a care the moment he saw him, proves how much trust he's built. The fact he recognized him was a high in and of itself, but he's even letting Shoyuta touch him without any fuss or vigilance now. That's victory. If he keeps this up, he might let Shoyuta finally get him off the street to a place that will take care of him. He's a decently healthy kitten as far as he can tell, if a bit thin, and enjoys his dust baths a little too much judging by how Shuta's hand is always covered in unidentified black dirt every time he pets him. It won't be hard for him to get adopted. Unfortunately, centuries-old stigma still exists, and black cats are the least likely to get adopted and most likely to be put down. If Hisashi wouldn't kill him for bringing home another stray cat instead of taking them to a shelter first, he would already be trying to get this little guy accustomed enough to take him home. No, he is not getting attached. Not even when the kitten's head lolled into his hand when he scratched his chin. He held in a sigh, not wanting to startle the kitten again. He has to follow their agreement and take the little guy to a shelter first. If he doesn't get adopted within 3 months and he's still attached, then Shoyuta can bring him home. Curse his past self for sneaking home one too many half-feral cats without Hisashi knowing. He knows Hisashi would adore this little guy, he'd be attached in a heartbeat. He always puts up a fuss about another cat, but it's never more than a few hours before he's even more attached than Shoyuta. Especially if it's a cuddly cat like Fruit Dip. He needs to come up with a name for this kitty though, the ones they come up with at the shelter are terrible. Utter abominations of normality that should never be within 20 feet of a cat's title. But what should he call him? What suits this cautious, little rumbling, criminal terrorizer? Shoyuta brushed the pad of his thumb over the kitten's cheek under its closed eyes, feeling the purr through his hand and the vibrating from the plastic dumpster lid through his wrist. If it wasn't so adorable, the bellowing in the mostly empty dumpster might even be ominous. He's got it. How do you feel about Cthulhu? The cat lifted his head to stare at him with eyes that flashed an almost acid green in the light from the end of the alley. This is it. Everything he's been doing comes down to what happens right now. The difference between getting into Yui and moving towards his future, and watching the painstakingly salvaged crumbs of his life finally scatter to the wind. He can do this. He can do this. He can do this. He can do this. Just breathe. It's not technically breaking and entering, he's not breaking anything. And well, he is entering, but, oh man, he doesn't want to do this. No, he has to. Where else is he gonna find animals that are useful for being a hero? A cat is great and all, dogs have their uses too, and all sorts of other everyday animals can be used for gathering information and stealth and all that, but he's got nothing suited for fighting, for combat. He has to do this. He tried to find animals to add to his roster the legal way mostly legal, but there's no time left. The entrance exam is the day after tomorrow and he's come all this way already. He officially ran the clock down to the wire. And it's not like the animals aren't used to people, them being here in the first place is more damaging than what he's about to do. They're not even gonna notice him, they'll all be asleep. Yeah, they'll be asleep, and Izuku will be too small anyway. It's not like they stop actual wildlife from going in and out, it's an open-air place, at least the pictures on the website showed as much. Izuku won't make a difference, he won't disturb the animals, it'll be a lot better than a person sneaking in to pet the animals they're not supposed to. They won't even know he was there, he's not hurting anyone or anything. Yeah. Okay. Before he could talk himself out of it again, Izuku's body shifted with a slight tingling sensation into a tiny green bird and flew out of the bushes past the dark wood sign inlaid with friendly letters, "Welcome to Fuji Safari Park." Carrot. Izuku was scared to death and in complete awe from the moment he stepped through the open gates of Yui and couldn't take his eyes off of the massive gleaming building. Not only is the building itself an impressive marvel of architecture, but what it represents and the people found in its halls are even more so. He tripped but a girl was nice enough to catch him with her quirk, something to do with inertia negation maybe, and after that, he decided to stare at his feet like usual as he walked instead of gawking at the building, his face burning with embarrassment on top of his nausea all the way to the exam hall. His hands shook as he got registered at the desk and he'd like to say it was just nerves about the exam but that would be a bald-faced lie as socially anxiety is an unfortunate thing and the person checking examinees in is pro-hero Pathfinder. He knew intellectually that Yui is a school full of heroes, and he had done what he now recognizes as probably a poor job of preparing himself for that, to not freak out and embarrass himself, but well, that ship has sailed. He hadn't thought the people signing examinees in would be the first heroes he saw and well-known ones at that. Then again, that may have been deliberate. The principal of Yui is pro-hero Nedzu who has an intelligence quirk, so it's entirely possible that they have well-known heroes signing the examinees in on purpose. It would serve as a number of things, a deterrent on people trying to sneak in, a reminder that cheating isn't the best idea, a PR thing, even to just get examinees over the shock factor of seeing pro-heroes in person because Izuku can't imagine that many of the people here for the exam are accustomed to seeing pro-heroes up close in person. Izuku certainly isn't. While letting his thoughts run away to help calm down, he found his seat in the massive auditorium and spent the next 20 minutes tangling and squeezing his fingers within an inch of their life, the blood flow rapidly turning his fingers all shades of white, red, and purple while the rest of the exam hall filled and finally the tests were passed out by pro-hero ectoplasm. He fumbled out a thank you when receiving his test and tried not to freak out internally when the pro-clone nodded in response. Thankfully the hero is already behind him so the man didn't see how red he knows his face must be right now. He listened to the instructions for the written test, pacing his breaths to calm down as much as possible, and while it doesn't help much, it helps enough. He has trouble with crowds at the best of times but there are so many people in here, in front of him, behind him, everyone looking around and looking at him whether it's a passing glance or a lingering one. It raises his hackles, he can feel his fur, hair on his skin standing on end and through the entire exam he has to keep reminding himself that he's fine and safe as he worked his way through questions. Nothing is gonna happen to him in a room full of pro-heroes and hundreds of examinees taking their high school entrance exam. Nobody who applies to this school is willing to risk their shot of getting in just to mess with someone they don't know. He's fine. It's all good. No matter the reassurances he tells himself though, he can't shake the feeling he's being watched and can't help looking around every time the feeling hits, and more often than not, he finds someone at least looking in his direction, but it feels like it's coming from somewhere else. The horrible nausea that's followed him from this morning keeps getting worse even though he made sure to eat more than usual so he has energy for the tests. It's not the lack of food or even the test anxiety that's making him sick and uneasy. It's definitely that he knows for a fact kids from his old school and kids from his area of the city, ones that have tried to attack him and his clouder before, are sitting in this hall, and he can see a few of them from here. He can reason to himself till the sun goes down that they won't recognize him, that they've got their own worries and nerves to deal with right now, but that won't account for after the test. How many of them are taking the hero portion of the exam? It has to be at least half. This is the top hero school in the country, and although their acceptance rate is low, their application rate is higher than most colleges. He knows there's cameras in here too because he keeps looking up at the ceiling rafters above the fluorescent lights and occasionally sees a small red light. He'd guess a rotating camera that's probably looking for cheaters, which doesn't help the nauseous burning in his stomach every time it turns his way even though he knows he isn't cheating. His luck has always been abysmal enough that he can't even reason that it would be easy to prove he wasn't if he was accused. It's probably suspicious how often he's looking around, but he can't stop himself. He feels eyes on him, he has to look. It's automatic. Which means he finds himself looking up, directly at that red light and flinching so hard his toes popped, immediately returning his eyes to his paper more often than he'd like. When he was finally done with his exam, he still couldn't relax, and won't until he's tucked safely in the cat house listening to the ocean and brushing soft fur under his fingers, but his shoulders dropped several centimeters as soon as he finished checking his answers a third time and just has to wait. Waiting has always been hard, but he thinks he's gained a lot of patience in his time as a cat. After what felt like a lifetime of actual hell, the exam was finally over and there was an odd sweep of solidarity through the hall as everyone seemed to let out a collective sigh of relief. The booklets were collected again by ectoplasm cyclones, so cool. And he remembered to say thank you again even though it was a bit quiet and with a false start, but it was only one, so he won't burn with embarrassment for too long. He hopes. When the tests were collected, everyone not taking the hero exam was directed out of the auditorium and to their designated test areas for whatever course they were going for. The lights dimmed after their departure, with a truly impressive number of examinees still in the room. He mentally reminded himself of the 3 steps he broke this day down into to help control his nerves. The written, the practical, getting home. Repeating that like a mantra has helped keep his shaking under control. That and curling and uncurling his hands, the fabric of his breathes on his thighs, kneading his sore hands the same way cats, including himself, make biscuits. The action was a lot more comforting than the breathing, but the combination of both, plus the lights dimming, finally took the slightest bit of edge off. He doesn't like being so visible and out in the open, but he never would have even thought about the fluorescent lighting making him more nervous if they hadn't turned the lights down. 1 part down, 2 parts to go. Breathe in. Breathe out. Squeeze. Release. He felt so bad for not responding to present Mike, as the hero proctor called a greeting out to the hall, but if he even tries to open his mouth right now, he's going to throw up, and he can barely focus through the blender of anxiety in his belly. Nevertheless, he was able to power through it and listen as carefully as possible to the explanation of the practical. He's not sure what he expected, but it wasn't robots and a mock urban battle, though he knew without a doubt that combat of some kind was going to be part of it. Combat is an unavoidable part of heroics. Izuku almost threw up when a student stood up and interrupted the pro-hero's explanation. It wasn't even him who did it, and he still curled in on himself, the instinct to draw as little attention as possible so strong that he actually felt his quirk bristle in preparation and had to consciously slam on the brakes to stop himself from transforming. He doesn't even want to think about what would happen if he used his quirk in public, in the middle of a school full of pro-heroes right before the hero exam. He'd probably be lucky if he just got kicked out and they didn't call Fukudashi or his social worker to come get him. At worst, they could arrest him. He was far more grateful than reasonable when the presentation was over, and couldn't help admiring present Mick's ability to deal with the situation so smoothly, smooth enough that Izuku only noticed after the fact, and finally he was following the flow of prospective students and the group number he was dedicated to the assigned buses that will take them to the practical testing grounds. There were about 5 buses that came back at least twice before Izuku got on his own bus, and while he squeezed his fingers and choked back nausea during the ride, when they arrived, over a dozen contestants stood in front of the testing ground already. He's ashamed to admit that he wouldn't have thought to stretch in the meantime if he wasn't watching nearly half the people here doing just that, but he made a point to remember it from now on as he did some basic stretching that middle school had them do. He doesn't typically need to warm up as a cat to go hunting, but stretching as a cat is a delightfully pleasant sensation, so it tends to be something he does throughout the day anyway. Stretching right now proved to be the right call because he's more tense than he realized. He hates to think what would have happened if he didn't loosen up before he goes on whatever mad dash for points this will be. He had trouble with obstructing his view of everyone and couldn't stop himself from constantly looking around, but he did see the nice girl from earlier and briefly considered going up to her to wish her luck, and maybe he would have, if he didn't see the boy from earlier between them, and any scrap of courage he might have mustered to interact with another person recoiled immediately. As his muscles pulled taut and loosened, Izuku's blood began to circulate away from his face for a change. The nervous sweat sped along the cooling of his cheeks, and with each breath having to contort to the stretching, the anxious cloud over his mind began to shift. This is a mock villain attack in an urban area. Which means there's several things he'll need to watch out for in addition to keeping track of his points while he fights. Namely the other examinees. He's going to have to snap analyze their quirks to avoid getting caught in the line of fire, just like his first day of middle school when he didn't know half the kids who had something to say about him being quirkless. He hates doing snap reads, but it's better than nothing. There's gonna be over a dozen people running around in there shooting off quirks they have no experience using around other people. There's going to be mishaps and he can't afford to end up in a hospital for so many reasons. He will miss the exam if he tries to list them all. Speaking of lists, he straightened up, running down the mental list of his transformation options as he scanned the crowd around him looking for clues about people's quirks. Some of them were obvious, some took a little more subtle scrutiny, and some he surprisingly recognized. The scary blue-haired boy? He didn't see the engines in his legs before, but as soon as he did, he immediately knew who the boy was. He's 90% sure that boy is an Ida. A legacy hero family. No wonder he's so strict. He must have pretty high standards and… Izuku tried not to grimace outwardly. He has probably been training with actual pro heroes his entire life. He tried not to curl in on himself or get discouraged, because that's amazing. But that's also at least one person he has almost no chance of beating for a slot in the hero course. And this is just one arena. There are at least 4 other arenas that he knows about, and he's not even sure if they're doing all the contestants at once or in groups. It would probably depend on how their point tracking is set up, cause there's no way they're going to leave that up to the examinees and take them at their word. Not with competition this fierce. This is going to be mayhem, a mad dash through a concrete jungle for any point he can get before someone else does. Ha! Fierce competition, in a jungle. That transformation could work. It's not too big, he could probably hold that transformation much better and for longer than the first thing he thought of. It's fast, powerful, agile, and a predator, and predators are always a good choice for hunting. Hunting. Izuku perked up, resisting the urge to jump in place as the idea struck him. If he treats this like hunting, actually, now that he thinks about it, this pretty much is hunting. Competing for food and defending his prey is not much different from fighting other examinees for points. With that thought, a natural calm washed over him, his shoulders uncurling and rolling them as a tingle slid through his back muscles, flexing the way they do when he's a cat, preparing for more lithe, graceful and balanced movements than the clumsy lumbering steps of controlled falling that human people do. Hunting is something he's good at. And with this animal, it won't even be that different. The movements of felines are something he's in tune with. Izuku jumped when present mix quirk boomed from somewhere above him. Okay, start. Izuku could feel the confusion around him as he and everyone else present looked to the tower beside where they're all waiting, that he assumes is probably a control room of some sort. On top of the structure stood the voice hero with one foot up on the ledge of the building. Being a hero must rearrange the lines of self-preservation, if not erase them entirely. And get rid of any fear of heights someone may have. What's wrong? There are no count. The hero barely got the first words out before an electrifying tingle shot through Izuku's body, and like slow motion, in what felt like ages and barely a few seconds at the same time. Every change sweeping through him with a prickling tingle like a sudden icy breeze. Green fur streaked with long black lines in a pattern that almost everyone on Earth would recognize sprouted from his skin, his ears moving and changing atop his head as he dropped forward, spine stretching, becoming longer and looser during his forward descent into what would have either been a good stance for push-ups, or a broken nose if his hands hadn't rippled and hit the ground as massive green paws instead, much bigger than his usual ones. His once human nails reformed under fur and skin into razor-sharp retractable claws the size of large shark teeth. His eyesight shifted like it does when he's a cat, but then it didn't stop, colors muting like a pair of yellow-tinted contacts had been slotted over his eyes. His spine finally stopped at the tip of a much stronger and longer tail than he's used to. All before the hero even finished his sentence. Downs in real fights. Run, run. The die has been cast, you know. Izuku felt it the moment his back paws got traction on the asphalt and he lunged forward. Half on purpose and half on instinct, as many objects, people, darted away from him through the gate, triggering the familiar instinct to chase. The pull of that instinct is much more intense than he's felt before. It's so weird to be in a feline body and still be so high off the ground. To be so big, PRD. Not even his human shape is this big, and right now he's not just the size of a full-grown adult human, he can feel his own weight. He knows that he could not only knock down a full-grown adult, he could drag them for however long he wanted to, or rather, for however long his transformation lasts. He's never felt so strong in his life. Muscles he could only dream of having before rippling under his skin, making him feel light even though he knows for a fact that tigers are anything but. His paws make heavy thunderous impacts up his arms' legs every time they hit the ground as he darts forward, quickly outpacing the examinees he was following into the mock city. He's not sure if the gray colors of the city are real, because it's a fake city, and he's not sure how far UA went with the recreation of something that's just going to be destroyed, but there are signs and Things that look like they should have a variety of bright colors but they all just look green, and gray and yellow to him, and considering the other people are all in the same shades, he's going to assume it's a him problem. He did not, and could not have accounted for what color the robots are, or that their metal has a matte finish. Still, he's embarrassed to admit that if his eyes were not attuned to movement he would not have even seen the robot that came around the corner to his right as he ran through the city looking for prey robots. And he still jumped out of his skin, attacking it out of pure reflex. Paws the size of baseball mitts with thrice the strength collided with metal, a vicious shriek worse than nails on a chalkboard ripping through the noisy air as his claws raked down the front of the toppling robot. A plume of concrete and dust spurted into the air as the robot hit the pavement like a fridge dropped from a second-floor balcony and landed with a booming thud that would have rattled his bones if they weren't so dense at the moment. Good to know his first instinct as a tiger is to attack instead of bolt like it is as a cat. He didn't have much time to recover before he lunged at another movement that zoomed towards him and the second robot hit the ground with a resounding shriek of metal that echoed off the surrounding buildings. Only after his claws ripped the front paneling to ribbons did it occur to him that these robots are made to be defeatable by far less violent and powerful means than a tiger attack. In a word, they're fragile. Which means he doesn't have to expend much energy to destroy them if he gets a good momentum up and just works to maintain it. An object in motion stays in motion and all that. He nodded to himself, resolving to try something and didn't have to look far for more robots. He jumped at one robot and then immediately to the next without stopping, and sure enough, his weight alone is enough to crush whatever important stuff is under the torso of these fragile partially humanoid robots. A happy growling purr rumbled in his ribcage like a jet engine, and he thought Colby's purrs were loud at the success. He didn't even need to use his claws really. He tried them out on the next ones anyway, totally not because he might never have a chance to after this or anything, it's just smart to test out all his abilities to choose the best methods, and it only took 2 well-placed slashes to the torso and 1 well-placed slash to the thin neck area to destroy the robots. The neck area was surprisingly easier to go for. It was an instinctual target. Weak points like the neck and legs of prey he's trying to kill and or disable to prevent escape feels like second nature, and he can't tell if that's solely natural instinct or if his own knowledge is playing any part. He's not sure how he would test it, or if it's even worth testing. Izuku actually forgot he wasn't just here to hunt a new type of prey and testing out what this transformation can do, until another examinee zoomed past him and shrieked like they'd seen a ghost. Izuku swiveled where he stood on top of a robot and watched the boy with pointy spiraled hair spin on their heel so fast they almost fell over and hightail it back around a corner. Oh, right. Exam. At least it was far enough away from him that he isn't tempted to chase after them. A tiger's instincts are a little harder to rein in than a cat's. Izuku's mouth dropped open, saliva sliding off large teeth, feeling like ice water was just dumped over his head. Oh no! He forgot to keep track of his points. An unhappy whine escaped the anxious tiger, sounding far more dramatic than he meant to, and he ran off with renewed anxiety, continuing to chase down robots like mice in alleyways, and struggling to keep his count as he went. After the third time he lost count, he gave up trying. It won't be accurate anymore no matter what he does, so there's no point in bothering. Pun not intended. A few more examinees screamed upon seeing him, and most of them jumped like they'd walked into a horror movie, booking it in a different direction at the sight of him. Izuku would blush if he could at the several times he had to abort a pursuit mid-pounce. There's just something about things that run that make him want to chase, you know? He knows he acknowledged it before, but he can't help saying it again. Controlling tiger instincts is really difficult. New transformations are always like this, they take a while to adjust to. Another reason why choosing a feline, whose movements are similar to something he's already used to, was a good idea that he wishes was on purpose instead of being a happy accident, but beggars can't be choosers. The bolder test takers that only startled or paused at the sight of him started giving him a wide BRTH instead of outright fleeing the area to find robots elsewhere. And more were doing it by the second, so Izuku guesses that robots are getting hard to find. Does that mean the exam is nearing the end? How long has it been since they started? In his pursuit for robots, he's wound up somewhere near the middle again, with a direct line of sight to the entrance gate down the large main road he's standing in. It's kind of hard to tell the robots apart even after identifying key differences and being outright told before they began which ones are which, but he doesn't think he's run into any of those 0-point robots. And all the destroyed robots along the road are of the same 3 types as well, at least of the ones that are still intact enough to tell. It's a little disheartening to see how many other people here are capable of this amount of destruction. Even if he's right about the bots being deliberately fragile. He wandered between piles of metal avoiding patches of leaked oil and sparks searching for movement and robots, but with every second that he didn't see anything he grew more frantic. This arena is so much bigger than he could have imagined. He has to be almost half a mile from the entrance, and he's even wandered back from where he was farther out before. This would have been hell to traverse as a cat. There's no way he wouldn't have noticed wandering so far. It's far bigger than the size of his Clouder's territory. Tiger's territories must be much bigger than his initial guess because he doesn't even feel like he's wandered too far. Of course, that could just be due to the fact the place he would consider his den is way too far from here. Izuku made a mental note to learn more about tigers later. He's not quite sure how he'll manage that, but UA has to have a library he can probably use to find out. If he gets in. Some of the point counts the other examinees are shouting around him are making him sweat. It's hard to determine what robots he's been destroying, especially when a lot of them end up unidentifiable after he's smushed and or slashed them. So he could have anywhere from dozens of points if he's been hunting 3-pointers, to under 30 if he's been hunting 1-pointers this whole time. His tail flicked side to side in agitation, nerves eating him alive as a dread-anxiety cocktail sat heavy and swirling in his stomach. His rumbling stomach. All this hunting and the huge amount of energy he's sunk into it, and not a single thing to eat. He shook his head, huffing out of his nose and growling unhappily. He huffed again, hanging his mouth open and letting his barbed tongue dry in the smoky taste of the nose-wrinkling air. Taste aside, it's a lot better than overheating. He's not sure if it's just because he's been moving around and fighting and worked up a sweat, which is different than how a human sweats to cool down unfortunately, but he's a lot warmer than usual. His fur is so much warmer than when he's a cat. He can't remember the last time he was overheating. Note to self. Tiger temperature regulation is bad. Izuku let out a big yawn, stretching his mouth as wide as he could, tongue curling between serrated carnassial teeth. Despite the yawn, he's not as tired as he thought he would be from all this. After resting for a mere few seconds and trying to cool down via breathing, he was back to hunting for more robots and having to resist the urge to go slowly and lumber his way so as not to spook prey and converse energy. What he wouldn't give to be able to use this transformation during the winter. He could keep the entire Clouder warm with the amount of heat he's putting off, assuming they didn't freak out and scatter in all directions, never to be seen again at the mere sight of him. If his theory about them knowing it's him because of smell, it's possible that they would recognize him after an initial scare. Or maybe if they saw him transform outside at a short distance first. That seemed to work better when they were getting accustomed to his transforming in the first place. He hasn't really done any other regular transformations near them though, aside from when he runs out of energy and doesn't exactly choose the smaller thing he winds up as. He's always been away from the cat house, hunting, or trying to, when he tried different things. They've never attacked him before, but being smaller than a cat probably has a much different reaction than being even bigger than an adult human, being a predator this big. Izuku froze as the ground began to rumble like the beginnings of an earthquake. He jumped out of his skin, ears flattening against his head as booming popping noises burst and shot plumes of brown smoke and dust into the air. A harsh repetitive grating noise like a wagon 20 times his size with a squeaky wheel pierced the air and Izuku's ears hurt as he heard dozens, possibly hundreds of glass windows shattering, raining sharp tink-s to the asphalt to assault his sensitive ears. A loud bang tore an unintentional threatening roar from his chest and sent his hackles raising, his entire posture curling like a tight spring, ready to pounce. A shadow loomed over the street and he whipped around among gasps and froze. He hardly had a moment to think and process what he was seeing before all hell broke loose. Dust rushed past him with the pressure of an explosion and concrete flew like hail the size of boulders, impacting the street, and suddenly he felt like a real villain is attacking. Screams filled the air, people shouting to run. Frantic examinees rushed past him like a river around a rock, all of them panicking. Only one thought came to mind for Izuku. Oh. That's the 0-pointer. Standing in a place he had wandered past no less than 3 times not even 5 minutes ago. Obstacle to be avoided, his furry stripped butt. Examinees sprinted towards the entrance like their lives depended on it. The whirring tread of tank-like wheels big enough to crush them like grapes behind them like a death toll. And just like the instinct Izuku has been fighting off and on since the moment he transformed, the robot towering over the buildings beside it, gave chase. Not for the first time, Izuku's entire body shrieked with the bone-deep understanding that he is prey. His body moved on its own, instinct completely taking over as he whirled around, claws digging into the asphalt for as much traction as possible, exam forgotten and leaving only the breakneck thrumming of his heart, every muscle in his body pushing to the tune of the single concept screaming through his head like nothing else existed in his brain. Flee or die. And that's what he did. He ran like a true tiger would from a stampede. Like there were hounds and flames and the greatest predator of all nipping at his heels, death itself. It's a miracle he even heard it over the pounding of his own blood in his ears and the shrill alarm of survive and everything that came with it emptying his head of everything else. A tiger's hearing is sharp, so it's no wonder he's the only one who heard it. A sharp yelp through the chaos of the terrified, trampling retreat, and whirring of machinery. Of the pounding of concrete hitting the ground in chunks big enough to take someone's head off their shoulders, raining on all sides of the street like a meteor shower. With eyes attuned to movement and little color to distract, he immediately zeroed in on a single spot of struggling, dusty yellow among a pile of jagged gray rock. Tigers aren't just strong and fast, they're agile. It was like his instincts that had been driving him such to an entirely different set, but still no thought was had. Thick claws dug into the asphalt and like a true big cat, Izuku's entire body banked, not losing a single thread of momentum as he switched directions, his body twisting and tilting like a motorcycle on a highway, doing a complete within moments of spotting her. A blur of green and black stripes shot past in the opposite direction of examinees he had just run past. The reverb of his paws hitting the ground sent shocks all the way through his shoulders as he ran full speed down the street directly towards the smattering of yellow and towards the danger. Seconds blurred all sense of time, only being measured in each burst of strength his legs could give him until Izuku reached the girl. If she screamed upon seeing him, he couldn't hear it, as her flinch coincided with the giant robot punching the street again and sending a wave of dust rushing past and several golf ball-sized chunks of debris to hit his flank, but he refused to let it distract him. He's stronger than he's ever been, but no matter what he thought of, he couldn't find a way to push the debris with his paws without hurting her in such a short amount of time. The tread of the zero-pointer was like a countdown from hell. He needs something more precise, something prehensile like the monkeys he has, but strong enough, like, aha. As soon as it crossed his mind, the tiger's fur rippled, the hair disappearing like it was never there, folding in and expanding. The tingle burst through Izuku like a star at a dizzying pace as his line of sight shot up like he'd been thrown into the air. His paws flattening and ballooning and already strong legs thickened like tree trunks with knees, teeth became tusks and the anxious huffing burst into a near-frantic trumpet. Dull green skin stretched and in a handful of milliseconds an elephant stood where a tiger once had. Izuku had no time to process the girl's startled shout or the face she was making, just that it was somewhere between fear and nausea, both feelings he's intimately familiar with. His trunk moved as easily as he could his human arm with only a slight fumble as he slid it under the slab of concrete and in a snap decision, instead of just flipping it off of her, Izuku swung his head to the side at the same time and flung it. A reverberating clang boomed through the mock street, louder than a car crash, like 100-square-foot empty metal barrel had been struck by lightning, as the debris slammed into the head of the zero-pointer. Izuku was too busy to spare a glance with this form's stiff range of motion even when only a few seconds later an even bigger crash, one that shook the ground, followed. He wrapped his trunk around the girl and all but snatched her off the ground, curling her under his chin behind his tusks to protect her from the rain of debris pelting his back and ran. The ground shook and cracked for an entirely different reason as Izuku's thunderous steps on the street betrayed his desperate retreat. Despite the heavy pounding movements that shook his entire body with every step, he concentrated on keeping the girl as stable as he could until he got far enough that he didn't feel the skitters of danger on his back anymore, far enough that it didn't feel like something was unloading a Gatling gun of marbles into his back. Only then did he finally take a moment to think and listen, and he was greeted with a dizzying relief at the lack of whirring. Not just the loud one from the zero-pointer, but none anywhere. Izuku finally breathed, which was a little hard with how the girl's jacket suctioned to the end of his trunk. It's probably safe enough to put her down now. Probably. Holding a single transformation for so long, the entire practical so far, was hard. It's the only reason he was even able to do the elephant without even stopping to think about it, but this transformation really is just too big and this handful of a couple dozen frantic seconds burned over half the energy he had left at a rate fast enough he can physically feel it burning away, like paper in a bonfire. He barely had time to stretch his trunk and put the girl down and she let go of his super-sensitive trunk before his head swam. It's so weird to have such a prehensile extra limb with almost the same dexterity and feeling as his human hands. He's proud of himself for getting the both of them clear, but he really pushed it with this. The ground shook as the elephant staggered and pulled the barely risen girl back down. An alarm trumpet vibrated through his trunk in a weak attempt to alert what was about to happen as Izuku lilted to the side. He felt the tingling shoot through his sore body like an electric net. Sometimes he wonders if this is what getting tossed feels like. The ground shook again with the slamming of his foot as he tried to catch himself from a stumble, before he felt the free-falling sensation of rapidly becoming smaller. As the ground rushed towards him, the darkness at the edges of his vision rushed to the center. He barely felt the impact of his own body before it swallowed him. Izuku's eyes felt heavy and sticky, like they were glued shut. It was hard to force them to peel open without using his hand to physically lift the lids, yet he still tried, and his efforts were greeted with a white mound of cloth. It took a second of slow processing, and a heavy blink to realize he's in a bed. An actual bed. With a mattress and a pillow and everything. He was so tired he didn't want to move, but the blankets and the smell of things that make his nose itch with a slight burn drove him to lift his head in an effort to get away from it. It was a futile effort, as the entire room, wherever this is drowning in the chemical stench, and instead, his eyes settled on the light-colored walls of the room around him. A room he quickly recognized by its furniture as an infirmary. Well, that explains the unpleasant smell and the impossibility of getting away from it. It's not so bad the longer he breathes, his nose adjusting to the sting, though it still makes him want to sneeze and bury his nose in the blanket and breathe through the cloth. Ah, finally awake, I see. Izuku jumped at the unexpected voice and his nerves tingled, pouring anxiety through his body like soy sauce over rice. Don't fret, dearie. An elderly voice soothed. You fainted from quirk exhaustion. It seems your last transformation was a little too much for you. Izuku caught his reflection in the glass of a standing case full of medicine bottles and tiny vials of unknown things. So he's a rabbit then. That's unusual. He hasn't done this transformation before. He sort of expected to be a cat after passing out. His nose twitched and began to wiggle, his ears twisting as he adjusted to the sounds and finally got his brain online to think. He can't believe he actually managed an elephant transformation. But if he didn't even have the energy left over to be a cat afterwards, never mind a human, just how close did he cut it? He went from holding a tiger transformation for something like half an hour, to an elephant for a few minutes, and ended up as something as small as a tiny rabbit afterwards. That's kind of scary. He's never pushed it so far before. He's never tried to hold on to a shift when it reached the dizzy mark. He's always let go immediately, but what if they hadn't been out of danger yet and he had tried to? What would happen? He's not sure he wants to know. Oh, but he does. He shook his head. This is not the time. Bringing himself back to the situation at hand, his vision is a little odd. There's less dimension than he's used to, almost like the world is in 2D, and he can see way more than he's used to. It's like looking through a super wide-angle camera. He can almost see behind himself. It was very disorienting for the first few seconds, but just as with the tiger, he adjusted quickly, like it was natural, and it was easy to spot the old woman in a lab coat out of one eye, watching him. Curious that you would turn into something else, rather than revert to human. Assuming you were human to begin with. Izuku stared at the old woman. It took a minute to recognize her, and he did right as she introduced herself. I'm Recovery Girl, dearie. The nurse on staff here at UA. It seems the number you listed as your contact on the admission form was unavailable, so we had no choice but to wait for you to wake up. A spike of panic shot through him before he remembered he doesn't actually have to answer like this, which means he doesn't have to worry about lying just yet or that his face will give him away. Instead, he just nodded. The exaggerated motion feeling a little weird like this. It feels like he's learned more about his quirk in this one day than he has since the first month he got it, but this vision stuff is new. Like, new, not just unnoticed new. He briefly noticed it after his first transformation into a cat, but the change was minimal, just seeing better in the dark, but his vision hasn't been affected by other things like what colors he can see or his range of vision before. As a tiger everything was more yellow and greenish, but not that different. Now, he can see almost the entire room around him, but, hold on, it wasn't like that when he first woke up? And he knows for a fact that rabbits can't see reds, but he can very clearly see that exact color around the room, and even shades of pink in Recovery Girl's costume. What's going on? If you're able to, would you mind turning back, dearie? Izuku processed the words for a long second before quickly nodding and shuffling under the white covers, nose twitching as the smell of the room is much more tolerable under here, just like he'd thought. Soft green fur and big ears began to recede, tingles racing through his tiny, tough muscles as his body grew and a wave of dizziness hit him like he'd stood up too fast, but once his skin finished settling into place he was able to prop himself up onto his elbows in the bed. So sorry, my mom works during the day, so that's probably why she didn't answer. Izuku bit his lip, burning in self-conscious anxiety because his stutter hasn't been this bad since, well, ever, and the fact he now has nothing but a thin white blanket, thankfully not see-through in the slightest despite being the color most notorious for such a thing, and the guilt swarming his heart like a hive of angry bees for lying isn't helping. He prepared for this to happen before he even wrote that number down on the application, knowing the stubborn old man refuses to answer calls from numbers he doesn't recognize, no matter how many times they call. If he could have, he would have left the section blank, but it was a required field of the admission form and he was not about to put down Fukudashi's number. He would sooner put down his social workers than his legal guardians. I see. Recovery girl nodded in understanding. It wasn't uncommon for parents to be working while their kids took the exam. After all, it isn't like the sports festival where people can come and watch. The exam is closed to the public and is strictly for UA's teaching staff and board members. Even pro heroes are no exception, and that rule is exactly what Izuku was counting on. He stiffened as the gray-haired woman's eyes narrowed on his face before trailing down to his very visible collarbones and shoulder. Suddenly he's thankful for the stubborn baby fat in his cheeks that keep his face from looking gaunt and sickly, even if it makes him look younger than he is. His height does not help with looking his age, but everything has its advantages. That being said, it does nothing for the rat's nest that is his hair. He tried to cut it a little, mostly out of anxiety while he was preparing for exam day, but it was very choppy. The only saving grace is that it's curly and you can't really tell. He subconsciously shuffled further under the blanket and recovery girl smiled warmly at him. If she had anything to say about him, she kept it to herself, and as nervous as that makes him, he couldn't be more grateful for not having to come up with an on-the-spot excuse for his thinness. Well, dearie. Your clothes are beside you on the table there. I'll let you get dressed. Then we'll get a meal and some fluids in you to handle that exhaustion and see if we can't get a hold of your mother one more time before we send you on your way, alright? Izuku's cheeks turned bright red as his stomach growled at the mention of food and avoided her eyes as he bowed his head stiffly. Thank you. She closed the curtain for him and he let out a silent breath of relief at being allowed to dress in peace and privacy, and thankfully he hadn't torn his clothes. They're brand new from the cheap racks at the donation center, and he spent all of what little money he had on them just for today's exam. It's too suspicious for a 15-year-old kid to turn up to a high school entrance exam looking like a hobo. No offense to Eraserhead, but adults can get away with that a lot easier than a kid can. Especially when they're an underground pro hero and it helps their anonymity. He needed new clothes anyway, but he wants to keep these ones as nice as possible for as long as he can because it'll be a while before he can afford something else. The t-shirt that says long sleeve shirt across the chest and the pair of dark shorts are too big, but thankfully the shirt isn't big enough to cause suspicion, easily mistaken for a fashion choice, and it's long enough to cover how tight he has to cinch the drawstring on the shorts just so they'll stay up. He needed something he can grow into for the next few years, so he didn't really have a choice but to get a bigger size. And if he takes a moment to rehearse the lie about hand-me-downs in his head a few more times, that's his business. His cheeks flushed hot, heart hammering as he got dressed at just the thought of potentially reverting back into a person when he runs out of energy instead of a smaller animal. He's never been more thankful for this part of his quirk. Without it, not only would he have been naked in the middle of the exam arena in front of dozens of people, including present Mike, and whoever else was in that control tower, but he wouldn't have been able to explain the fact that he can still count his ribs even after a full meal while flexing, which would lead to an inquiry about his home life, which would get Fukudashi involved, and he would be so totally screwed in so many different ways it makes his head hurt and eyes sting with stress tears just thinking about it. He's been bolder the last week, taking risks to get more food than normal, than was safe to get, in preparation for the exam, but some of it had gone bad and he threw up a few times. It had given him horrible stomach cramps, so some of it was wasted. But even if he had kept it all down and gained 5 pounds, it wouldn't have been enough to make a difference to the naked eye. He's bony. His ribs, hips, and shoulders visibly jut out in sharp lines, and he's just glad the sleeves on this shirt are long enough to cover his upper arms and hide how knobby his elbows actually are, because it would be a dead giveaway, even if it's common for teenagers to be lanky. He's always been short and big-boned even if he was thin, so his forearms and wrists don't look that out of place. He just looks like a skinny kid. So long as no one looks too closely or gets their hands around him, he's fine. And as far as he can tell, no one has even looked twice until just now. Recovery girl probably would have asked him more personal and harder to dodge questions if she was suspicious. She's a hero after all. It's kind of their job to stick their nose into people's business when they think they might need help. Especially a kid. That comment about being human though, maybe she's suspicious that he isn't originally human, but there's no rules in UA that say an animal with a quirk can't apply. It would be super hypocritical if there was, given that the principal is an animal with a quirk, a very famous one that has single-handedly gotten so many laws overturned, reformed, and passed to protect and empower individuals like himself. Anyways, for all that concerns him right now, he's most worried about his scores for the exams. He doesn't have access to a computer and can't afford a phone, so he has no idea what the criteria for passing was, aside from what they'd been told at the beginning of the exams and on the application forms, which he had to beg a print shop owner to print out for him in exchange for 3 days of free, and illegal, manual LBR in the back of the shop as they got their paper deliveries. The man isn't nice and has no sympathy, but he's greedy and can be traded with. The trade is never fair by any right, but Izuku doesn't have the right or leverage to complain. Especially when he's the one asking for favors. His arms never hurt so much for 2 pieces of paper before, but he doesn't regret it. He'd do it again in a heartbeat, move even more boxes full of heavy parchment for twice as long, if that's what it would take to get a chance at attending UA. He got his chance. Now, he just hopes he hasn't blown it. Even if he manages to pass both the written and physical portions of the exam, it won't matter if he doesn't get that scholarship for impoverished households that will cover his tuition and school lunch. He won't be able to attend UA, the top hero school in the country, on his savings. Which he currently has none of. Unless you count the 2 500 yen coins in his pocket that he picked up off the street on his way here. Izuku's thoughts and anxieties continued to swirl until he was given warm food. He did his absolute best not to scarf it while they tried his mom again, but after it failed, he made up an excuse that she had a deadline and probably turned off her phone to concentrate. Saying he's all good now and that he'll just head home sounded like a pathetic excuse even to his own ears. Recovery girl didn't seem too pleased with it, but he's not 5 and they legally can't keep him here without cause, and the only cause they had, him being unconscious with quirk exhaustion, is taken care of. So as reluctant as they may be, without proof of something wrong, they have to let him go and he knows it, though he does feel bad for taking advantage of that fact. He thanked the staff, maybe a little more profusely than necessary, and headed out, careful about his route just in case. Heroes are nosy by nature and by training, so he won't take any chances. Before he got to a safe alley and changed, putting his clothes inside the clean trash bag and stuffed it between the buildings where it'll be safe and dry and kept in decent condition in a spot where he can get to it when he needs to without going all the way back to the beach. As soon as he got to the cat house, Izuku sprawled on the ground, staring up at the ceiling. He's absolutely exhausted. What a day. His muscles and joints are noodle limp and tired, with a promise of aching for the rest of the week. He's pretty sure that even his bones got jostled around and pushed to their limit, but he's exhausted and his stomach is a little upset from the food and nerves still, but not eating it all didn't even cross his mind. Stomach aches are way better than hunger pains. If he hadn't slept in the nurse's office for a few hours, he may have been too tired or sick to walk home. A wide smile split his face without permission. He saw so many heroes up close. He even got to meet Recovery Girl. This day could only have gone better if he had gotten autographs and tracked enough of his points in the practical to feel safe about his chances of being accepted. As it stands, he fell asleep on the floor of the cat house long before most of the Clouder found their way back and was dead to the world for almost 20 hours. Izuku waited on the side of Fukudashi's house all day every day for the whole week, risking sneaking in and out of the house for food more than he ever has and getting increasingly nervous every day as he watched and listened to the man wonder where things had disappeared to, becoming angrier and angrier that he could have sworn he bought something and hadn't eaten it. Thankfully he was usually too drunk to remember if he had, and occasionally leaving some crumbs on plates and wrappers around him or his armchair made the man think he had eaten it while drunk and just didn't remember. He burst into Izuku's room a few times to blame him, but Izuku made sure he was never in the house while the man was awake and he rarely went in when he was even home, preferring to wait until Fukudashi left if he could. He staked out the mailbox every day from around the time the mail was supposed to show up to when he was positive it wasn't there, giving up a whole hour, sometimes 2, every day of trying to find his next meal. Though his newest transformation of rabbit was helpful with that. There wasn't a lot of grass and vegetation to munch on near the edges of the fence per se, but chewing on and hiding as a green rabbit in those pockets of overgrown green grass under the shade of bushes while enjoying a vision range of almost 360, was a lot more useful and safer than just hanging out as a dirty cat or a small bird in a half-dead bush. Most of the time. Occasionally when he was bored or brave enough he became a crow and chilled on the roof or in the trees to watch. He's never been more grateful for his genes, his camouflage was near perfect. Enough that it took the edge off of waiting in possibly the most dangerous area to him. Birds are less noticeable than cats, but they make him way more nervous because of the incident with his first time as a bird that he would rather not relive. He spent half his time watching the sky instead of doing whatever he set out to do, so he didn't spend long amounts of time in that form. The rabbit is quickly becoming one of his favorites, if only for the sheer ability to literally just eat grass and be damn near invisible to people among the foliage. If he wasn't so small, he might risk trying this transformation at the cat house to test run the Clouder's reactions, but the last few weeks have been stressful enough, he'll save that experiment for later. When he can afford it. Most days he was disappointed after the mail carrier came and went, and he quickly checked the box for a letter for him as stealthily as he could. He knew Fukudashi was usually out at this time and wouldn't be home until well after dark, but it was close to the end of the month, which means any day now he would get a check from social services for taking care of Izuku, which means he'd be around to collect the mail until he got the check. He was so nervous that Fukudashi would get his letter from UA before he could that his head felt like it was made of helium and his stomach turned like a rock polisher the entire time he waited. Even the grass didn't help much after a certain point. That, or it could just be that skipping meals is more dangerous for him than a normal person because of the energy requirements for his quirk. Especially because he's been changing back and forth between cat, bird, rabbit, and human every day for a whole week on top of skipping a more substantial meal than lawn clippings just to get first pick at the mail. Granted, it's not his best plan ever, but he doesn't really have another. Finally, Lady Luck took pity on him and rewarded his due diligence. Izuku perked up as the mail carrier came, setting a crisp white letter with a circle of red in the box, and as soon as the person was moving down the street, Izuku, a boy for once, jumped up from his hidden place at the side of the house and ran for the box, trying his best to not look too eager. He snatched the letter and his heart pounded at the UA symbol pressed into the old-fashioned wax seal. He stuffed the rest of the mail back into the box before taking off down the street like a penguin with its butt on fire. Without looking too suspicious, of course. Pretty sure he failed that part. He got 2 blocks away before he ducked into an alley and risked transforming into a dog just so he can run faster through dark stinky alleyways that always smell so much worse to a canine nose. He held the package and his old thin clothes securely in his mouth, a little saliva getting on them, but that doesn't matter. He's just going to rip the package open anyway, and as long as he can still read the contents, it won't be a problem. This is kinda hard for a letter though? Maybe they put it in a case or something to protect it. It's a bit small for that, it feels more like a disc. Oh no. If it's a video on a disc, who uses those anymore? Then again, wax seal, or a USB, he'll need a computer to see it. As soon as he got back to the beach, he transformed back to a person. He threw his clothes on in a rush, and ran to the cat house. He barely crawled inside before tearing at the package with his stubby fingers. His cat claws would have been more effective than stubby grimy nails, but he doesn't want to tear anything important by accident. He's too nervous to laugh at how the cats, the ones that were awake, immediately chased the paper scraps as he tore and flung them around the room like confetti. His worry morphed into confusion as a metal disc about the size of his palm with a blackish marble in the center tumbled out. It looks more like a cross between a Roomba, a drink coaster, and a frisbee than any sort of technology he's familiar with. It was quiet while he and the cat stared at it in confusion. Frosting let out a trilling little meow, curiously sniffing at the disc, as if asking Izuku what the hell he brought home for dinner. Izuku finally reached out, but before he could touch it, the giant, bulbous orange tabby that he affectionately named Cobbler pounced on the tiny blinking white light on the top. Izuku jumped, flailing as he fell on his backside, cats scattering like fireworks as a projection of all might, sprouted from the top of the device to the wall, the image distorted by the shapes of boxes. He scrambled to grab the device and in a last-ditch effort, aimed it at the ceiling as the flattest surface he could think of. Izuku, flat on his back, couldn't do anything but stare with his heart pounding in his throat as the message played. He didn't move a muscle aside from his breathing becoming more and more shallow and his chest starting to ache and burn from tensing, right up to the end of the video and the disappearance of the recording. He numbly sat up, pulling his knees up to his chest and wrapping his arms around himself. His eyes stung and tears slid down his cheeks before he was sobbing into the bony knobs loud enough to startle the cats that had ventured back inside, his shoulders shaking as worried cats wound around him on all sides, meowing, purring and brushing up against him, some batting at the device like it had personally offended them. He couldn't believe it. All that work. He sobbed as Colby brute-forced his way into Izuku's lap, almost pushing him back over. Izuku wrapped his arms around the fluffy beast and squeezed as he wailed loudly into the darkness. I did it. I got a scholarship for Yui. Izuku fiddled with the red necktie around his throat that he clumsily tied this morning using a dirty reflection in partially rusted scrap metal. He's never tied a tie before, but he's seen lots of gangsters in these parts do it, and after watching from way too close for safety a few times, he remembers the basic steps. That being said, it's harder than it looks. He had to redo it no less than 20 times before it was even passable as a tie. As is, it's barely long enough to occupy the space on his chest where it's supposed to, but it's nowhere near long enough to tuck into his blazer like it should be. He can only hope he doesn't get in trouble for it. His uniform already looks too big for him, even though the sizing is technically correct for the measurements he sent in. He had to guess for some of those based on how short his current clothes are, but he thinks he may have guessed wrong on a few things. Hopefully, it's not enough to be noticeable. Hopefully. The shirt almost reaches his thighs and the breaths would be too long to walk if it wasn't for his chunky, beat-up red sneakers catching the extra fabric around his ankles so he won't trip, but other than those everything else either fits well enough or is hidden by the blazer. He smoothed down the blazer again, glancing to make sure there were no wrinkles or stains left by his clammy hands. He doesn't think he'll get in trouble, but he can't help gnawing his lip to hell as he walked to school with the yellow backpack he's had since he was 9. The last birthday present he ever got. Dress code violations aren't something he can get expelled for, right? It's only middle schools that give you a certain number of warnings for that before they kick you out or suspend you. Right? He read the student handbook they sent with his acceptance letter, that went unnoticed until he stopped crying and actually realized the package wasn't empty, cover to cover over a dozen times, but it didn't say anything about what happens after you get 3 dress code violations, just that you only get 3. The specifications on what's a violation were a bit vague too. There were about 3 total clear points that sum up to, wear your school blazer, shirt, and breathes. Everything after that was inclusive, especially for mutations and sizing, which is always nice to see, but confusing, and he's not sure if it was just him jumbling things up to be more complicated than they wouldn't be the first time and won't be the last, or if it was done on purpose, cause it is UA, or if it was an honest mistake and actually is confusing. It didn't say clearly that he was required to. It seemed like they only really cared about the blazer and breathes, probably so students are identifiable, that is the point of uniforms after all, so maybe they really just don't care about anything but that? That would make sense. UA is famous for, well, what amounts to basically freestyle education. They boast about it. So it's probably fine. But, they wouldn't have sent the tie if he wasn't supposed to wear it, right? Izuku fidgeted with the red material again before shaking his hands out and took a breath, blowing it out of his mouth in a way that puffed up his cheeks. He ran an absent hand through his hair, snagging stubby fingers on coarse, tangled curls. No matter how many times he tried to untangle them, it never seemed to last. He cleaned up as best he could this morning. He didn't want to smell, but he's afraid he's just gone from smelling like dirt, sweat, and cats, to smelling so strongly of the ocean that he might as well have stuffed seaweed and a fish or 2 in his pockets. He hopes his hair at least doesn't look too unruly. Considering the crude washing he gave it with the rarely used pet shampoo, reserved for when one of the cats has rolled in something particularly pungent or sticky and no amount of grooming, self or otherwise, would handle it, he's not confident that it doesn't. If he had access to clippers or even a razor or something he could just shave it off, but that might make him stick out even more, and he's not sure how that will affect his fur. For some reason the idea of cutting his hair any shorter is oddly unsettling, like it would make him vulnerable. His thoughts continued to circle and spiral up and down, and he was a giant knot of nerves as he walked to school, fidgeting with his tie every 2 minutes, wringing his hands, ignoring the emptiness of his stomach after only having a week-old crumbled granola bar for breakfast. He had saved something for his first day of school, but when you live with 6 or more stray cats and no locks, nothing is truly safe, no matter what you do to protect it, and Hunter has a particularly annoying skill for getting to food he's not supposed to eat, including snatching it out of Izuku's hand halfway to his mouth, and tearing off down the beach with no remorse. Izuku let out a gargantuan sigh, hooking his hands around his backpack straps, just to have something to squeeze. He should just be thankful none of the Clouder were interested in the granola bar and graciously left it behind for him. Izuku was too preoccupied trying not to shrivel about how mortifying it'll be later when his stomach will no doubt decide to play a symphony during class at the quietest possible moment, and not used to having his eyes this far away from his feet to see the rock in his path before his stomach lurched with the unmistakable sensation of gravity getting revenge on those who defy it. His hands shot out in front of him to catch himself, the ground coming up too quickly not to panic before a hard slap hit his back square between the shoulder blades, leaving a slight sting and an even stranger feeling of feather-light weightlessness wrapped him in an instant, almost like he'd fallen into water without the density of liquid surrounding him. And oddly enough, the sensation is familiar. Phew, that was a close one. We really should stop meeting like this. Izuku turned his head and briefly squinted against the sunlight, ignoring how his stomach sloshed in the worst way possible as a familiar head of brown hair came into focus. "It's you," Izuku blinked dumbly. The girl shot a smile at him and pulled him upright to a standing position before pressing all 10 of her fingers together and muttering a quick release. Izuku's weight abruptly returned to him and his face burned as he almost fell again even though his feet had only been a few centimeters off the ground. The girl's hand shot out to steady him again but seemed to think better of touching him at the last moment. Thankfully he was able to catch himself on his own this time with only a slight stumble. "I was hoping to see again actually, I never got your name. I'm Ochako Uraraka." The bright, bubbly brunette introduced herself. It reminds him of a fizzy pink soda. Midoriya Izuku. Izuku felt the burn in his cheeks, embarrassment scorching like hot tea through his face as he stuttered through his first proper introduction with someone his own age in literal years. Nice to meet you, Midoriya. I'm glad I ran into you. I never got a chance to say thank you for saving me in the exam. What class are you in? Izuku blinked, flustered with how fast this conversation is moving, or maybe it's moving at a normal pace and he just isn't used to it. It's been a while since he's talked to people, especially people his own age, and now he's taking too long to answer. He didn't mean for it to sound like a question, but before he could panic, Uraraka beamed, her already cheerful smile gaining 10 times the enthusiasm. Me too. We're in the same class, that's awesome. I'm glad to have someone I know in there. I was kinda nervous, not knowing anybody, first day jitters, you know. She smiled sheepishly, her shoulders relaxing as relief and excitement bled the tension out of them. Izuku can't blame her. A similar sense of relief soothed the gnarled pit of anxiety that's replaced his churning stomach since the day before yesterday at finding out he won't be walking into a class full of complete strangers. Now, there'll be at least one person he's semi-familiar with. Let's walk together. It'll be way less scary if we go in together, don't you think? Uraraka offered, and with all of his social graces Izuku floundered to spit out a hasty, sure, as he stumbled to move with her. He's glad Uraraka seems to know the way to class because he was too nervous to remember the map he tried to memorize the night before. Clearly, his memorization techniques can use a little work. Among other things. As they reached the door, Izuku vaguely noted that it's bigger than he thought it would be, almost comically so if size quirks and giant mutations weren't so common. He took a deep breath trying to steady his nerves, Uraraka doing the same with a little more success, before the much braver girl steeled herself and pushed it open. Izuku expected and worried about a lot of things for his first day of school. Stepping into class and doing a double take at a spiky-haired blonde sitting in the front row on the far side of the classroom was the last thing that would have crossed his mind. Even though it probably should have been one of the first, after all, he's only known that the boy was going to UA for their entire lives, since the day they found out it's where All Might went to school. Izuku's mouth dropped open so fast his jaw clicked and the familiar childhood nickname tumbled out before he could think better of it, Kaken. The blonde's head snapped over with a familiar sharp glare on his face and red eyes fixed on him and widened a fraction, the most outright expression of confusion Izuku's seen on him since they were 6. Deku? What the F are you doing here? Bakugo Katsuki. Izuku's childhood best friend, who he hasn't seen since they were 10, before he went into the foster system. Someone he hasn't seen since before his mother was alive. The weight of seeing each other here seemed to settle into both of them as soon as that thought registered in Izuku's mind. Kaken's eyes glanced down, seeming to only just now notice the UA uniform wrapping Izuku. Why the F are you? The bell interrupted the blonde and two familiar smells hit Izuku's nose at the same time, one of burning caramel and the other of cat treats? Go somewhere else if you want to play at being friends. Izuku almost choked on a startled yelp and jumped half a foot in the air when a deep and dull voice muttered right behind him. If sleep had a voice, it would sound like that. Izuku whirled around as a yellow sleeping bag rose up, towering over him, and then he really choked. He spluttered before he could think better of it. Eraserhead? Dark eyes fixed on him with the slightest furrow of the man's eyebrows. The action would look neutral or even disinterested to anyone who doesn't know him, but Izuku very much does know him, and that face practically screams, I don't know how the hell you knew that. It's borderline suspicious. Izuku almost didn't recognize the hero at first. Somehow he looks even more exhausted than Izuku's used to, but there's no mistaking him, and even if Izuku wasn't looking right into the man's face, when his nose is filled with the familiar mix of smells of coffee, gelatin, something distinctly sleepy, and his favorite cat treats, it would be hard to mistake the hero for someone else. Much to his relief, Mr. Eraserhead seemingly decided not to comment on his knowing the hero's name. It's rare for unders to be recognized, but not unheard of. With any luck, since when does Izuku have any of that? Mr. Eraserhead won't think too deeply about it. Dark eyes watched him for a moment before the man slurped the rest of a jelly pouch and shoved it in his pocket. It took 12 seconds before you were quiet. The class watched, baffled, as Eraserhead shed his sleeping bag like a second skin. Though for most of them it was a question about who this man is and not why the hell a pro hero known for stealth and a man who hates attention from anything but dirty street cats is crawling around a high school in a bright yellow sleeping bag. Maybe Mr. Eraserhead is colorblind and doesn't know it's a retina-burning bright color? Then again, his goggles are almost the same shade. Maybe he just likes yellow? Time is limited. You kids aren't rational enough. Izuku tried not to grimace or show too much concern on his face. He's not supposed to know Eraserhead, but that's hard when somehow the hero looks even more worn out outside of the sleeping bag. I'm your homeroom teacher, Aizawa Shoyuta. What? Izuku's eyes almost bugged out of his head like a cartoon character. Mr. Eraserhead is his homeroom teacher? He didn't even know he taught at UA. A weird sense of betrayal zipped through him before it was squashed by the giant hammer of rationality in his brain. Why and what person would tell a stray cat on the other end of the city what their day job was? The man's dry, flat voice is devoid of the subtle warmth Izuku's gotten used to. It's weirdly off-putting and he tried not to flinch or curl his shoulders at the indifferent, tired tone. For a split second he even thought he'd done something wrong or made the hero mad, but it was gone before it could get caught in his anxiety jacuzzi. Mr. Eraser, or Aizawa-sensei reached into that yellow sleeping bag and pulled out a recognizable dark blue shirt with white and red accents. Clothes he's seen broadcast across Japan for UA's sports festival almost every year since he was old enough to watch it. It's sudden but put these on and go out onto the field. Without a beat of pause, Mr. Eraserhead walked out. After a beat of silence, Izuku was one of 4 students, including Bakugo, who moved simultaneously, having taken the orders much quicker than those who followed a step later, and soon the entire class had an armful of gym clothes and was headed out. Izuku's not sure how they knew where the locker room was, and it feels like he may have missed something in his packet, but he knows for sure there wasn't a school map like his middle school had. Is that a high school thing or a UA thing? UA is so secretive about things like this, it's probably a UA thing. Despite being one of the first to move and being one of the 3 closest to the door, he wound up in the middle of the pack with others who grabbed their uniform and found himself near the back as they traveled down the hall, simply following whoever was in front and seemed to know where they were going. Izuku lagged a bit on purpose, feeling a little dizzy with how hard he's racking his brain about how to change in a locker room full of people who will definitely notice something odd about him, whether that's the lack of meat on his bones or his state of hygiene, and are far more likely to ask questions than any of his previous classmates. Can he just go to the bathroom? The locker room is usually next to the bathroom, right? But UA is so different, what if that's different too? Sorry, what did you say? You need the bathroom? I think there's one inside the locker room. He jumped as a boy with spiky bright red hair stretched a sharp-toothed but friendly smile at him, pointing in front of them where the majority of their class was turning into an opening, the few girls breaking off to go into the one right next to it. Above the door was the expected, first-year locker room sign with a bathroom symbol beside it. Oh, thanks. He smiled sheepishly, the apples of his cheeks burning a little as he unconsciously rubbed the back of his neck. A sliver of disgust curled his stomach at the tacky gritty sensation of his hairline under the pads of his fingers. He didn't get all the strands on his neck, they're still stiff and oily. He needs to cut it too. No problem, bro. I'm Kirishima Ijiru, by the way. What's your name? Oh, Midoriya Izuku. Nice to meet you, bro. It's super exciting to finally be here at UA, isn't it? I was so hyped last night I couldn't sleep. Why yeah, me too. Is this continuing? Did he just accidentally start a conversation? Looks like the bathroom's over there. See you on the field. Kirishima pointed and waved as he followed his desk number to the corresponding locker just like the rest of the class, and Izuku breathed a sigh of relief. That went well, right? Kirishima is really nice. The relief of a successful conversation couldn't compare to what he felt as he was able to go straight to the bathrooms and nobody really noticed him, so he didn't get any strange looks going into the bathroom with his clothes instead of to the lockers. He changed quickly, struggling with the necktie as he somehow tied his fingers into the knot instead of undoing it. Twice. But he got there in the end, and his thoughts whirled at breakneck speed about what they're doing. Middle school was nothing like this. Maybe at UA they do PE as the first class? They haven't gotten their class schedules yet, so he doesn't know. It would make sense for at least the hero course though, it is a hero school, after all. He resisted the urge to stick his head under the sink faucet as he exited and peeked into the vacated locker room to find his locker and toss his other uniform into it. It would definitely draw attention if he showed up on the field with wet hair. He caught up with the tail end of the class, mostly the girls and the last few boys heading out, and stood next to the rest of his classmates. It's strangely anxiety-inducing. Especially since Kaken is standing on the other end of the student lineup, but is still eyeing him like Izuku put a stink bug in his lunchbox. The teacher's eyes scanned over the class before nodding now that everyone was present. We'll start with physical and quirk assessment tests today. A quirk assessment test? The whole class besides Izuku and maybe 3 others shouted in unison. A quirk assessment? Izuku quickly squashed the reflexive fear that shot down his spine. He has a quirk now. He has a quirk. It's his, it's real, they've seen it, Yui has seen it, that's why he got accepted. There's no reason for him to be singled out or left behind anymore. What about the entrance ceremony? And orientation? Uraraka asked, though she didn't really sound opposed to not going to those. Izuku, on the other hand, maybe would have liked to learn about the school because apparently he's the only one who doesn't know where anything is here and he can already tell that he's going to get lost a lot and or be following his classmates to get where they need to be. If you're going to become a hero, you don't have time for such leisurely events. Aizawa droned. He glanced around the class and the rising anxiety calmed a smidge. He's glad he isn't the only one who looks nervous or confused. He thought he'd missed something important. Again. He thought he was observant before, but he's really rethinking that now. Though confused, his classmates buzzed with far more excitement a moment later as they collectively realized they're going to get to use their quirks on the first day of school, for their first class. Yue sure is different. This will be his first real quirk assessment. He stopped cold. This is his first quirk assessment. Ever. His throat muscles ground together as he swallowed hard, pushing down the lump of bile that tried to rise before it could clamber its way up. Yue's selling point is how unrestricted its school traditions are. Aizawa glanced over his shoulder. That's also how the teachers run their classes. You kids have been doing these since junior high, too, right? He took out his phone, showing the screen to the class. Physical fitness tests where you weren't allowed to use your quirks. It was a rhetorical question, but Izuku very nearly squeaked out a no, and maybe he would have if literally anyone else had. He's never done a quirk assessment as part of the class before. He was always excluded from anything that had to do with quirks at school. Quirk counseling? No quirk to counsel. Quirk assessment? Error 404, quirk not found. The country still uses averages taken from results from students not using their quirks. It's not rational. Well, the Ministry of Education is procrastinating. Izuku has a vague recollection of Mr. Eraserhead grumbling about something like a few weeks ago, but he brought Izuku chicken pieces and it was a bad day for hunting, so he missed a good portion of the conversation. Bakugo, you were the top scorer for the practical exam, right? Kaken shifted at being addressed out of the blue and gave an affirming hum. In junior high, what was your best result for the softball throw? 67 meters. Kaken answered without even having to think about it. 67? It was 58 the last time Izuku saw him. It's just like him to remember his best scores perfectly, but his mellowed-out attitude is tripping Izuku up. Then, try doing it with your quirk. Aizawa-sensei lazily tossed a softball he pulled out of nowhere and Kaken caught it without missing a beat, and confidently, although a bit confused, moved to the white circle on the ground that Aizawa-sensei pointed to. Aizawa-sensei lazily shoved his hands back into his pockets. You can do whatever you want as long as you stay in the circle. Hurry up. Give it all you've got. Kaken reeled the ball back with proper pitching form and with a ringing shout of "Die!" The smell of burning caramel flooded Izuku's nose, the explosion ripping from Kaken's hand and launching the smoldering ball like a cannonball. Izuku wasn't the only one who jumped, even though he knew it was coming, but he did jump less than Uraraka and Kirishima standing on either side of him. Know your own maximum first. Aizawa-sensei's phone gave a muted bleep and he turned around, showing the glowing blue numbers to the class. That is the most rational way to form the foundation of a hero. Izuku's eyebrows flew off his forehead, disappearing into his hairline never to be seen again. 705 meters? The entire class reeled with a chorus of startled and disbelieving exclamations. 705 meters? Seriously? A boy just behind Izuku's left shoulder with yellow hair asked with nervous incredulity. This looks like fun. A near-giddy girl with pink skin and hair and tan horns rocked on her toes in excitement. Kaken is as impressive as always. Some things never change, and that's strangely comforting. That's insane. We can use our quirks as much as we want. As expected of the hero course. Another boy on the other side of Kirishima with black hair that's somehow spiky at the bottom evidently finds it much cooler. The entire class is getting fired up, but Izuku felt a sudden shiver down his spine, an alarm somewhere inside him tripping that made him freeze and slowly look to Mr. Eraser, Aizawa-sensei. The same one he's been getting used to since adjusting to being a rabbit that screams, "Don't move a muscle," and locks up when he's at risk of being spotted. It looks fun, huh? Izuku struggled to resist the urge to shrink down and hide in the high collar of his uniform. Aizawa-sensei looked at them flatly. You have 3 years to become a hero. Will you have an attitude like that the whole time? Alright, thin lips pulled up into a grin just barely on this side of sadistic, and a shiver of alarm raced down Izuku's spine. It would actually be less scary if the man narrowed his eyes and outright scowled at them. Whoever comes in last place in all 8 tests. He doesn't like this. Will be judged to have no potential, and the punishment will be. Izuku's shoulders attached themselves to his earlobes. Expulsion. Izuku felt like he swallowed a boiled stone. Carrot. The test started off on a strong foot. His skin raced with the transformation and he ignored the soft gasps like he sometimes hears from passersby from his classmates' direction and flapped his wings. What better for an obstacle course than a bird that can dive right through and ignore most of it? With a solid beat of dark green feathers, the crow took off with a grace that Izuku the human could only dream of having. He soared over and through obstacles and objects faster than even the boy with the speed quirk. His confidence grew as his choice proved to be the right one. The smaller aerodynamic form was completely unimpeded by the test meant to mimic the parkour jungle of modern society. Even as one of his lesser-used forms, of which he doesn't have even a tenth of the skill he enjoys as a cat, he can still move through the course with more ease than he expected, and before he knew it, he soared over the line and took first place without apology for the first time in his life. He won. He didn't just participate in the assessment or second-guess himself into a lower score, he actually won. Izuku nearly cheered out loud, but all that came out was a strong caw. I even beat Kaken. His brain screeched to a grinding halt. He beat Kaken. He beat Kaken. Izuku chanced a glance at the blonde and immediately looked away from the confused fury. His childhood friend isn't coming towards him, but Izuku suspects the only thing saving him from a confrontation right here and now is that Kaken has always taken classwork very seriously and would never do anything to jeopardize his own performance. But as soon as there is no assignment to be doing, he's screwed. Kaken won't let him go until he has answers to the questions Izuku can see burning on the blonde's tongue, probably behind a layer of curses that would make a sailor blush. If he had any idea what those questions were, he would answer them immediately. It's not like he lost contact with Kaken on purpose. But he looks sad, even more so than before, and Izuku doesn't know why. Aside from knowing Kaken doesn't like to lose. The last time they saw each other they had finally repaired their friendship after all those years of misunderstanding, but that was before foster care and before he switched schools. Any number of things could have happened since then, and for all he knows, Kaken is upset about not staying in contact, and he'd have every reason to be. It upset Izuku for a long time at first. Barely a day went by when he didn't wish his best friend was there, even just to talk to him, and after that, he didn't have the luxury of caring. He didn't have access to a phone that didn't cost money, even if he still remembers the Bakugo's phone numbers. Izuku jolted when his name was called for the next test and did his best to put everything else out of his mind and focus, succeeding only with the practice of a skilled hunter whose next meal is never certain. He didn't bother shifting back to human for the entire duration of the tests, going from one animal to the next. It's much more comfortable to be an animal, but this way he didn't have to fuss about changing back into his gym uniform, and it helped his anxiety to not have it written all over his face and body language for everyone to see. And most of his animals can't blush, so whenever a not subtle coo or ah or whoa that's so cool caught his ears, he could pretend he didn't hear it. He's never gone through this many transformations before, and the longer the tests went, the more time he spent between them just trying to sit and breathe. It didn't occur to him until halfway through that maybe he wasn't supposed to be using his quirk between the tests, but he glanced at Aizawa-sensei and the hero didn't look like he cared, so Izuku talked himself into relaxing. He doesn't know if the man has different rules he behaves by as a teacher, but Mr. Eraserhead isn't the kind of person who cares about following rules to the letter. In fact, Izuku knows he breaks rules on purpose sometimes. He's seen the hero let people off with warnings when he technically isn't supposed to. From everything he's gathered through what he knows of the man, which isn't much to be honest, and from these tests, Aizawa-sensei doesn't care about the specifics, only that you accomplish the goal without breaking the specified rules. Izuku can work with that. And even better, he's seen his classmates do things that could be considered bending the rules, either by accident or on purpose, and dare he say Aizawa-sensei's eyes even looked pleased, his mouth hidden in his scarf. Izuku continued to try to gauge his teacher separate from what he knows of the hero already, and tried not to make it obvious that he was observing the man, but he quickly looked away and pretended to be busy every time sensei turned his head. By the time it came to the final test, he wiggled back into his clothes, exhausted, and feeling a little raw and exposed. He gnawed his lip in thought as he watched his classmates and waited for his turn. His scores thus far have been good, but not as good as he'd like. He's fairly certain that he's safe from expulsion, which is a huge relief, but it's not enough. He doesn't want to stop at enough, he wants to do his best at everything so he knows what to work on. He has over a decade less practice with his quirk than his classmates and peers. Doing decent on these tests has already been a miracle, and it's entirely because he's been careful with his choice of animals. Izuku went to the circle as his name was called, taking the ball from the robot with an automatic, "Thank you," only noticing he'd thanked the robot when it nodded back. His face heated all the way to his ears, stomach squirming in embarrassment, and he firmly shoved that interaction into a box to think about later. Probably when he's trying to sleep. He doesn't have a lot of energy left to work with now, so what's the best animal for throwing a ball? Which one can throw the hardest? What about the farthest? His first thought is the lemur because it has opposable thumbs that can actually pick up the ball and it's small so its energy cost is low, but a lemur can't throw that far, definitely less than a human. But this is the last test. Even if it costs him the rest of his energy and he has to be a hedgehog for the rest of the school day, he wants to do his best, so he shouldn't limit his choices based on energy cost. If he such is fast, he should be able to do a large transformation for long enough to throw the ball, and can wait for the score as something smaller. So he should prepare for a rapid SWCH before he even starts. Nodding to himself, he started to think seriously about all of his options. An elephant's trunk is by far the strongest thing he's got for this skill, it's the strongest he's got, PRD. But he doesn't know if he can even hold a transformation that size without preparing like he did for the entrance exam beforehand. He didn't think to do that for the first day of school. He didn't know they were going to start using their quirks right away either. Is it even a good idea to use his quirk for this test? It was useful in the other ones, but maybe his normal arm, skinny as it is the best option for this? After all, he can't rely on his quirk for every T. Midoriya. Aizawa cut off the rambling he hadn't realized he'd been doing out loud, albeit mostly under his breath. Sorry Mr. Air, Aizawa-sensei. Izuku squeaked and wound his arm back. He threw the ball as hard as he could manage, even though he knows his arm strength is nowhere near the best. As it left his fingers, he had a panicked thought that he could have thrown it farther if he'd turned into a bird or something and gotten higher first, but he quickly dismissed the idea because he wouldn't be able to carry a baseball, which are surprisingly heavy, with any bird he has. Even if he had a bird big enough to carry it, he would need to ascend in a circular motion in order to get high enough and stay within the circle, which means this circle would need to be wider in the first place. It might not be possible unless he did two quick transformations. One to get higher, like the kangaroo, and then become a bird, but it would be hard to keep track of if he was still in the circle from that high too. Izuku's 100-mile-an-hour thoughts continued as he moved back to stand by his classmates. His score wasn't noteworthy, a bit below average truthfully, but honestly? He's proud of himself anyway. With his noodle arms, he's never been very strong, but he was expecting it to be a pathetic throw, and instead it was halfway decent. Not enough to be singled out on either end of the scale, and that alone is enough to take his anxiety down a peg. That and exhaustion. He feels a little bit sick, actually. He got some great ideas from the tests though. Because the energy cost for large things is so big, rapid transformations might be the best solution, if only for efficiency. He already uses rapid transformation to scare off other strays invading his territory. Quick shifts always catch them off guard, and people are still animals, so there's no reason it shouldn't work on them too. A small thing suddenly becoming a large one has an ingrained reaction in most animals, the "oh no it's big enough to eat me" reaction. The problem will be testing that strategy. He can pretty much only do that in class because nobody in the universe would see that happen and not have quirk be their first thought. Putting that aside, separating his animals by small and large in his head, and keeping one of each in mind would make rapid changing a breeze. It would be even easier to decide what animal to use by first thinking if he needs something big or small. Then he can further break it down by things like defense or offense, fight or flight, ground or sky, etc. Those decisions already come to him naturally. If he shifts his thinking just a little into a speedrun of that decision tree, he might be able to train himself to a point where he's making half the decisions subconsciously, or by muscle memory. The only drawback he can think of is he'll have to work to make sure he's not always relying on the same animals, because if he becomes predictable the invaders will grow accustomed to it and he won't be able to scare them off as easy. But his list of animals isn't likely to grow much further. There's only so many animals in Japan, or that he'll ever have the opportunity to touch. Not even counting how many will actually be useful. It took several more trains of thought for him to realize he'd gone from thinking about using his quirk to fight villains, to chasing off strays invading his territory. An infinity score by Uraraka brought him back to the present, and he must be tired because even he was starting to notice that he couldn't keep his train of thought on track to save his life. He was having trouble not falling down the rabbit hole on his classmates' quirks. Now that he was done dissecting his own. As long as he's not swaying and his skin doesn't prickle, he'll be fine. In the end, he didn't come in last, so he'll take it. He even placed higher than he expected, getting 9th place. And that's only because he hesitated on a few things and his score from the ball toss definitely brought down his overall average. Izuku isn't sure about Mr. Eraser, Aizawa-sensei's expulsion threat. It's hardly fair after they all fought so hard just to get to this starting point, but when has anything ever been fair? He's not sure he's ever encountered something that was fair. It sounds more like a superstition to him. Something made up that people tell kids to make them feel better, or something intangible and hard to actually prove or disprove even if we have evidence for it, like luck. That being said, the kid who did place last gives him a weird feeling. The shortest kid in class and some kind of sticky purple ball instead of hair as his quirk. He didn't catch the boy's name, but there's just something off about him. It makes his hair stand up every time he looks at the guy, and he's not sure of the reason, but he does know why. Izuku only has this nebulous instant dislike towards things and people he should stay away from, but this is a little more than just that. He can't pinpoint the trigger of his prickly sense, but something is setting Izuku's teeth on edge when he's near the kid. No, it's not setting him on edge, he wants to bare his teeth at the boy. It's the same feeling he gets from some people when they pass him, cat him, on the streets. The ones who lurk at the back of dark alleys at questionable times, even if they aren't actually doing anything. Something that whispers, "Watch him," in the back of Izuku's mind, and he can't quite tell if it's the one that says watch his prey or watch a potential threat, and that's enough to make it impossible to ignore. It's the kind of feeling that makes him observe closely and carefully. That screams at the back of his head not to take his eyes off of them until either they're well and truly gone, to get away from them before they see him, or to pounce. And if there's one thing he never ignores, that he's not even sure is possible to ignore, it's his instincts. The kid glanced at him a few times, and though Izuku's first instinct is usually to look away when people look at him, especially if they look him in the eyes, even he himself is a little startled when he realizes he isn't doing that with that guy. He's been staring the guy down, and his throat clicks and constricts the way it does when he lets out low growls to warn off anything that's pushing its luck in invading his space, but without the right vocal construction it sounded different, it didn't sound right. Usually the encroacher complies with the warning, but sometimes it ends in a fight that Izuku inevitably wins because the fights are rare enough to warrant changing into a larger creature to scare the other animal off instead of wasting his energy and possibly getting hurt. That could be a death sentence on the street, especially if the other creature is sick, dirty, infected, carrying something, or all of the above. It's been a long time since Izuku felt this way. Since something has dared to challenge him and make his hackles raise, but here he is, raising them against another student of all things, and he has no idea why, other than this vague feeling to be vigilant. To see if the scavenger will push the boundary and get too close. It almost feels like, when he's hunting the bigger rats in the alleys. Izuku's throat subconsciously moved, relaxing and tensing different muscles on its own until something clicked and the low vibration in the center of his throat startled him into a cough. What was that? That's never happened before. He missed the startled and vaguely alarmed looks from the guy, the tall polite girl next to him, and 3 other classmates with better hearing, though the other 2 were more curious about the sound than nervous. Eraserhead's dull voice brought him back to the present, and Izuku belatedly realized they've been told to hit the showers and head to lunch. Unfortunately, expulsion was a logical ruse, and while Izuku is relieved that no one who fought to get here will be having all their hard work slapped across the face and kicked to the curb on the first day, some part of him is angry that the purple boy is still here, still nearby, still within his territory. Izuku's eyebrows furrowed as he trailed after the other students, confused by his own feelings. He has in no way, shape, or form been here long enough to think of UA as his territory. And it wouldn't even be his if he had. Why does he feel so hostile towards that kid? He didn't do anything to warrant such a response from Izuku. Did he? No. He barely knows the guy, scratch that, he doesn't know that kid, they're complete strangers. Izuku can't even remember his name. But still, he doesn't like him. And he's determined to find out why, because he hasn't reacted that way to any of his other classmates. So far. He resisted the urge to groan. He hopes this isn't going to be a thing that he has to learn to live with. For all he knows, this is normal for him. He just hasn't been around anyone else or sharing his space with other people since his quirk manifested, and the purple kid has just been singled out as the first of many territorial threat displays to come. Gods, he hopes not. Izuku is convinced that heaven is a real place, and it's right here, in the UA locker room. He stood under the warm spray of a shiny, chrome shower head with something akin to reverence. It's been so long since he's had a warm shower. A proper one. Not a frantic high-tension scrub down, trying to break the world record and get out before Fukudashi catches him vulnerable. The ocean water and soap that he uses to wash away the smell of the dump works, but it's freezing and he can't always find a clean enough cloth to blacken for the sponge baths he has when he isn't brave enough to sneak back to the house for the world's fastest showers. He did the night before the exam and washed his hair again with pet shampoo when he woke up at the crack of dawn, but he cut it pretty close and he doesn't dare go back to Fukudashi's anytime soon. Not with how often he was hanging around while waiting for the exam results. The ocean water always makes him smell like the sea, and the salt is a bit uncomfortable in his hair, making it stiff and wiry to the touch, but at least it keeps his curls in check, and the smell is easy enough to explain away by just saying he lives on the coast. The excuse worked on his middle school classmates well enough, there's no reason it shouldn't work here. He's thankful he had that excuse prepared when Azui commented on it after the assessment, wondering why he smelled so much like the sea when his quirk doesn't have anything to do with that. Apparently she had initially dismissed it as part of his quirk before she saw his quirk in the assessment. Izuku had blushed bright red, awkwardly rubbing the back of his head and had stuttered an excuse, yeah. I'll live by the sea, so the smell, it kinda gets into everything, trailing off with an awkward chuckle that left an embarrassed heat on his face that has only just started to fade, and he's pretty sure the water is just raising his skin temperature to match it. He'll take mild embarrassment and a flashpan excuse over the mortification he surely would have suffered if he couldn't come up with anything and had just stood there mouth fluttering like a fish with no words. He made a mental note to clean up more often because apparently he's not the only one in class with a sensitive nose, and any smell of rotting garbage mixed with rust, dirt, and sweat will be extremely obvious. He's not sure how many times he can use half-thought-out excuses like, fell into a dumpster, before they become suspicious or even just outright avoid him because he smells. He's not sure which would be worse actually. Social ostracization is something he's used to, but it still hurts. Especially because most of his classmates, at least the few he's talked to, have all been nice so far. He shook those thoughts from his head, sending a spray of water droplets flying with his curls, and let the tension bleed out of his shoulders under the hot spray, the warm steam filling his lungs like a sauna. He never wants to leave this spot. Give him long enough and he could fall asleep standing upright here, or melt into a warm gooey puddle. It's hard to believe that from now on he gets a real shower like this almost every day, with hot water and soap and everything. So long as they keep doing hero training and/or PE every day, he'll only have to worry about the weekends and he can go a few days without washing up no problem. Oh, he can just not wash his hair unless he's at school. That would be fine, nobody will comment on slightly greasy hair even if they notice it, right? Plus, he has curly hair so even if it's a little bit greasy it'll be harder to notice. Izuku has never liked school before, the learning part yeah, but not actually being at school. Yui is really different. While he's at school he doesn't have to worry about things like washing up and he gets a whole meal every day here. He gets to see pro heroes every day, and he's following his dream to become a hero. He's really doing it. It's more than Izuku could have asked for, and he knows he shouldn't be greedy or get too comfortable, especially if they can be expelled at any time, but he really could get used to this. He spent an extra 5 minutes than he needed just standing under the warm stream, letting the water run down his skin and the steam boil his lungs until his head felt dizzy. When he had to brace his hand on the wall to not fall over, he finally came out of his trance and turned the water off with great reluctance. He feels a little guilty for taking longer than he needed to, but at least there's enough showers that nobody was kept waiting, he was just wasting water. He'll have to make sure not to do that next time. Next time. Izuku couldn't help the corners of his lips pulling up until he had to bite his bottom lip to keep it from getting big enough to make his cheeks hurt. A warm, almost scandalous feeling fluttered in his stomach. There's gonna be a next time. His good mood lasted only until he realized he has to change in the locker room, and the familiar panic came back from its break time. Thankfully, he's the last one out of the showers so he just waited a little while until he couldn't hear voices inside anymore before carefully peeking in to see the room empty. He made sure everyone was gone before he slipped out of the shower area and quickly got dressed. He'll have to be careful about this from now on, the showers are on the other side of the locker room area, and there's only one way in and out of here. He was still trying to tie his tie when he left the locker room and his head, that was dipped looking at his chest, bumped straight into someone. A hand slammed against the wall beside him and Izuku flinched, just barely fighting off the instinct to bolt or attack as Kaken leaned over him. What the F was that, Deku? What? Since when do you have a FING quirk? Izuku should have seen this coming, but honestly, he forgot that Kaken doesn't know. He got his quirk 2 years after the last time he saw him. It came in late. Izuku held his hands up in front of him placatingly, as if that would stop Katsuki from getting any closer, but old habits die hard, and as Kaken leaned forward, Izuku leaned back until his damp hair met the wall. How long have you known about it? Just a few years. Izuku answered in a squeak that he'll be embarrassed about later, after he stops feeling like a mouse in front of a lion. Katsuki glared at him and Izuku felt his spine prickling with the instinct to transform, but he squashed that feeling with a rare ruthlessness. He'll get in serious trouble if he uses his quirk outside of class, and this is Kaken. He doesn't need to be scared of Kaken anymore. Kaken hasn't hurt him for years. The scent of burning sugar filled his nose, and for a moment he remembered what the searing bubbles of Kaken's quirk feels like against his skin, and his breath picked up, but before he could start to panic, Kaken huffed and the looming presence disappeared. Izuku stared at Kaken's back without moving a muscle as the angry blonde stalked away, leaving as fast as he appeared, shoving his hands in his pockets like he was trying to punch holes through the bottoms. Izuku breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't know he was holding and hesitated before following the explosive blonde towards the lunchroom. He knows this conversation isn't over and he'll have to talk to Kaken properly about everything, but he's not even sure how to start that conversation, much less how Kaken will take it. So, if he lets his childhood friend get a ways ahead of him before he moves to make his own way to lunch, no one has to know. The moment he entered the hallway leading to the lunchroom, Izuku's stomach began to grumble and cramp painfully, yet his mood raised like a hot air balloon. He's been looking forward to this all day. He kept his watering mouth tightly pinched as he collected a tray and sat with Uraraka and Ida at a table with a few other classmates after they waved him over and insisted he sit with them, and he wolfed everything down like someone would take it from him. It's been so long since he had Katsudon, and he almost cried with the memories it brought of his mom in the kitchen, but food takes priority over tears. He will cry later. If he had any control over his emotions, he would have cried in the shower and gotten it out of the way. He only slowed down when he was almost finished and his stomach suddenly lurched. He paused, chopsticks just barely leaving his mouth, and even his chewing slowly came to a stop. Suddenly he's not so hungry anymore. Did he get full without realizing? That's a surreal thought. Midoriya? Are you okay? He looked up at Uraraka's concerned expression and nodded, putting his chopsticks down, and pulled a smile onto his face that he hoped doesn't look too tight, but judging by the concern that didn't abate, it must not be convincing. Ha! He gave a nervous chuckle, rubbing the back of his neck. I guess my eyes were bigger than my stomach. I ate too fast. Her face relaxed into an understanding smile and she let out a little laugh. I know what you mean. I knew it would be good, but I didn't expect it to be this good, and the portions are huge. It is made by Lunch Rush, Izuku agreed, ignoring how his stomach rolled and his mouth watered for a different reason as soon as he opened his mouth and exerted the effort to speak. If Uraraka or Ida noticed how he reached for his water and gulped it down to rid the taste of bile from the back of his throat and stop the mounting efforts of the food trying to climb back up his esophagus, neither of them mentioned it. Izuku managed to make it through the rest of lunch with liberal sips of water, but as soon as he started walking back to the classroom with Uraraka and Ida, he knew he wasn't going to make it. Excuse me guys, I'm gonna use the restroom before class. The two nodded, agreeing to see each other back in class, and Izuku ducked into the bathroom that's thankfully on their path back to the classroom, so it didn't seem too suspicious, at least he hopes. Izuku barely made it into one of the dark blue stalls before his stomach heaved, and there was no chance of keeping it down this time. The taste and smell burned his nose and made his stomach roll again and again. The dry heaving was worse than the actual vomiting. It didn't stop until Izuku's knees were almost guaranteed to have bruises later from the cold hard floor. He bruises easily, and the entire contents of his previously full belly emptied into the porcelain bowl. After spitting into the bowl in a weak attempt to get the taste off his tongue, he couldn't help the inhuman disappointed and slightly pained whimper that escaped his throat as he wiped his mouth on the back of his hand, unreasonably upset about the loss of Katsudon in his stomach. That was a waste of a perfectly good meal. His first meal. He flushed it before the smell could permeate the room and make his now empty stomach turn again, mourning the loss as it swirled away down the pipes. Sure, anyone with a quirk or mutation that enhances their sense of smell will be able to tell in a heartbeat, but he's no stranger to the unpleasantries of having a better sense of smell, and public bathrooms don't smell anywhere near great in the first place, so it makes him feel better to at least try and get rid of as much of it as he can. One less odd and revolting smell for people to deal with. Though this bathroom definitely smells the best of any he's smelled in a long time. The better question is, what happened? He was fine 1 minute and the next he felt like he was going to puke on the table. Thankfully, he managed not to ruin his friends' lunches, but only just his own. He resisted the urge to childishly kick the bowl as he braced his hands on the seat and hauled himself to his feet. He was really looking forward to having a full stomach for the rest of the day. Izuku thought about it for a while, but ultimately dismissed it. No need to overthink this. He exercised really hard beforehand, harder than he has in months, and then scarfed a lot of heavy food like an industrial vacuum cleaner. It would be more surprising if he didn't throw up. Stupid. He'll hunt a little extra tonight and eat slower tomorrow. Carrot. Lunchtime the next day and another, albeit slower, meal of Katsudon had him leaning over the bowl again. Izuku flushed the toilet as he held the back of his hand over his mouth. Apparently he's just not meant to have katsudon ever again. That's twice now he's thrown up what was once his favorite food. He put a hand on his stomach. It doesn't hurt anymore, but he already knows he's going to be starving again in a few minutes, just like yesterday. He's used to this happening when he eats something bad, but he doubts something was wrong with his lunch. It's made by Lunch Rush and plenty of other students had it and looked perfectly fine. This is the second time in a row that it's happened. What are the odds of both of his lunches being off 2 days in a row but no one else's? Astronomical. He sighed. Maybe he's allergic to something? A whimper escaped his throat. He's going to have to sit through class hungry again, isn't he? He stood up, pausing at the sink to rinse out his mouth and gulp some water from the drinking fountain to pad his stomach before heading back to class. He feels woozy after throwing up. It sapped the last of his energy, but he doesn't feel bad enough to skip class and go to the infirmary. As much as he wants to just curl up and sleep, class is more important. It's only his second day. He can't be out sick on his second day. Especially when he still doesn't know whether or not Aizawa-sensei was serious about expelling students who show the least potential, and call him crazy, but he doesn't think that was a bluff. It was difficult to focus in class, but at least his stomach didn't growl like he'd been dreading. He still felt nauseous through most of it, so maybe that was to thank for the small blessing, but when the final bell rang his shoulders sagged in relief. He had no idea what he was going to do about dinner, but unlike earlier, even though he's hungry, the thought of eating something right now makes him feel queasy with nasty phantom taste brushing the back of his tongue. He'll try having something else tomorrow that doesn't have the same ingredients used for katsudon. Maybe soba, his classmates seemed to enjoy that one, or something simple like the miso soup set. Carrot. That night, Izuku was rudely awoken by hunger pains in the middle of the night, and no matter how much he tried, he couldn't go back to sleep. So instead, he went prowling around to make himself feel better, trying to find a late-night snack and maybe something for breakfast tomorrow so he won't feel weak for hero class. He's having to SWCH when he goes looking for food because of school, but at least at school he's guaranteed a meal, so long as he doesn't throw up again, which he's starting to think he may not be able to rely on that, and that puts him in a precarious spot. He is not going to drop school to get food, but he can't go without food, so even if he has to sneak a FING mouse or something in bag as his lunch and go eat it as an animal in the bathroom, so be it. Tonight he got lucky and managed to scare a passerby in front of his favorite alley into dropping their half-eaten cheeseburger. Just the smell of the fats and grease was enough to make him both ravenous and sick to his stomach at the same time. He dragged the fast food into the alley with his little feline teeth, feeling a bit guilty about scaring that person, but sheer delight outweighed it, and just started chowing down, his hunger winning out. He had finished about half the burger when a deep chuckle interrupted him. He jolted so hard he almost bolted, if it hadn't come from farther down the alley, aka his usual escape route, and if his stomach wasn't sticking to his spine right now, he would be halfway down the block already. Izuku's hair stood on end, an involuntary warning growl rumbling in his chest until the stranger stepped into the ambient light near the end of the alley. "Relax, buddy. It's just me. Mr. Eraserhead? So, this really is part of a new patrol route." His growl died in his throat. And maybe he should be concerned about how fast he relaxed, given that he knows barely anything about this full-grown man, but Eraserhead's a pro hero and his teacher now, so can you really blame him? A soft greeting meow stirred Izuku's throat as Eraserhead came closer and crouched. Normally Izuku doesn't let people touch him so much, but for some reason, he's made an exception for Mr. Eraserhead without making the conscious decision to do so. Is it because he's a hero? Because he's familiar? Or just because he knows from experience that Eraserhead knows how to pet cats? He's not sure, but when the man held his hand out in offering without just reaching to gingerly pet him, like always, he found himself walking over and letting cold fingers brush over his head, just the way his mom used to with his mop of green curls, and he didn't even bother to hide the happy, automatic purr that rumbled his chest. In the back of his mind, he noted that it's probably weird that his teacher is petting him when you think about it, but he doesn't actually feel as weird about it, so he dismissed it. And well, purring never lies. Plus, if Izuku wasn't okay with it, he'd just leave, and he knows Mr. Eraserhead wouldn't stop him if he just walked away, like a true cat. It feels nice though. So few things feel nice. Izuku hasn't thought about it before, but how long has it been since he's had human contact? That didn't involve competition or almost bashing his face on the ground? Cats are great and all, and keep him from getting lonely or from missing mom too much, but sometimes he forgets he's not actually a cat. Even if he can turn into animals, he's still a person. Since he started his UA path, from applying, to the entrance exam, to his first day, he's become more and more aware of it. His stutter has never been so bad, and he barely remembers how to interact like a normal person. His first day at school taught him that he's out of practice with people, and he was never very good at interacting with others in the first place. Honestly, it's amazing he can talk to others at all, but the only person who touched him that first day was Uraraka, and the contact was too brief to notice anything, and he was mortified and freaking out. He spent so long as an animal surrounded by other animals that he forgot. Like not noticing you're cold until you touch something warm and suddenly you're freezing. He was vaguely aware of his tail flicking lazily as Eraserhead pet him, occasionally scratching under his chin or behind his ears, and unconsciously he turned and rubbed his itchy face against Eraserhead's calloused palm. His grimy coat, his safety blanket, is starting to not feel so good. Carrot. Shoyuta obliged the silent request, demand, and held the scruffy cat's face in his palms, rubbing his thumbs over his cheeks where it's the itchiest. It's unusual for a cat, or any animal, to ignore food in favor of attention, but just like that woman said, this stray seems to like him for some reason. The dirty feline sat right between his knees, purring, and he couldn't help the corner of his mouth tugging up from the warm feeling he always gets when he earns one of these stray BSTRDS trust. This one is particularly skittish of people, so if he feels a little smug about being the only person, that he knows of, who gets to pet him, that's Shuta's business. He doesn't even mind the dirt on his hands. Hisashi's expression when he left a nearly black handprint on his arm when he got home last time was priceless too. As funny as that was, he does wish he could give this little guy a bath. Somehow he doubts that would go well. This cat seems to enjoy being dirty, seeing as how cats are usually very clean creatures, meticulously grooming their fur and keeping it SPK and span. Not this one. This one would rather be covered head to toe bean in whatever this oily black dirt is. Honestly, it looks like it rolled in a campfire pit with this greasy black powder having Cthulhu's short fur sticking out in every direction. Shoyuta reached into the inner pocket of his jumpsuit while he scratched the cat's chin and pulled a small pile of treats from it. This little guy will eat anything, seriously, there's a cheeseburger sitting over there, and he's seen it eat french fries and pizza and other stuff that is not good for cats before as he passed overhead on patrol, but these tasty pork chop, treats and the tasty chicken flavor are this little guy's favorite. As if to prove just that, the moment the treats were free of his suit, the cat turned with laser focus to the food. The motion was disturbingly familiar. Especially with the green eyes, it gave him a wicked sense of déjà vu for something he'd seen just the other day in his new class. Suspicion whispered at the back of his ear. The urge to double-check crept up behind his eyes, his quirk pressing right up behind the threshold of activating and sat there, waiting, while Shoyuta stewed over the possibility. Whether it's hero instinct, paranoia, or working with teenagers for too long, he's not sure. He sat on it for a long time as he watched the cat eat, and in the end he let it pass. He huffed a breath tinged with amusement, and let his quirk slip back to rest. You remind me of someone. Hisashi making fun of his infamous paranoia just a few hours ago replayed in his head as he transferred the treats to his other hand and used his fingers to keep the cat from scarfing and making itself sick. He scratched between its shoulders while it happily snacked. The way it food guards is yet another curious twist to its behavior. And further evidence against this being an unruly teenager breaking quirk laws just to eat fast food out of the garbage. Seriously, he's even seen this cat killing mice and carrying them away. It'll let him pet it while it eats, but if he tries to take the food away or even looks at its food for too long its fur starts to raise. Shoyuta is not willing to get scratched for that, so he avoids it. It's yet to growl at him though, which he'll take as another smug win. He let a few more treats from the recess of his palm fall closer to his fingers and hid a smile in his capture weapon when the cat's tail swished in delight each time more treats magically appeared in front of its nose. When the treats were finally gone, it looked around, sniffing his hand for more. It didn't lick the residue off his fingers like most cats, adding one more eccentricity onto the pile for Cthulhu. Cthulhu doesn't mind being dirty himself, but if other things are dirty he'll take 2 or 3 more careful looks before deciding to eat it. He won't ever admit it, because he likes all cats, but the eccentric ones are his favorite. Shoyuta spent far too long sitting there, his ankles and calves aching from sitting on them after a long patrol that just started, and smearing this black dirt even further into the cat's fur in a veiled attempt to see if he could wipe it off, and maybe a little bit to see if his paranoia had a real foothold, but he couldn't bring himself to disturb the little guy too much, especially when a lazy tail settled over his steel-toed boots, flicking calmly as Cthulhu enjoyed the attention. He has a cloth in his utility belt, but even after wiping his hands, Hisashi's going to take one look at his nails and know exactly what he was doing on his patrol break. At least Shoyuta squeezed in a jelly pouch while he was petting. Unfortunately, as always, the much-needed cat time was interrupted by someone needing help in this neglected area of the city. It's a miracle that he actually got a near full break. Things around here have definitely been getting better since he started patrolling. Word has gotten around that a hero is in the area again, so the more blatant crime is receding bit by bit. Once that's done, the villains he catches will be far more established criminals, and harder to dig out. Carrot carrot. Tonight it seems a simple purse snatcher is interrupting Izuku's human contact time, but as dedicated as ever, Eraserhead was off in a black blur, and for once Izuku didn't feel the need to chase after him. He wants to, of course, but filling his stomach with the rest of that cheeseburger takes priority, and he doesn't dare leave the food in the alley where it can be snatched the moment he takes a few too many steps away. Other animals wouldn't come near it when Eraserhead was here because people don't follow the laws of nature the way animals do, and are more dangerous by far. Most animals aren't bold enough to try and snatch something from a person and another animal, but just lil old cat Izuku? That's a different story. He wolfed down the rest of the cheeseburger, wishing he could eat faster as a cat, but his mouth is small enough that he can only eat so much at a time, and his cat-sized stomach happily distended to make room for it all the same as he sat licking his claws clean before heading home. He spared a glance at the police cars that have conveniently cleared the street of pedestrians for him and made his way past, careful to avoid drawing attention on his way home, even if it is dark and he looks like little more than a shadow. That night Izuku was once again plagued by anxiety nightmares, which had been happening a lot since the moment he applied for the entrance exam, and haven't stopped even though he's a student now. Tonight's feature was, unfortunately, the ocean. Specifically, the one and only time he ever dared venture into it. He sank into the restless land of dreams like a swimmer caught in a riptide. A slightly younger Izuku's cheeks puffed up as he forcefully sighed, pouring the last of the seawater from the old warped plastic bucket into the meter-deep hole he spent all of his Saturday morning digging. He set the bucket aside and glanced around for the umpteenth time. He knows nobody is here, it's a garbage beach for Pete's sake, but he can't help double and triple checking just to make sure when he's about to strip naked outdoors. He took another breath as he set his clothes aside on the raggedy blanket he brought from Fukudashi's house. It's the closest thing to a towel he could find that wasn't disgusting or would be noticed it had gone missing. Izuku took another breath, staring down at the water before slowly dipping his feet in. A shiver raced up his body, skin prickling with goosebumps as he slowly immersed himself in the water, the cold climbing his legs all the way up to his waist before his feet finally settled in the sand at the bottom. He unconsciously held his hands and elbows above the water, standing stiff and trying not to let his teeth chatter for the few bitter seconds of adjusting. God, he hopes it won't still be this cold when he transforms. I hope this works. He pulled the overturned, broken plastic canoe over the hole. Call him paranoid, but after his dream, no, night terror last night of this experiment working and one of the cats finding him, he's taking precautions. When the hole was covered and the water had risen to his chest as he crouched under the muggy plastic, he took a deep breath in and held it, just in case. Here goes nothing. He closed his eyes. Please be a fish, please be a fish, be a fish, be a fish, be a fish. An image of a fish popped into his head and Izuku felt the world warp before water whooshed around him, the water rushing to fill the sudden gap where he'd been standing. He gasped on reflex and immediately his lungs burned. Izuku choked and his lungs seized, trying to drag another breath in, and the world warped again barely a few seconds after he transformed, and his arms were throwing off the canoe above the pit and sent a warped clang ringing through the air as it bounced off some junk behind him. Human fingers dug into the sand as he scrambled out of the hole as fast as physics could possibly allow, hauling himself onto the beach with lungs on fire. He coughed so hard his throat sounded like an angry goose, but no matter how long he hacked, nothing came out. No water, nothing, but he felt like he'd just huffed corrosive chemical fumes. He laid on his arms, feet still in the water while he tried to breathe. He wasn't drowning, so what just happened? Several minutes passed with intermittent coughing before his lungs finally stopped hurting and Izuku just sat in the water, because now that he's wet, it's colder outside of it, trying not to shiver as he tried to puzzle out what went wrong. He's pretty sure it worked and he became a fish, so why did? Wait. What kind of fish did he do? What kind of fish was he thinking about? Izuku wanted to smack himself in the forehead and buried his hands in his wet hair. That was a stupid mistake. Of course a freshwater fish is not going to be able to breathe in saltwater. Stupid, 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 he could have drowned. Okay, Izuku took a deep breath again, coughing a little and released his curl, briefly rubbing his stinging scalp. This time I'll make sure. He thought for several seconds and he can think of quite a few fish, but he can't help second-guessing himself. What fish has he touched that he is absolutely certain is a saltwater fish? He's touched lots of fish when he was a kid and Mom took him to the aquarium with the touch tank, but he doesn't remember which fish he touched, if there even were saltwater tanks. He remembers touching a sea urchin and a starfish, but those are far from what he needs right now. He wrung his hands, sinking his mouth into the water, and blew out a rough sigh that produced a stream of tumultuous bubbles. Maybe a fish isn't the best idea. He touched lots of other things that live in the ocean during that visit. He just has to remember. Come on, brain, he wasn't that young, it wasn't so long ago that he shouldn't be able to remember. He has to remember something, and he did remember. He remembered a lot of things, but none of them were animals. All that was coming to mind made his chest ache more fiercely than nearly drowning could ever even dream to achieve. A happy smile, bright green eyes, warm hands holding him around the middle so he didn't fall as he leaned over the edge of the tank and gently poked at things, soft surrounding hugs, and the smell of his mother's shampoo that he no longer remembers the name or brand of. His eyes stung and he coughed again. A clatter had him looking over and watching the black streak that is either Heather or Hunter tearing off into the ether to be back who knows when. He actually thought all the cats were gone already, but he guesses one of them was hiding or stalking something. The distraction was welcome though, even if it had made him jolt. He chewed on his lips, worrying the flesh between his teeth as he racked his brain with renewed focus, steadfastly avoiding the pitfall he'd fallen into before, but the salty fishy taste of sea water leaking into his mouth from the action and the lingering ache of his mistakes and memories had him hesitating long enough to consider if it's really worth it, but he cast a look at the water between towering stacks of garbage, and a timely growl of his stomach reminded him that this isn't just experimenting with his quirk, or alleviating his own curiosity about what he's capable of. There could be so much food out there just beyond the sand, his and the Clouders' food troubles could be solved. Best case scenario, he could even catch enough for them to eat every day that he can start experimenting with bigger transformations. When has he ever gotten anything without a great deal of struggle before? He can't give up yet just because he fumbled the first experiment. Izuku allowed himself a whimper and a petulant, whiny groan, blowing out a burst of aggressive bubbles that nearly got water in his eyes. Wait a second. The water sloshed as he jerked upright with widened eyes. There are things that live in the ocean but also breathe air. He won't have to worry about drowning if he chooses something that can do both. The aquarium isn't the only place he's touched sea life. He got pinched by a crab as a kid and cried for 3 hours. That's perfect. He needs to know if he can convert his respiratory system to something else. Especially after the fish test he just did, because on the off chance that it isn't an issue of freshwater versus saltwater but actually that he can't breathe underwater despite his shifting physiology suggesting that he should be able to, quirks are weird and their rules hardly ever make good sense, then he needs to know. It would be one of the first hard limits he's found for his quirk and it would change his plans drastically if that's the case. That could affect how he uses his quirk for the rest of his life. In that same vein, he's not sure if he can do an invertebrate either. He's only ever done vertebrates, things that breathe air, and mostly mammals so far, but this could be a chance to test 2? 3 things at once. He's not sure if it's the smartest idea to test multiple things simultaneously, but he can't think of any obvious reasons not to, and honestly it sounds more efficient to cross off as many questions as he can with as little transforming as possible. He has limited energy after all. If he's gonna be a hero, he needs to know everything he can about his quirk as fast as he can know it. He has to catch up to kids who have been using their quirks their entire lives, so it only makes sense to do whatever he can think of to sped up that process without crippling or killing himself. And preferably, breaking as few laws as possible. He's long accepted that in order to survive he has to break a few, and he's long rationalized his actions. Not even police and heroes follow the law to the letter. 24 From what he's seen, everybody breaks the law on occasion, even by accident. That doesn't mean he likes doing it. Or that it doesn't chafe his conscience and make him paranoid about being caught and ruining his chances of becoming a hero. Truth be known, if he thought he had a reasonable chance of not being forced to do worse just by living in Fukudashi's house, if he hadn't started questioning his chances of surviving long enough to apply for UA, he would have toughed out being in the house instead of running like he did. There's not a day that he doesn't worry he'll be caught or turned in, sent back, and even prosecuted for public quirk usage. But he didn't have any other choice when he made the decision, and to be fair, he didn't know he was going to be breaking quirk usage laws at all, much less on a daily basis. At the end of the day, he can't think of any better ideas, no matter how many nights he lies awake thinking in circles, feeling guilty, or how many nightmares he has about being caught, about the things that have happened or that he's done. He never thought he would rather deal with being eaten alive by anxiety every day than to live with the torment of others. He should be well used to both, but he didn't even know it was possible to prefer this constant burning gnaw in his gut, that's different from the stabbing sinkhole of his empty stomach, over anything else. Izuku shook his head, flinging water and sand from his frizzy curls, and slapped his cheeks with wet hands that are starting to wrinkle. Enough of that. Enough. There's no point thinking about it, it'll come back later anyway, he's got stuff to do right now. With that self-pep talk, Izuku gave his distorted reflection a resolute nod. Let's try it. He took in a careful breath, and slowly immersed himself in the cold water again. If he's already underwater, it might reduce the disorientation from transforming and he won't just plunk into tumultuous water and panic gasp again. Once his butt hit the sandy bottom, he started his mantra of wishing. He expected it to take longer because it took so long to change into the fish, but this time it happened the same as it does when he wants to be a cat. With the clear image of the angry little baby crab hanging from his childhood hand in mind, the world warped for a split second and Izuku found himself sitting on the bottom with the urge to blink at what just happened, but he couldn't blink. Nothing burns, not even his eyes even though he's underwater. It was a very strange experience, but that wasn't the strangest part. Moment of truth. Izuku looked around and was hit with a massive wave of vertigo. His eyes being in different places than he's used to was hard to get used to. He's never taken a panoramic photo, but he's seen plenty, and this right here is some inbuilt panoramic tripping hazard that made him feel a sort of heady nausea that settled in his brain instead of his stomach. It was one of the oddest experiences of his life as it settled into a pseudo-normal but wider field of vision than he's used to, than can be achieved by animals whose eyes are inside their skulls. He felt like it should be making him dizzy, and the fact that it isn't was a whole new level of disconcerting. It took a minute to figure out how to move, like playing a video game with reversed controls. Just like with his cat transformation, his thoughts, or rather preferences, changed a little bit. The idea of being in the air is neither appealing nor unappealing anymore, but the thought of leaving this covered hole feels risky. It feels risky to go out into the open, but also risky to stay here for too long. It's an odd feeling, because he knows he's perfectly safe here in this hole, that's why he made it the way he did. Speaking of, this hole is bigger than he thought, and he feels like it should be darker in here, but it's very ambient and blurry. Trying to blink resulted in unconsciously moving his hands to brush over his eyes, and he startled himself. It wasn't as squishy as he would have expected, it felt a bit like stiff jelly. He wasn't sure how he felt about it. With his deep green color blending him into the algae-covered rocks like natural camouflage, he spent a while eating said algae off said rocks and metal junk. Algae has a weird flavor, but it's not unpleasant, at least to a crab. He can already tell though that this would not be enough to sustain him. He'd have to spend all day eating this, and a crab's stomach just isn't big enough for that to be a practical source of food, and the seagulls around are making him nervous. He feels exposed with them hovering, made worse by his lack of knowledge on whether or not seagulls eat crabs like him, and he can't see them well enough to determine if they look hungry or are about to swoop down. All he can tell is they're nearby, and frankly, that's more than enough. He's not willing to tempt fate. A weird anxiety began to churn up inside him, like his body remembered something horrible but his mind didn't, and deep down he knew why, but there was no room for conscious thought or control in this place. The sliver of lucidity that knew how this ended, that knew what was coming, slipped away like the darting minnows in the sea beside him. The sliding of time and twisting of space like oil on a bar of soap went unnoticed as he was suddenly on the rocks like he'd been there for a long time already, spotting some sizable fish in the water. He decided to venture in to see if he could catch one or two, driven almost entirely by his stomach and thoughts of the clouder munching down on as much fish as they wanted. Everything inside of him screamed not to go into the water, but his body kept moving along, happy as could be and up for the challenge of catching the fantastical rainbow fish taunting him. Carrot, carrot. A large cat with stormy gray and white fur woke up and peered at Izuku's sleeping form with piercing jade green eyes, pupils slitted to nothing more than a thin line as the human boy's real body jerked, beads of sweat rolling down his face, powerless to stop his past dream self from going into the water. Carrot, carrot. It took Izuku a long time and many failures before his crab self actually managed to catch a fish, but catching it was the easy part. It was a hard fight to keep a hold of it, squeezing his claws around its slippery scales until it finally wiggled for the last time. He was exhausted and ecstatic, unable to help stretching the fish above him, flailing his prey around in triumph. Heedless of the shrieking sense of danger, of his own mind telling him to stop moving, begging, it's going to notice him. This fish he is certain is a saltwater fish, which means he'll be able to retry his fish transformation safely. His celebration was short-lived. As he climbed out of the water dragging the fish, finally obeyed the overpowering urge to scramble out as quickly as he could, but it was too late. The tentacles lunged for him and he saw the dark beak move from between a fleshy maw of sucker. Ah! Izuku jerked awake with a scream, nearly punting a cat across the floor. The lingering image of his memory-turned nightmare in front of his eyes. Cats sprung from their places, bursting like the lights of a firework and shooting to every edge of the cat house in a frenzy. The few that got trapped or stayed to investigate the source, stood staring at him with backs arched and fur bristled to the sky, high whines of alarm and eyes like pinpricks. Izuku kicked and flailed in a blind panic, thrashing to get free from his ratty blanket prison and scramble away until his back hit the wall with a reverberating metal clang. His hands flew over his skin, his chest heaving faster than the beat of a hummingbird's wings, eyes wide and struggling to adjust to the darkness as they flew around the room. Every breath came as a gasp, his lungs barely able to inflate before the air was rushing out again as his fingers dug into his front ribs, intent on trying to physically grasp his heart behind the bone cage to stop it from hammering, until he finally recognized his surroundings. The cat house. He's awake and in the cat house, far far away from the rocks and the water. Izuku's hands shook like he was walking in a snowstorm without gloves as he struggled to get his breaths under control. Hyperventilating would only make it harder to prevent a panic attack, and despite being clear-headed and able to consciously take deeper and slower breaths, he was already in its throes. With every bit of calm, came an equal measure of shaking until he was swiping salty tears and sweat from his face, and he had several cats approaching him with decreasing alarm and worried meows, furry heads and bodies bumping up against him, trying to suss out what was wrong if he was hurt. Izuku finally untucked his knees enough from where he'd curled up and released his stinging scalp from cramping fingers to allow a cat, or two, into his lap. He wrapped his arms around Frosting and Colby, forever thankful that they don't mind being squeezed. The rest of the Clouder was a little too huffy with him for cuddles, but concerned enough that they were sitting nearby with sharp eyes. Only the laziest of the lot, Sweet Pea, was laying down again, right next to Izuku's hip as she rarely strays far from the warmest thing in the room. Which so happens to be him most of the time. There are so many kinds of quirks out there, so many that can do horrifying and surreal things, but nothing in this world will ever be more harrowing than something trying to eat you alive. Whether that's an animal, a quirk, or whatever else the universe can come up with. And Izuku is pretty certain that, for him at least, that will never change. He shuffled his feet a little, sinking further against the wall and stroked the cats around him with methodical absence, letting the roaring rumbles of the cuddliest and most protective cats soothe the trembles from his body, bleeding the stress from his bones until he was utterly exhausted. His eyes feel heavy, but he can already tell he won't be going back to sleep. The adrenaline made sure of that. He buried his face in Colby's fur, blocking out everything he could. If he can't sleep, he can at least rest, but that was beyond his reach as his brain just wouldn't stop. He does not like the ocean and can barely bring himself to go near it as anything but a human anymore, not even when he's starving, and he still trembles and has to survey it carefully before he touches it. The most he'll do is collect some algae in a bucket as a person when the tide is out and put it in his seawater hole to make safe before he transforms to eat. The only consolation of that day is the octopus transformation he picked up. He leaned his head back on the wall with a soft thunk as Frosting got up and wandered out of the cat house, apparently ready to start his day. Maybe I should consider using it, the soft mumble drifted through the quiet space, barely audible over the various pockets of purring in the room. His seawater hole is still there. It's been a long time since that happened. He doesn't have to go anywhere near the ocean this time. He's not afraid of water, thank God, but the ocean. He sked in a forceful breath. How can he be a hero if he's afraid of the ocean? He doesn't believe for even a second that there won't be aquatic training of some kind at UA. It would be foolish not to train heroes to, at the very least, be strong swimmers capable of water rescues. Training for swimming against an ocean current or a riptide isn't a far stretch from that, and those being the most dangerous kind of waters, are of course the kind that people would need to be rescued from. Flashes of a tan-black beak crunching and slashing off of moss-green shell flitted across his mind. The squish as tentacles wrapped around him, pulling, suckers sticking like an industrial suction cup. His arms tightened around Colby. Just the idea of tentacles is enough to make him tense and a lump form in his throat. Would it be different if it's his body? Will it help if it's his beak and his tentacles? Or would it be just as terrifying as feeling them wrap around him, pulling his pinchers and legs back until he couldn't move, trying to lock him in place with no ability to resist as a sharp beak dug through his shell to tear pieces out of him like a living bento? What would have happened if the octopus had gotten his leg in its mouth first? Would it have bitten it clean off and removed one of his fingers or toes? Or worse, his entire limb? A full-body shiver raced through him. His toes curled as he squeezed them closer to his body, his fingers following suit in fists with the urge to protect them. No. He's gotten into UA now and he doesn't want to let this hang over his head anymore. If he doesn't push this boundary at UA, when he finally has the time and resources to do something about it, then when will he? Will he wait until someone's life is in his hands to take the plunge? Carrot. In a mirror image of his nightmare, Izuku finished pouring the last bucket and set it aside before sinking his feet into the water. He hissed through his teeth at the cold, fighting off shivers that raced up his legs like the water was trying to send ice bolts straight to his core. Colby meowed, long and low and a touch dramatic before he swished his tail in what Izuku likes to think of as exasperation and began to stalk off for his own day, seeing as Izuku won't go back to the cat house and be his pillow any longer. Izuku rolled his eyes fondly, his nerves dissipating a little and moved to pull the protective cover over the hole. He blew out a slow breath, watching the water surface ripple when it had only just settled again. It's okay, it's okay. He can do this. He can do this, he can do this. With hands curled into the sand rim and teeth on the verge of chattering, he sucked a deep breath in and unconsciously held it as he closed his eyes, and made the wish that triggers a new transformation. In a flash of racing feeling through his body and a moment of disorientation, he found himself with his eyes open again as his eyelids disappeared. He sat on the bottom. Waiting. For what, he wasn't sure exactly, but for the amount of emotional turmoil he went through all these years over this transformation, it was kind of anticlimactic. He feels, not really warmer at being fully submerged, but like there's a lack of cold. He gave his limbs an experimental wiggle, and 8 squishy curling arms responded, the suckers moving, feeling along the sand, feeling out the holes that his feet made where he's still sitting, and sensing the water around him in general like it was second nature. Equal parts excitement and terror skittered through Izuku's veins, and whoa, he froze as his arms wiggled on their own in response. That's going to take some getting used to. Looking at his tentacles, anxiety turned towards curiosity as his green skin began to change to a light tan, matching the sand around him, and already he feels safer being disguised. He hesitantly tried moving around and, as usual, it took a minute to get the hang of it, but thankfully moving as a new animal always seems to be somewhat instinctual. He's yet to find one where he couldn't move naturally after a couple minutes of adjusting to the shape. He got in the groove of just crawling around the bottom before attempting to swim around, and he surprised himself with the sudden jerk of movement. He moves so fast. He's not used to so little water resistance when swimming, even as the crab. It was a little hard to control where he was going, but once he did, he took to it like, well, a fish to water. It was almost as fun as his first time walking around as a cat. He feels a little silly for being scared of this for so long, but he can't bring himself to say he didn't have good reason. Izuku sighed and startled himself as it came out as a little puff of water somewhere beside his head. He's pretty sure it came from the siphon, the thing used for respiration, waste disposal, and ink discharge, but it's strange to feel it on his head instead of his chest, which he doesn't even have in this form. It took a while to notice, until he looked up at the cover over his hole, actually, but everything is a bit of a strange color. Like it's all desaturated and ebbing towards blobby shapes, but not fuzzy like he needs glasses. The edges are crisp and sharp and the shapes of things are remarkably discernible. He knew octopus are colorblind, but he wasn't sure if he would be when transformed. After his experience with the tiger at the entrance exam, he really doesn't know what to make of this. This is the 3rd time he's transformed, 2 of which were new transformation but the other wasn't, and he's had vision issues. Okay, not issues exactly, but differences. The tiger, he was definitely red-green colorblind, but just like the rabbit afterwards, this time it's like his vision is a mix of his human normal and octopus normal. He's going to have to experiment more with this later after he has some time to think about ways to test that won't cost him too much time. He has homework to do now in the evenings, in addition to his late-night hunting, and today was a fluke getting up this early. He's already hoping he doesn't start dragging his feet towards the end of the day. He really can't afford that. He shook his head and his arms wiggled. He'll think about it later. At least he can check 3 things off his long list of questions about his quirk. Yes, he gets all features and possibly all detriments of a creature. Yes, it's different when it's his own body. And yes, he can probably do all invertebrates, not just crustaceans or things that have solid forms and or bones. That means there's a good chance he can turn into just about anything as long as he's touched part of it. That makes him even more curious, practically burning with it, about things like, can he transform into things he's eaten, or does the cooking process change it so his quirk doesn't recognize it as a living thing? And can he turn into things that once existed, but don't anymore? This octopus he has is small and he's not sure if it's just him or the actual type of octopus. He's not too sure on the exact species of this octopus either. Maybe he should do some research at school. He knows that some octopus secrete toxins from their skin, so that would be a very good thing to know before he uses this around other people, especially in class or as a hero. A bigger octopus would be better too. He can't exactly do a water rescue with a form this form, but a giant octopus would be able to. He's been able to do big things so far but never for long, and he always ends up as something smaller if he doesn't change back in time. He's a little worried that if he passes out, the smaller form won't be suitable for water, or the type of water he's in at least, or if he'll become a land creature or something that needs to constantly be motioned to survive and end up drowning because of it. Drowning on the 10th of never, please. He has to become a hero before he can drown, and preferably not even after that. Total avoidance would be best. Ships in the night, if you catch his drift. Speaking of drowning, octopus can survive out of the water. His eyes turned up to the cover again and the little sliver he left to allow air circulation and to keep track of time. What was once the barest hint of daylight when he started has finally turned the sky light enough that he can tell he needs to get out and get ready for school soon. Well, he doesn't really fancy the cold from when he got in, and if he has to get out anyway, he might as well test one last thing, right? With no predators around or awake at this hour and half the cats already gone to start their days early, he feels a little more daring to venture out of the water and test his capabilities on land. With one propulsion of his tentacles he swam to the surface, and he was taken aback by how easy it was to slither himself up onto the sand and squish himself through the tiny crack without trouble. It didn't even feel that weird. Just like when he pulls his shoulders in to make himself appear smaller as a person. The only difference is that he actually did make himself smaller as an octopus. The sand feels a little odd out of the water, but not unpleasant like he was expecting. He can't breathe the air, but it's surprising that it doesn't bother him to be out in it either. It only started to bother him when his skin began to dry out slithering through the sand, so he slipped back into the water and cleaned off before trying again. One more try turned into a few more times until he was coming back out of the water again and a seagull shrieked above him. His heart jumped out of his chest and he got a mouthful of sand as he found himself naked on the beach like the Little Mermaid, with only the dislodged cover for his seawater hole keeping his modesty. He coughed and sputtered, spitting sand, and didn't care about the taste as he plunged his hands into the seawater from his hole to rinse the grit out of his teeth, but the moment the water hit his tongue, he coughed and spit and accidentally swallowed a little of both. He scrambled up and made a beeline for the cat house, quickly finding his water bottle that he had the divine sense to fill up in the park on his way home from school yesterday, and wasted nearly half of it gagging and trying to get the taste out of his mouth. By the time he was done at throwing up, his stomach growled. With all the enthusiasm of a tired college student, he toweled himself off as best he could and got ready for school. A little bubble of happiness formed in his chest at his accomplishment, easing the anxiety of doing something that legitimately terrified him, and an idea suddenly struck him. He could turn that hole into his own little tiddepool if he just adds some algae and rocks and stuff and lets it grow, then he wouldn't need to go into the ocean. He barely resisted the urge to do a little jump and fist pump as he made his way through the sparse crowd of early risers. He can also stop getting up at the crack of dawn to head out. He has never been someone super attached to their sleep, but he's not really a morning person either. At least not enough to enjoy getting up that early. He's enjoyed being up late more and more lately, and has trouble going to sleep when he should. He just doesn't get tired enough to sleep until close to midnight, even if he's exhausted. A big yawn forced his jaw as wide as it could go, his tongue unconsciously curling as he did, and he stretched a little as UA slowly appeared on the horizon. Today, Izuku was once again caught off guard by UA, as homeroom was replaced by a combat assessment. So for the second time in as many school days, he and his classmates found themselves in their gym uniforms first thing. They were led to one of UA's many indoor gyms that was nothing but a massive open space. At least that's what he thought, until Aizawa-sensei explained the lesson while tapping on a durable-looking tablet. Izuku and several others startled as the grinding of giant metal gears whined through the room, and the concrete floor began to lift in giant square sections. The massive concrete tiles began to flip en masse, like a crowd performing the wave around a stadium, before locking back into place. Light gray concrete was replaced with thick blue training floor mats that had to be 20 centimeters thick. It was a rather dramatic and no doubt expensive display of technology just for floor mats, but while he wouldn't put it past UA at this point to do something so over the top for something so simple, he has a creeping suspicion just from getting a look at those mechanisms under the floor as the tiles flip that this gym has a great deal more to it than it seems. He was fascinated. What else can it do? He hopes they get to find out. Odds are good on that front, seeing as this is a hero course gym. It's quite possible he'll get to know just about everything it does, whether he wants to or not. He wasn't sure if that made him more nervous or excited, but either way his stomach was in knots. The class was separated onto two sides of the gym. His classmates with prior training were paired off for sparring on one side and monitored by Aizawa-sensei. The rest, including Izuku, were on the other side, learning the basics with All Might. All Might is going to teach him how to throw a proper punch, how to kick, where to aim, beginner self-defense, all that stuff? Izuku was vibrating out of his skin with a nauseating cocktail of 3 parts excitement, 2 parts nerves, and 1 part hunger, oddly enough. As class got started, he was both surprised and not by just how much he didn't know about fighting. despite having watched and dissected heroes, including their fighting, for only his entire life. He couldn't help but look over at his sparring classmates and marvel. They're so far ahead of him in even more ways than he thought. He shook his head, dispersing the cloud of gloom that tried to creep over the corners of his mind. All the more reason to work harder and catch up. His classmates are amazing, but he has a quirk now too. He can do it. He doesn't care about being the best or even the hero rankings, it's not a competition for him. All he cares about is helping people. So long as he gets to do that, he doesn't care how hard he has to work, what he has to do, or how many better heroes there are out there. He'll always strive to save just one more person, and be the best he can be in order to achieve it. Nodding to himself, letting determination overwhelm him, he doubled down and looked at his classmates again with a different gaze. He didn't just watch, he observed with all his years of experience in observing both heroes to understand why they were effective, and bullies to avoid their attacks as much as possible. And he watched with his more recent skills of alleyway predation. He studied how they moved, why they were doing it, and analyzed them the same way he did quirks, compiling a list of questions and answers in his head, some more obvious than others. Watching his blonde classmate with the tail mutation throw a series of fast punches that Izuku thinks are called jabs, he tried to copy the boy. As he shifted his feet and raised his fist a little higher, he immediately felt the difference from what he was doing before. Listening to All Might's instruction, observing his sparring classmates, and occasionally remembering Eraserhead's nighttime fights that he's seen up close with feline eyes, sometimes too close, he found that he was actually understanding best by watching, doing, and listening to the corrections rather than just trying to follow what All Might said to do. It's kind of weird. He always thought he was a book learner, but he's starting to think that maybe there was a reason he could never quite understand what he was supposed to be doing the few times he's tried to learn this stuff on his own in the past. He was making a lot more headway right now than he ever has before, and he preened with everything he got right because it felt right when the motions clicked. Every little bit of progress was overcoming the roadblocks that he had never been able to get past on his own. Izuku got into a rhythm, and despite the fact that All Might is teaching him, he found his eyes getting stuck on the spars more and more. He itched to copy what they were doing, especially with particularly fast or smooth moves that just tickled something in his hind brain and made it hard to hold still. It was the same thing that made him follow Eraserhead around at night while he fought villains. It's the same kind of twitch you get when a catchy song comes on and makes you want to dance, even if that dancing is just vague bouncing and off-rhythm wiggling to the beat. The moves just make more sense when he has real examples and can watch them being performed in real time, just like hero fights. When he can see how they follow through into other moves that are made in response to the opponent. It was intuitive. Like how he learned to hunt mice in the alleys after watching how other cats did it. Unlike his hunting, which prioritizes the fewest movements and the fastest, safest methods for catching and killing his prey, his classmates waste a lot of their mobility when doing things. Their dodging in particular wastes a lot of energy. They moved so much further than they had to avoid something, and Izuku's not saying he could do better. Of course not. He can barely throw a decent punch after 15 minutes of professional instruction. But he couldn't help noticing the points of failure. He even winced once or twice, and found himself twitching to avoid an attack that was halfway across the room just because he was watching it about to happen. It made his muscles itch. He couldn't really help it. Failing to dodge or intercept or even just respond to an attack has always resulted in blood for him. Painful, burning, aching injuries that were even more serious as a cat because he doesn't have medical supplies like he did growing up. He pushed away the deep ache at the reminder of his childhood. Risking an infection is not in the cards even if he has to starve for a night, because an infected wound could mean the end for an alley cat. Izuku winced again as he watched his classmate take a powerful tail whack to the shin that he heard land from clear over here, but he kept watching and unconsciously perked up as he recognized the responding move. That was kind of similar to what he's seen Eraserhead do. The hero likes that move, especially against unarmed robbers. It takes them down so fast when Eraserhead does it. Looking at his classmates, he can tell they're not as skilled, obviously, but he can also kind of see where they're not following through, if that makes sense. Like when they twist their core. Eraserhead twists so much harder and faster that when Katazuka first saw it he was concerned for the man's spine. And the robber who buckled like a sack of rice. Eraserhead's shoulders move a lot further with the motion, a bit like how Izuku automatically twists himself as a cat to land on his feet when he falls, but his classmates look very stiff in comparison. Like they're trying to compensate for their balance by not moving as fast, when the fast movement is the thing that allows you to keep your balance. It's like they're afraid of the movement so they hesitate and go too slow, that's why they can't hit as hard as Aizawa-sensei. Izuku's watched Eraserhead knock people out with a single hit to the head, and more impressively, now that he's doing this stuff himself, he's seen the man hit people hard enough to disorient them without knocking them out or risking serious damage. The sheer amount of familiarity with yourself and the strength control that takes is beyond his imagination. Watching his classmates now, he can really tell how hard that actually is. He has a newfound admiration for Aizawa-sensei's skill level, which he didn't think could get any higher. He hopes he can be that good someday. He shook his head and refocused on his exercise. He will be that good someday. Someday he's going to be as strong as Aizawa-sensei, no, stronger. He won't stop even when, if, he's stronger than Eraserhead. Izuku flinched when Aizawa-sensei's hair floated, his bony shoulders hiking up to his ears as a shiver ran up his spine and two of his classmates toppled to the ground in a heap of limbs. No quirks. Aizawa-sensei droned in his usual dull, gruff voice. That disinterested tone is still gonna take some getting used to. He wasn't even the one who got scolded, but he didn't dare to keep watching and risk getting caught and scolded for splitting his attention. Izuku finally turned his eyes away from his classmates out of fear and focused on All Might's instruction as they were paired up and sent to the punching bags to practice the forms and strikes they learned. He and Hagakure-san, her quirk is so cool, exchanged brief greetings and names, and took turns holding the bag for each other to the end of class. Izuku couldn't resist watching the glassy translucent girl when it was his turn to brace. It was so interesting how the light just went right through her, not even leaving a shadow anywhere that her gym uniform wasn't casting one. The glass look made it seem like there should be light refraction at least, like a crystal, and it's throwing his brain for a loop that there isn't any. Part of him wanted to reach out and poke and make sure he isn't hallucinating, but that would be incredibly rude, so he firmly refrained. Izuku sat with his sparring partner and Yaoyorozu at lunch that day, noting that Uraraka was having an animated and loud conversation with her own partner from training at another table. He sort of stumbled into a conversation with the two girls that he didn't have to struggle to initiate. Hagakure started the conversation about the training they did as soon as English class was dismissed, and because Yaoyorozu-san had been walking near them in the hallway, she joined, and their chat carried all the way to the lunchroom. Two other classmates, Shoji and Jiro, sat at their table and were pulled into the conversation, though they mostly just listened, occasionally interjecting with their own thoughts or experience at first. It was nice. Izuku can't remember the last time he had such an easy conversation, much less at school, in a lunchroom. Their table was animated with the engagement but calm, and the longer a topic persisted, the more invested they got in it. Izuku normally finds people who are larger than him intimidating and can't help but be wary of them, yet despite Shoji being over twice Izuku's size in every way, he kind of likes sitting next to the large boy. Not only does it mean that only the two of them fit on this side of the bench, but it's like having a buffer against the rest of the cafeteria, and allowed him to focus on Hagakure's shifting form, tracking her face with a slight distortion and getting a good feeling for where her eyes are, especially when she turns her head to the side, and for looking at Yamamo, as she gave permission to be called when Hagakure asked, as the well-mannered girl spoke. It also meant he could familiarize himself with Shoji and Jiro. Shoji is a lot more thoughtful and quiet of a person, and Izuku can't say that isn't a large part of why he relaxed to his normal level of anxiety so quickly, in spite of the boy's intimidating stature. He doesn't tend to move quickly or sharply, his posture was relaxed and loose the whole time, even when other people passed their table, which always made Izuku tense and have to watch them until they were well out of range. Jiro was the same as Shoji. She was quieter, mainly listening to the conversation, but also kept covering her ear that was closer to the rest of the cafeteria and occasionally flinched like she was in pain. She looked like she was concentrating a lot on the conversation at the table, but occasionally her attention abruptly shifted somewhere else in the cafeteria and she would make a face with varying degrees of subtlety, and Izuku realized with a light bulb that it's her quirk. She can hear the entire cafeteria. After the brief moment of awe and fascination, he watched her wince. At the same time he heard Kaken's crackling pops from a few tables over, and he curled his shoulders in sympathy because she can hear the entire cafeteria, or at least enough to be unpleasant. Jiro interjected a lot more than Shoji, seeming to have stronger opinions, and if Izuku hadn't grown up with Kaken he might have even found her personality a little abrasive or rude at a surface glance. But Izuku did grow up with Kaken, and while Jiro seems to have a strong personality, it's nowhere near what Izuku considers a threat. She wasn't even defensive or blunt enough to make others bristle, much less Izuku. She was more sarcastic than he was expecting, and he found himself startled into chuckles several times over the conversation, and Jiro looked much more friendly with a smile. Izuku didn't think he needed to be wary of her, and her quirk was fascinating. He couldn't help asking about it after she covered her ear for the 5th time following a boisterous laugh from the other side of the room. That led to an interesting conversation between the two of them, and Shoji, who apparently all have trouble with loud sounds, though it's by far the worst for Jiro. It took Izuku to the end of lunch to realize he was evaluating his classmates with the same criteria he uses as a cat to determine whether or not a person is safe to approach or pass by, or if he needs to keep his distance and move quick. His classmates are interesting people. It was almost enough to distract from the sudden grip of violent nausea. On their way back to the classroom, Izuku once again used the excuse of bathroom to depart from the little lunch group, and this time he actually managed to keep it down as he leaned over the porcelain. He got away with just dry heaving. This is starting to become a routine and he doesn't like it, but this gives him hope that he just isn't used to people food so much anymore. He didn't get to eat his lunch as quickly as he would have liked today while talking, but he practically wolfed down the lighter meal between responses. The only problem is, it wasn't enough. He's still hungry. Even though he got to keep his meal today, he still trudged back to the classroom feeling queasy, his stomach rolling and squeezing, and he sat through his remaining classes taking deliberate breaths trying to ease the painful cramps and bouts of nausea. Carrot. For the afternoon, they ran the obstacle course again after warm-ups, and had basic physical training as a cool-down, and suffice to say, the entire class was absolutely dying. They've done so much training today on top of normal classwork that nearly half the class straight up collapsed on the ground, out of breath and sweating buckets the moment they were done. It was a miracle they'd all made it to the end. Now he knows why the gym uniforms are so absorbent, which could prove a problem for Kaken, but he not only burns off the excess sweat but he always has a towel with him, especially when exercising, to mop up the explosive substance before it soaks into his clothes, unlike the rest of the class. Izuku wheezed his throat feeling like sandpaper as he braced his hands on his knees, resisting the urge to stick his tongue out or use his quirk because he's overheating. His back is sore, his legs feel like pudding and his arms aren't far behind. If there weren't so many people around to keep his eyes on, he would have collapsed on the floor right here like a good number of his classmates. Black boots appeared at the top of his vision and Izuku looked up at his teacher standing over the horde of spread eagle students on the ground just a step away from Izuku. A sadistic grin stretched Aizawa-sensei's face. It only gets worse from here. This is UA, the toughest hero training in Japan, and you were unlucky enough to be in my class. He's starting to understand that Aizawa-sensei's class is more like boot camp. The man himself is 2 parts teacher and 3 parts drill sergeant during heroics. Izuku walked home that day with jelly legs and spent the rest of the evening curled up on the warm sand of the beach, not quite sleeping but towing the line of dead to the world. The heat did wonders for his sore muscles, and even though his stomach grumbled, he couldn't bring himself to get up until night descended, the sand cooled, and it was too late to go out hunting or scavenging. He's too sore to do so effectively anyway, at most it would probably just exhaust him more and leave him with nothing to show for it. He managed to keep his lunch today, that gives him hope for tomorrow too. More importantly, it means he doesn't have to go hunting tonight. He can get by on one good meal. Making the executive decision to go without tonight, a dark green cat shook himself, dislodging a surprising amount of sand from his fur to scatter all around him like teeny tiny bullets before he went into the cat house to see who's home. He changed back and put his sleep clothes on before getting the pet brush out to do some mindless grooming on those present until all the cats were back safe and sound and he could go to bed without worry. The intense training was good for one thing. He had no trouble conking out the moment he settled down in the pile, surrounded on all sides by warm soft, slightly smelly purring felines. Carrot. This isn't a charity, boy. As long as you're under my roof, you're going to help out. It's time you earn your keep. Now, Fukudashi crossed his arm over his chest, stretching it, his elbow almost level with Izuku's face. Hold still and clench your teeth. I'm not paying for a broken jaw or lost chompers. For a split second Mr. Fukudashi's knuckles were like the size of planets in Izuku's eyes, getting bigger as the back of the man's hand hurtled towards his face. He slammed his eyes shut on pure reflex, his teeth slotting together tightly half a second before his whole body wrenched sideways and his vision swam as he spun with the tide of gravity. His forearms slammed into the floor, sending shocks from the nerves in his elbows all the way through the marrow to his shoulders. Unlike every story he's ever read or bullying he's experienced before, there was no delay, no half-second delay for it to register. The pain was immediate and visceral. His face throbbed, with the taste of iron coating his teeth and tongue, and it stung like he'd run face first into a bug zapper. He's been hit before, it's not the first time he's been attacked, but he's never been hit by an adult before and the single blow sent him crashing to the ground like a can falling to the concrete from the bottom of a ripped grocery bag. The difference between getting hit by your peers and getting smacked by an adult was miles bigger than he could have ever imagined. The pain was on another level but the shock was somehow worse. He knew what just happened, but no matter what he knew he couldn't digest it into meaning. Blood dripped from his mouth. The inside of his cheek torn against his teeth, right where his face ached the most, the spot his knuckles had dug in. "Now that you look the part, we can get started." Izuku spit on the wood below him and watched pointy off-white lumps smeared in red fall from his mouth. "Get up, baby face." Fukudashi laughed as a hand curled around his collar and yanked. "It's time to bleed some suckers dry." Izuku jolted awake, his heart hammering on his ribs like an angry chimp, racing like a spooked deer as he struggled to draw in enough breath. The cats didn't scatter this time, at least. Small blessings. They would not be happy with him if he'd startled them awake twice in a row. Even Colby might give him the cold shoulder for that. His rabbiting heart slowed as he breathed until it was calm enough to think about going back to sleep and not immediately dismiss the idea. His skin prickled as he resituated himself, sprouting with fur as he became smaller between one slowing heartbeat and the next until a forest-green juvenile cat retook his place in the cuddle pile. He curled up close to Frosting and Millie's warmth. Millie rolling onto her back and tilting her head so it bumped Sweet Pea's back and allowed Izuku to bury his face in the long black and white fur on her side, comforted by the softness and familiar scent. He curled his paws up under his chin and cheek, subconsciously protecting the spot that had been hit so long ago. Though he hadn't lost his teeth back then like he did in his nightmares. He breathed in the smell of his fluffy destruction, focusing on the soft purring all around him. Sadly, while he was able to rest, falling asleep again was a trial until Colby sensed the kit was no longer close by and got up to plop nearly on top of him. Heedless of the fact Izuku is trying to go back to sleep under his massive paws, the behemoth of a cat began to lick the top of Izuku's head and behind his ears, coincidentally the spots that Eraserhead usually scratches, grooming the adventurous little cat that enjoys being dirty too much for Colby's taste. Izuku's mind finally settled under the rhythmic cleaning, his heart calming and warming under the care, and he was off to dreamland for the second of many times that would happen over the next few hours. Carrot carrot. Izuku's jaw cracked as he yawned, tongue curling and mouth of pointy little teeth stretching wide. Exhaustion made his skeleton feel like it weighed 100 pounds. Tossing and turning all night, even with the cat's help of going back to sleep every time, took its merciless toll. No matter how much he'd like to just nap for the rest of the morning, the sunlight is creeping into the cat house now, casting it in a warm diffused gold, which means it's almost time for school. If he doesn't get up right this minute he's going to go back to sleep, give in to his feline and teenage urge to just lounge all morning, and make himself horrifically late and risk the school trying to get a hold of his guardian. A random shiver ran through him as he shook his head, willing away another yawn as his whiskers brushed against the lucky cats that get to keep sleeping. Willing himself to get up, he stretched his paws out in front of him until his arms began to shake, holding the pose until that delicious feeling of a good stretch faded and he released them to gravity's will. He doesn't even want to think about what Aizawa-sensei's punishment for being late for school would be, and ultimately it was that thought that really got him up and going, yawning every few minutes as he dressed in his uniform despite his best efforts to wake himself up. He was out the door on time, miraculously, with Kidders carefully stalking him through the junk paths until he reached the streets and she was spooked by the mere sight of another person. Which only further confirms his suspicions that she has a history of being abused or at least threatened by people. She barely even tolerates his human form on bad days, but he thinks she's getting better. She didn't used to come near him as a person at all, but now she'll even loaf next to him, and on really good days she'll meow or bump against him for scratches. She's come so far. He tucked his chin, watching the cracks in the sidewalk with a sleepy soft smile, equal parts pride and love unfurling in his chest. He loves his Clouder so much he can't help it. He wouldn't be here without them. A thrum of sadness panged through him at the solemn truth. The Clouder not only saved his life in the literal sense, helping him keep warm that night, but it's not an exaggeration to say it would be faster to count the ways they haven't helped him since. Even when they're little sheets and make things harder than they have to be. He stopped by a public restroom to splash his face with water and gave his hair a few wet-handed tussles, shaking out the excess drops. He's accepted that it will never look tidy or tame in any sense, so he'll settle for looking clean even if his ability to actually do that is limited. Mainly to his actual showers after training at school. Since he started using salt water to clean up outside of that, by some grace of God miracle it's actually gotten better, if a little drier. It's so weird to think about how picky he's become about his hair since he discovered his quirk. He never even thought about it before then, but he also had regular access to water and soap so he never had to worry about it getting this bad either. He feels bad about it sometimes, feels vain, but he can't help it. He's as picky as the rest of the Clouder about his fur now, especially since they clean his cat form all the time, and that pickiness translates to being a person apparently. He was even upset about how coarse his leg hair was once. Now that was a strange day. The walk to school was long and boring and perfect. His thoughts continued to trace down every little path they found unbothered, like rain on glass, and eventually UA's massive building came into sight. He still can't believe he's actually a student at the UA. His dream school. The uniform donning his skin feels too soft to be real sometimes, despite the deep-seated smell of salt, cats, and tap water. How many people actually get into their dream hero school? He remembers looking up the statistics once before when he was younger, but he's a little too deep in wandering to recall the exact numbers. Excitement burst through him like firecrackers and he aborted a jolt forward, as the gleam of the other buildings, mainly used by the hero courses, suddenly reminded him. Today is his first actual hero class. The skip in Izuku's step went up a level until he was just barely on this side of running all the way to class, though he made an effort to try not to speed walk down the halls. He didn't want to get in trouble. Even in morning classes it was hard to keep his focus. He doesn't know how tough hero training will be, but if their regular physical training is any indicator, he's going to want to die, and that's not even taking into account how little rest he got, regardless of how long he slept. He knows he'll crash later, and probably won't be able to go out for food again tonight, but if he keeps his lunch down again, sleeps early, and gets up early, then maybe he can make up for it by catching breakfast for once. Classes dragged by at a phenomenally slow rate. At this point, raw excitement and self-imposed positivity is the only thing keeping him energized, but it helped him power through the day. He didn't even have to resort to brute force. The energy still came in waves, and he tried to use it to help him focus on his classwork instead of staring off into space at his papers, thinking about other things. His mind tends to wander when he's tired. Thankfully, it was a natural process for him to take notes even if he wasn't processing as many of the words as usual, so he wasn't worried more than normal. After all, he has to keep his grades up to keep his scholarship, which is the only reason he's able to be here, even though he passed the entrance exams. He'll double-check his notes with Hagakure and Yamamo at lunch, just to be sure he didn't miss anything. And to translate some of his shorthand into longer notes. His handwriting is not the most legible, but his shorthand is a downright cipher all on its own. Not even his mom could, read it. Lunch went very much the same as previous days. He ate quickly and a lot, buzzing for today's hero lesson and going over his notes from class as planned while he spoke to his friends, but in the end he didn't get to keep any of his lunch today. His stomach settled in their final lesson before Class A was off to the locker rooms to change. When Izuku clicked open the steel box with his seat number on it, he sked in a breath. He lifted the deep green material with reverence, like a precious and delicate artifact, and slowly freed his suit from its case, letting it hang in front of him, held by its shoulders before his sparkling eyes by the extension of his arms. His hero suit. This is his hero costume. Tears sprung to his eyes. It's perfect. The shade of green matched his hair, his fur, perfectly. Like they had somehow gotten the hex code for it. A set of boots that weren't here yesterday sat inside his locker, perfectly matching the ones he'd sent in the designs. They're simple, but after all his years of hero chasing and observation, the one thing he knows heroes nearly always add to their costumes after breaking out onto the scene is more protection. 80% of the time it's in the form of head protection, usually helmets or sometimes just things that protect the back of the head or the eyes and ears, better shoes, gloves, or something else to protect their hands, and finally elbows and knees, which are heavily targeted and a big part of a lot of fighting styles. They are effective weapons after all. The only exceptions are people who either can't have protection in those areas because of their quirks or something, or people who go for being faster rather than stronger. Basically, they spec into agility instead of defense, usually if their quirks or fighting styles rely on their speed or dexterity. Aizawa-sensei and Mike-sensei are a good example of both. The only armor Aizawa-sensei has is the industry-standard /resistant hero material of his costume, the metal alloy of his scarf and steel-toed boots, that Izuku is struggling to figure out how he walks so quietly in, versus Mike-sensei whose early costuming had less armor, and he can't have a helmet because of the nature of his quirk. He did add headphones. Izuku would bet anything they're not just noise-canceling headphones, no matter how they look, eye protection, and a subtle armoring of his leather costume, including sneaky brass knuckles in his gloves that you could easily mistake as being for fashion not function, same with the metal plates and spikes on Mike-sensei's jacket. Even his heavy boots are more than they seem, they're weighted and plated like Aizawa-sensei's. Izuku would also bet there's more than steel toes to those boots. Mike-sensei's costume is one of the most brilliant designs Izuku's ever encountered. It's all stylized in a way that makes its functionality subtle or impossible to tell until it's too late. It's even in theme with why punks started doing things like adding spikes to their jackets and clothes. The whole point of spikes on their shoulders and boots was to prevent police from being able to grab them easily, and wearing spiked gloves was a replacement for brass knuckles so they couldn't be classified as weapons, which is exactly how present Mike uses his gloves. Except his have actual brass knuckles built in. Punk's gloves having spikes didn't count as weapons, at least according to Izuku's research when he was 8, and their bold and intimidating looks had the added benefits of letting their own people know in the mess of a riot that they weren't cops, and weren't just bystanders either. It's paramount to know who's on your team in a fight after all. It's the whole reason for the creation of uniform armors, and banners, and colors and stuff throughout battles in history, not just because different people had different materials to work with, and cultures and beliefs that impacted how they made things. Present mixed costume is ingenious, and Izuku will never be convinced otherwise. Everything the hero needs is hidden in plain sight. Izuku's always liked present mixed costume, and that's exactly what he wants to build his costume to be. That's why he decided to start with a theme like Mike Sensei did, and get the basis of what he needs first and then camouflage it as he goes, just like the voice hero did. Thus, simple boots, gloves, and knee pads that basically just color match or black accentuate his costume. Just like Mike Sensei and Aizawa Sensei, he can't have a helmet because his costume needs to transform with him, and the only way to do that is to make fibers from his own DNA, and while it's possible to make a helmet that could transform with him, it wouldn't be nearly protective enough to warrant bogging himself down with it. Just like his teachers, he has the sense that agility will be better for him than defense. Especially since he seems to lean towards feline transformations, it feels scary to not be agile or see clearly all around himself. So a standard hero bodysuit with basically just a green theme, because he couldn't come up with something like a style, he may not have one of those, and because it serves as a good indicator that he's a hero not a villain when transformed, because it occurred to him when he was thinking about designs that his costume, which is the standard way to identify a hero at a glance, will disappear when he's changed. Next, he has gloves that go all the way up to his biceps with built-in elbow pads, and DNA-woven boots that stop halfway up his thighs with built-in knee pads to match, and that's basically it. The most complicated thing about his costume is the DNA it's made of. Even his color scheme of green and black is pretty simple. He figured simple was better to start with because he can always add things he needs and make it more complicated to suit him, but to start he doesn't know what he's going to need until he's had time to get a feel for it. In a way, it's kind of like a new transformation. It'll take a minute to get his bearings and figure out how to orient before it will feel natural. Looking around at his classmates' costumes though, he feels a little underdressed. Maybe he went a bit too simple. They all have great costumes and some very clever themes going for them, especially Shiro's. Not all of them have it figured out though. Shuji, Tokoyami, and Ojiro, to name a few, have simpler costumes as well, so that makes him feel a little better. Shuji's is almost exactly like Izuku's actually in the broad strokes. He doesn't have gloves or a helmet either, just a face mask, because both would probably get in the way of his quirk. The biggest real difference between their costumes is color scheme and how tall the boots are. Ojiro's costume is just a standard martial arts uniform, though it's probably hero grade, which is not standard for martial arts. Izuku is sure that Tokoyami probably has more to his costume, but he can't really tell under the cloak. All he saw before the boy put it on was cargo briefs and a black t-shirt. He's pretty sure Tokoyami wants to go underground given, well, everything he knows, which admittedly is very little, about the boy, but it's hard to imagine him as a daylight hero with how subtle his costume is. It reminds Izuku of Aizawa Sensei's, to be honest. Designed to make them not stand out, help disappear in a crowd, while towing that line of a uniform to be identifiable as a hero to allies. It's honestly kind of surprising how he can look around the room and immediately tell which of his classmates want to be daylight heroes based on their costumes alone, but that is kind of the point for daylight heroes, to stand out from a crowd and be as recognizable as possible. That's why popularity is important for daylight heroes. It has a functional purpose. It's not just a who's liked more contest like it so often gets stripped down to by the general public, the media, even other heroes. Izuku, personally, he doesn't like the idea of being in the spotlight. He likes the idea of people recognizing him as safe though, so he also doesn't really like the idea of being underground. His quirk is the definition of versatile, so it doesn't lean him one way or the other either. Honestly, he's probably going to do a little of both. Which means he should shoot for Twilight Heroics, which is the absolute hardest one to get into and maintain, and of course Izuku chose that one. Nothing can ever be easy for him. Twilight heroes have to balance very carefully on that edge of being known, but not well enough to be recognized and identifiable to villains. Many of them need that edge of wariness that comes with being recognized as a hero, but not familiar enough to know what they can do. From what he's heard, Twilight heroes have to deal with all the CRP heroes have to, from both sides of the fence. The press, rankings, rescue operations, natural disasters, though it's all hero hands on deck for those, regardless, down to off-patrol hours, night shifts, and most importantly, the seedy underbelly, the worst of the city, criminals and villains in equal measure. Izuku doesn't care if he's popular, a part of him would prefer not to be, he just wants to help people. If that means taking the hardest path and wading through the deepest mud to do it, then he'll go out of his way to pick up a mud skipper transformation or something and trudge through. Man, he wishes he'd gotten to touch the reptiles, but they were all in enclosed cases and he wasn't about to actually break and enter. Just entering was already enough to eat at his conscience, and he's not sure he'll ever feel less guilty about it. He's just glad no one has asked how he got the transformations he has, though he has a story prepared to explain it away if anyone, except Kaken, asks. A nice, unprovable family friend being a zookeeper when he was young and he got to touch the animals should be enough to stop people from prying. A good little cover story that Kaken would call bullshit on the moment he says, family friend. He has no idea what he'll do about that, because Kaken is also scarily good at recognizing a lie, or maybe he just knows what Izuku is like when he lies even though it didn't happen often growing up. Izuku didn't used to lie very often at all, but they've known each other for so long, even if they hadn't spoken in years before now, Kaken would know in a heartbeat. You coming, Midoriya? Izuku jumped out of his skin, almost slamming his hand in his hero suitcase at Shoji's mouth right next to him. His eyes darted around the nearly empty locker room, coming to the embarrassing realization that he's just been standing here zoning out for who knows how long. Yeah. Izuku's face burned as he shut his locker a little harder than he meant to. He fell into step next to Shoji, who kept his pace slow enough to match his. Between Izuku's usual fast pace and Shoji's long legs it wasn't difficult, but it was unexpected that he bothered to, and some of the warmth moved from Izuku's face to his chest. Wow, your guys' costumes look awesome! Hagakure enthusiastically greeted as soon as they came out. All of his friends waiting for them to get a first look at each other's costumes while they walk and talk together to their first hero class. Everyone looks amazing. Hagakure looks perfectly invisible with her costume being DNA-based like Izuku's. The only things that aren't are her gloves, which can easily be taken off and shoved into a pocket when she needs to be completely invisible. Jiro's costume looks more like civilian clothes, but Izuku can tell the durability of them is undoubtedly no less than the rest of theirs, and her shoes have thick but sleek speakers attached to them like knee-high boots with audio jacks in the tops. Izuku has no idea what those are used for, but his brain itches to find out. Yamamo's costume is more revealing than he expected, but as soon as the reflexive thought of seeing so much of the girl's skin crossed his mind, he felt stupid. Yamamo's quirk is based on her skin accessibility, of course her costume would be more revealing. The more Izuku listened, evaluated, and asked questions about certain features, the more he nodded in approval. She made a very good choice balancing her costume between protection and her quirk's needs. A maroon-red sports bra type top, that kind of makes her look like a model from a sportswear commercial, and shorts combo, both with easy removal features such as sturdy, combat-grade Velcro on the back and sides respectively should she need more surface area to create larger things. A built-in custom encyclopedia tablet screen on her forearm like a bracer that contains a database of useful items' molecular structures. Of course with the ability to download and even analyze, to an extent, more items whenever needed, and a favorites list of her most used things like her preferred weapons, shields, restraints, various kinds of tools, etc., that will no doubt grow and change as she gets experience and finds herself using things in the field that were not so obviously useful. Like the wire cutters and crowbars that she discovered to be useful in heroics by happenstance. It's an impressively thorough costume. She put even more thought into her costume than Izuku did. He felt a little plain before when looking around the locker room, story of his life, but once he was telling his friends about his costume and answering their questions about his reasoning for things, they were more impressed than Izuku thought he deserved. He was very happy that he had guessed right about Tokoyami wanting to go underground and his costume reflecting that, and that Shoji did in fact leave out helmet and gloves because of his quirk. His head can't transform, but he explained that his senses would be blocked or distracted by having something in the way. Though because of his natural tanky nature he hadn't considered much in the way of armor until he heard Izuku's idea of built-in armor on top of the various hero-grade fabrics that their costumes are required by law to be made from, with few exceptions to account for some quirks being incompatible, like Best Jeanist's quirks has requirements for the fabric to be functional for him. Which is why hero-grade is something any fabric can technically be certified as, but it has to be certified. A lot of them hadn't thought to add things like knee pads in particular, and all of them declared or agreed that it would be the first thing they added to their costume update at the end of term. They'd been told they would get to update their costumes and make changes at the end of every term, but for their first year, their costumes are being made by the third-year support course, working internships at support companies contracted with UA, so the costumes pass inspections from experienced professionals and ensure the first year's safety, and from second year they will be taken over by their peers in the support course. Their senior year they'll have their final costumes and will have the option to choose between a support company contracted to UA, or the support course engineers, potentially as their first real clients. Making ties with a support engineer you trust is always preferable, so Aizawa-sensei actually encouraged them to work with their peers because someday those kids will be responsible for their costumes whether they like it or not. Better to have someone you trust making your tools of the trade, sheet that's going to be a lifeline and not just for the person using it. There is only one thing more dangerous to a hero than hero work, being on an engineer's sheet list. They had just enough time left on the walk to admire their other classmates' costumes a little bit, exchanging compliments and ideas. Kaken's costume is amazing. It was so similar to the one he and Izuku used to talk about, but with obvious upgrades, including the grenade-shaped gauntlets of some sort. Those were new to Izuku. Though some of his classmates' costumes, Izuku privately thought, could use improvement. A number of them had not thought about gear they would need beyond their quirk for their costume at all. There was a distressing lack of pockets or utility belts, hand and knee protection, and eyes and head protection. Nearly all of them, except for Kaken again, because he was once on the receiving end of one of Izuku's famously long-winded rambles about hero costumes, could use more armor, knee pads, and all the stuff that aligned into Izuku's takeaway from common costume problem deep dives. But the foundations were there, and after the conversation mixing into a class-wide thing just before they reached their destination, some of them were already bemoaning things they hadn't thought of and taking mental notes for stuff to add. They're only 15-16-year-olds after all. Thinking ahead is not their first thought when jumping into the tide pool of their dreams. Izuku was surprised to find out that Aizawa-sensei is not going to be their only heroics teacher. Not even their first lesson is going to be taught by him. Their first lesson is going to be done by the third heroics teacher, who is floating between all the heroics course classes in the school, teaching solely heroics. Izuku didn't even know a teacher like that existed at UA. And then he understood why as they walked into the control room and got the shock of his life. He couldn't even tell if it was a pleasant shock or not because his brain crashed like a cat knocking a vase off a stone ledge. He wasn't even breathing. All Might is going to be their heroics teacher too. All Might, like All Might, is going to teach him how to be a hero? He's going to be trained by All Might. He knew he was repeating himself, but it's All Might and this is real and happening. Thankfully Izuku wasn't the only one in class who screamed, he wasn't even the loudest, or looked like they were going to pass out. He didn't faint, thankfully, but he did sway on his feet. He's proud of himself. He only hyperventilated a little bit and Kaken scared the sheet out of him by touching his back, by some magic, the blonde grabbing his face to cover his mouth so Izuku was forced to breathe through his nose, helped Izuku stop before he got too dizzy. Izuku hadn't even realized he was standing nearby, and the shock that it was Kaken who helped him, squeezing his face maybe a little harder than necessary but not hard enough to actually hurt him or leave bruises or anything, would only sink in later when he had room left over in his brain for anything not immediately All Might or heroics related. As it stands, he was only able to nod at Kaken once he was no longer in danger of falling over. The blonde let go of his face, his own Bakugo brand of starstruck eyes locked on the #1 hero, the strongest hero out there. The one he's going to surpass someday. Listen up young heroes, Izuku tuned in with needle-like focus as his idol started speaking. Izuku hung on the #1 hero's every word as he explained why they're here at one of the urban training spaces, the same ones used for the entrance exams, instead of a normal gym. Controlled simulations are the best way for you to gain experience for battles, rescues, and situations you will face as real heroes. You're going to be doing a lot of these during your time here at UA, so you best get used to them. Most of the simulated battles will be based on common situations heroes face, and real events your teachers or other pros have experienced, with minor alterations to be suitable for training. All Might turned to press a few buttons on the massive control console. The wall of screens lit up to display multiple angles of both the interior and exterior of a concrete building in the familiar Mach City outside. A large portion of your foundational heroics will be a combination of various kinds of physical and psychological training. All Might held up a hand, counting off on his fingers, situational preparedness, and mission simulations for everything from battle and rescue operations, to stealth and reconnaissance missions, which will be taught by your teachers who specialize in these fields, including your homeroom teacher, Aizawa-san, myself, and others. Izuku committed every word to memory and only mumbled half of it back to himself under his breath. For your first simulation, you will be paired into teams of 2. Every even seat-numbered student will draw an odd seat number from this cup. All Might picked up and rattled a small tin of little wood sticks with numbers on them. The odd number students will draw a ball from this bowl. All Might held up what looked like a fish bowl filled with colorful plastic ball. Number 1 is defense, 0 is offense. Exactly like it sounds, the number your team draws will determine if you are protecting the objective or retrieving it. Your objective is this: All Might pressed a button and the 4 center screens on the wall displayed something that looks like a schematic of a giant model rocket mixed with a missile. Defenders will be given the location of the bomb at the start of the match, and will have 5 minutes to prepare for the attack. Attackers will have those same 5 minutes to strategize. Defenders win if the bomb is still secure when time is up. Attackers win if they are able to put their palm on the bomb before time runs out. Then you'll SWCH. Okay, he could do that. Izuku nodded to himself, unconsciously raising a hand to his chin, his forefinger curling to rest under his lip as he ran through 2 mental lists of transformations that would be useful for defending and for attacking. Without more information about the bomb, the building itself, his teammate, and what role they'd be taking, he can only do so much. Despite that, he already had several potential ideas floating around his head, each one for a different combination of the given variables. Now you may be thinking that this just looks like an overcomplicated version of Capture the Flag, and you may be partially right, but you'd be wise not to treat this as a game. All Might put the bowl and tin down on the small table space beside the console. It might feel a little silly at first, but take these simulations seriously. For the purpose of this exercise, the chemical composition of the bomb has been changed, but make no mistake, All Might stared the students down with the first serious expression they've seen: this bomb is a live ordnance. The buzzing energy of the first years evaporated, and broad smiles were wiped off the students' faces, replaced by nervous smiles and apprehension. Izuku swallowed hard. Live? Kaminari asked shakily. He understood the word just fine, processing it was the hard part. Is that, safe? I assure you, it's perfectly safe. I think. That does not inspire confidence, and Izuku can feel his brain spinning trying to figure out if that's on purpose or not. That seems like something Aizawa-sensei would do for sure, but All Might? Izuku doesn't know. He wants to say no, that the number 1 hero would never do something like that, especially for their first exercise, but, well, this is UA and he can't be 100% sure All Might is the one who put this exercise together. Even if he was, heroes in general are not exactly touted to be the sanest bunch. Yes, he's aware that includes himself. So, better safe than sorry? Yeah. Better safe than sorry. He would have taken this exercise seriously anyway, even if it was similar to a game, because he remembers reading something when he was a kid about how most games like Capture the Flag and Tag and stuff are actually kids training their survival instincts without knowing. Kind of like how lion and wolf cubs bite and play. Fight so that they learn how to actually fight. Running games especially are training for kids to run away, to hide, to not get caught by predators and all that. And while he no longer remembers the specifics of the thing he read or even where he read about it, he's never forgotten the gist of it. It's not difficult to believe. After all, a popular game he played as a kid is Heroes and Villains, which is just a more complicated and usually quirked version of a pre-quirked game, Cops vs. Robbers, and the kids who liked that game the most all wanted to be heroes when they grew up. Which was 90% of kids, but the point still stands. The only one who ever openly said it was training to become a hero was Kaken, and look where they are now. Izuku's also pretty sure it's a common teaching method to gamify things, especially for kids and apparently adolescents, but he's not mad about that and he can't deny the effectiveness. He shudders to think this is UA's version of that. Izuku jumped, letting out an embarrassing squeak in both fright and pain as an elbow jabbed into his side, slotting right between his bony ribs. Shut up, nerd. It's your turn. Kaken grumbled, and Izuku barely registered the words before he was jolting forward. His cheeks burned with embarrassment, shoulders curling to his ears under the stares of the waiting class, and quickly went to draw his stick for his teammate while Kaken dug his hand into the bowl to fish out his own team's number.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over, and if you enjoyed the video just leave a like, and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.